but for many nice people I've spoken with, it unfortunately continues to this day. They may not be shoved in the locker room or overtly threatened, but they do have at least one person in their life who regularly teases, mocks, or criticizes them. This kind of treatment is different than the teasing banter you may do with your friends or a romantic partner. That kind of teasing involves being connected and has a playful give-and-take quality. You're both in on the game and having fun, even though you're poking each other a bit. What I'm speaking about here is different. It involves someone overtly criticizing you, using a harsh voice, calling you names, mocking you, or otherwise trying to diminish you and make you feel worthless. Sometimes they even have a gang of several cronies so they can get the attention and approval of others. If this is not something you experience, good. But if you're currently experiencing this, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. The key to ending this toxic behavior is to first realize that bullies have a form of bully-dar. It's this special and conscious form of radar that allows them to select targets for abuse. They can energetically sense who will take their criticism without fighting back. In other words, they pick nice people. One client in my Unstoppable Confidence Mastermind was recently struggling with being frequently picked on by one colleague at work. This co-worker would make snide remarks, call my client arrogant, and deride or mock the things he's interested in and shares with others. In one of our group calls, he shared one instance when this colleague picked on him yet again, making fun of what he said, his voice tone, and how stupid he sounded. "What did you say to him when he did this?" I asked. "Well, I had an impulse to tell him off, but I didn't," he replied. I could have asked him in that moment why he held himself back, but I already knew the answer. And he already knew the answer. So I tried a different tactic. I asked the group if anyone there never gets picked on. One group member spoke up right away and said no one ever bullies him. "Why do you think that is?" I asked. "Because they know I'll fire back. I'll dish out more than I take," he replied confidently. "Great," I said, smiling to myself. "Well, let's have you model how you might respond to the criticism." The specific scenario involved the bully calling my client arrogant for being a fan of a particular football team, among other things. After he shared the details so we could get a sense of what the bully said, we did a short role play. And sure enough, the client who never got bullied dished it out hard and fast. As soon as the bully finished his statement, he said, "Whatever, man, you think your team is any better? Give me a break. You have no idea what you're talking about. Get the F***K out of here." His tone was dismissive and strong. He definitely wasn't taking grief from anybody. What did you notice about his response? I asked my first client. It was clear and direct, he replied. Was it nice? I asked. No, definitely not, he said. Yeah, it was definitely not nice, it was it. And in that moment, I had an insight. I paused for a moment, mid-sentence, then asked the group, "What's the opposite of nice?" "The powerful," said the client who doesn't take any guff. "Being an asshole," said the client who gets bullied. That was it. That explained why he held back, pulled his punches, and let others bully him. It all became clear in that instant. So, in your model of the world, the opposite of nice is to be an asshole, and nobody wants to be identified as an asshole, so to speak up to defend yourself, to strongly and appropriately push back against this guy would make you an asshole, or in other words, a bad person. I paused for just a moment, then continued. The opposite of nice is not to be an asshole or mean person. The opposite of nice is to be bold, direct, authentic, and powerful, that's showing up with the energy and strength that's needed most in that situation. We then went on to do more role plays where my client practiced holding nothing back. He practiced speaking with strength, conviction, and certainty. At first his tone was timid, hesitant, and soft. Then, as he called it, he decided to become more stern. His tone transformed, and his attitude went from apologetic and fearful to powerful and dismissive of this bully's unwarranted criticism. When dealing with bullies, the most important step to take is to interrupt the pattern. The old pattern is they mock and ridicule you, and you passively take it in. Or try to smile and play along, hoping it will stop tomorrow. Or you push back in a timid and submissive way, which doesn't deter the bully. Instead, interrupt the pattern. Come back with more energy and intensity than the bully is expecting. Put your hand up just as he begins to speak and say in a loud, clear, commanding tone, "Excuse me, Darren, the adults are talking. I'm not in the mood for your high school jokes." This is so different than anything you've probably ever done, it will scramble the hell out of his circuits. If that seems too hard or scary to pull off, practice it 50 times the day before. Say it out loud while you're making dinner, shout it in your car. Each time you leave a situation feeling like the bully got the best of you, instead of getting stuck in what you should have done, or how it's not fair, or feeling helpless, stand up. I mean literally. Stand up from your chair and move your body around. Do some jumping jacks or push-ups. Put on some rock music, or metal, or EDM, or anything else that reminds you that you have power and juice left in you. Shake your body out and start saying out loud what you want to say. Practice it again and again until you wire it into your nervous system. Until it comes out so fast the next time you're with him that you didn't even consciously choose to speak up. It just happened. Okay, it's time for another pause. Take a moment to breathe and notice what you are feeling in your body. You're learning tons of ideas and strategies about how to be less nice and more powerful, expressive, bold, and free. That can feel exhilarating, and it can also feel scary or overwhelming. That's okay too. You're doing great and you're in the exact right place. If you're wondering exactly how to apply what you are learning, begin practicing the exercises or techniques that are the most relevant to your life. If you want to have more impact at work and be taken more seriously, practice doing a certainty round once a day on your way to work, for example. Just pick one activity, one action, one thing you are ready to do, and commit to doing it for the next 2 weeks. Remember, it is only through action that we reinvent ourselves and set ourselves free. I also want to remind you that at the end of this book, in part Roman 4, there is a chapter on taking everything you're learning and putting it into action now. It will guide you through a step-by-step process of how to build up your assertiveness and power muscles. Before we conclude this chapter on speaking up for yourself, I would like to share one more key area where speaking up is absolutely essential for fulfilling relationships and a happy life. And that is the art and the skill of asking for what you want. Not only how to do it, but how to release any lingering guilt about asking others for anything. Asking for what you want without guilt, unfortunately, many of us learned that asking for what we want is bad on some level. When I ask clients about their early memories around asking, they often have stories of parents being upset or annoyed with them. I used to judge these parents in my head. How could they be so insensitive and cruel? Didn't they see how they were impacting their children? And then I had kids myself. At each stage of my kids' development, I experienced greater compassion for parents and a deeper humbling of myself. I used to secretly think to myself, my child will never do this. I'll never be like that. I'd handle it way better. Then 6 months later, or 2 years later, when my child is at that stage, I say to myself, oh, that's what was happening for those parents, and I take yet another superiority medal off my chest. I have seen why asking often triggered our parents' disapproval. Because kids ask for anything and everything all the time. And depending on their age and development, ask is a favorable way to say it. It's more like demand. Or screech. And so, despite being a patient and loving dad, there are times when the rapid-fire demands and unpleasant situations mount to threshold capacity. Then I get annoyed. Instead of responding playfully when my son demands, "Dad, tell me a story," for the 40th time, I sigh, look tired and exasperated and say, "No, I don't want to." No redirection, no alternatives such as offering to read him a book, just a straight-up exhausted no. Perhaps your parents were often exasperated by the demands of parenting and didn't have much patience. Maybe they got even angrier and told you to knock it off, shut up, and get away from them. Whether it was subtle or overt, most people got the message that asking is bad. It's too much, puts people out, and you're bad and unlovable for doing it. Unfortunately, this is absolutely untrue. Asking is an essential part of connecting with other humans, and is actually the most effective way to meet our needs in relationships. We misinterpreted our parents' frustration and personalized it, thinking it was our fault. We did not understand how the man in life was for our parents and how Jedi Zen Master they would have to be to not get upset with us sometimes. It's time to upgrade our map of relationships yet again. Why is asking bad? Why do you feel guilty for simply asking for what you want? Do you fear others will judge your desire as needy or strange? Do you fear they'll feel pressure to say yes and dislike you for it? Or is it just some vague, unexamined feelings of badness that bubble up whenever you think about asking for what you really want? In almost all cases, guilt around asking comes down to poor boundaries. It starts with the idea that we shouldn't want so much and that other people's needs are more important than our own. This is one of the primary nice person strategies to stay small, stay safe, and just give everyone else what they want so they'll love us. Then, we imagine that our requests will put undue strain or burden on someone else. And we imagine they have poor boundaries as well and don't have the right to decide for themselves if they want to say yes or no. We fear they'll feel pressured to say yes and be upset with us, resenting our demanding, selfish nature. So, we either don't ask and try to do it all ourselves, all the while piling up frustration and repressed resentment. Or we consider asking and feel guilty and bad, making the whole process painful and unpleasant. Even if we do muster the will to ask, and the other person says yes, we feel uneasy, wondering if they are upset with us or secretly resent us. We have a hard time letting it in and accepting what they are giving us. This can lead to apologizing or overthanking, neither of which makes anyone feel good. It's time for a new way. It's time to create a healthy sense of entitlement and to be better able to take care of your own needs and self-interest. We will explore this further in the next chapter, which is all about selfishness. For the moment, can you see the insanity of the current plan? Can you see how it only hurts you and doesn't create healthy, happy, sustainable relationships? The ideal that you are striving for is noble, to be a giver, not a taker. In general, giving more than we take in life is a pattern that creates wealth, great relationships, and happiness. But giving does not mean only giving and never receiving. That turns an ideal into an extreme that is unattainable and unsustainable. If we only give and never get our needs met, we will soon feel burned out and resentful. This is true for any human, anywhere, at any time. It's just part of the mechanics of the human animal. In order to truly be a giving, generous, and attentive person, we must be able to meet our needs and receive from others. The most effective way to meet our needs is to ask directly for what we want. Once our needs are met, or we feel the other person is responsive and cares about us, we feel energized and motivated to give them even more. The key to granting yourself permission to ask for what you want is to realize the following core truths. 1. Your needs matter. 2. You must be the greatest advocate of your own needs. No one else can do that for you. 3. Others actually want to meet your needs. That last one is usually surprising for many nice people. They've lived for so long with the stories that wanting and asking are selfish and repulsive that they have become their reality. It can be shocking to realize that it's not necessarily how people around you think and feel. Let me share a little story that demonstrates a new reality in which people want to help you meet your needs. Project Ultra. Last summer I got a surge of motivation and inspiration and decided I was going to initiate what I now call Project Ultra. It involved completely planning our meals, diet, shopping lists, and store trips. It also involved me waking up at 3:30 a.m. to write this book, then go work out with a personal trainer from 5:00 a.m. to 6:00 a.m. 4 days per week. I cooked up the whole scheme one Wednesday afternoon and approached my wife that evening. She was excited about the meal plan and ready to rock on eating super healthy, home-cooked whole food meals. The plan was for me to get back home before the boys woke up, so there would be little to no impact on her. So far, so good. Project Ultra began the very next week, and we've been doing it ever since. However, an unanticipated factor arose within several weeks of kicking off this health mastery initiative. It was a prosody. "You're working out 4 days per week," she said one morning as we ate our breakfast of eggs and a mountain of steamed kale. "I want to go to Bar 3 classes." Bar 3 is a group workout class that mixes yoga, pilates, and ballet exercises. I went to several with Candace and was the only man among a sea of beautiful, fit, powerful women. Whilst they wore skin-tight spandex pants and hit each move to the rhythm of the beat, I flailed around in my baggy Adidas sweatpants trying not to fall over. Then I was sore for 3 days. That class is no joke. I want my wife to be happy. I want her to be healthy and fit and full of energy, and I obviously understand that having equal workout time is a fair proposition. But I also struggled with solo mornings with the boys. Cooking the breakfast, cleaning up the kitchen, and managing them both was serious business. Plus, Armin, our 1-year-old, was in a phase of screeching at the top of his lungs if he didn't get continuous attention. "Og," I replied. "How many days per week do you want to go?" I asked. Well, she paused, sensing my increasing resistance. I could start with 3. But I could tell she wanted more, so I asked, "How many would you really want to do?" 5 days per week, she said. Her energy perked up as she said this. The good husband move was clear. So I decided to do it. Not out of niceness, people-pleasing, fear, or obligation to be fair, but because I love her and I want to help her meet her needs. I know if I do this, and she does the same for me, then we create an extraordinary relationship that only gets better over time. Of course, for the first several weeks of this new arrangement, I made sure to get pouty and irritable when she'd leave for class in the morning. Not that I wanted to, I just couldn't help it. I was so miserable, and I irrationally blamed her for my discomfort of having to be with my own 2 children by myself for 90 minutes each morning. Oh, the injustice. After 2 weeks, she asked me if we should change the plan, since they obviously wasn't handling it well. I stuck to my mostly good husband guns though. "No," I replied. "This isn't a sign that you need to give something up. This is a sign that I need to keep growing and work through whatever is happening that makes me struggle in the mornings." And that's just what I did. I learned how to relax and let go, how to get in a rhythm with my boys, and still take care of my own needs like eating and prepping food for work. Soon the mornings became routine, and I ended up enjoying them more often than not. I felt grateful I got to spend so much time with my children in the mornings and evenings each day. What's the moral of the story? Ask for what you want. The people around you care and want to support you, even if they complain and fight you on it sometimes. Stand up for yourself and ask for what you need, even if there's some initial friction. But what if my spouse isn't so good to me? What if he or she doesn't care about my needs and wouldn't do what you did? Well, that's a big question with many possible answers. The simplest might be that you don't really advocate for yourself because you feel guilty and bad for doing so. As a result, you compromise in your own mind long before you ask for a watered-down version of what you originally wanted. This leads to a bubble of resentment that keeps you two apart and makes both of you less generous, loving, giving, and kind than you used to be with each other. Or maybe he's just an immature bastard, or she's a selfish bitch. Who knows? It doesn't matter, because this is not about him or her or anyone else. This is about you. You need to start advocating for yourself and asking for what you want because no one else will. No one is stopping you because you're not a victim of circumstance. You're the owner of your life, the captain of your ship, and the master of your destiny. You are the one who decides what is right and what is wrong for you. You can decide what it means to identify your own needs and ask for what you want. You can decide to see it as healthy and mature and to reject the old ideas that it's bad, selfish, mean, or wrong to do so. The next chapter in this book will give you the insight, encouragement, and mental rewiring to stop always putting others first and to start taking care of yourself. You're going to learn how to be more selfish in the most healthy, positive, and mutually beneficial ways, and it will transform your relationships in your life. There is just one last thing we need to cover before we conclude this chapter on speaking up. The courage to be real. You have just learned dozens of mindset shifts, new models of relationships, and specific strategies for speaking up for yourself. Armed with clear tools, you may feel excited to test them out. Or you may feel terrified, like a young bird at the edge of the nest, about to see if she can flap her wings and fly. Regardless, you're doing great. This process of breaking out of old nice person habits and becoming a bolder, freer, more expressive person is not easy. It's not for the faint of heart. It takes practice, commitment, and courage. What I've discovered, however, is that our ideas of how it will be when we speak up are often more dramatic than how it plays out in reality. We imagine a disagreement or difficult conversation with someone as this intense, extreme, life-threatening experience. Our nervous systems start to ramp up, as if we were about to rock climb a sheer cliff wall with no ropes. One false move and I could plummet to my death. Then, when we're in the moment and choose to step up and take action, it's a very different experience. Instead of a sheer, vertical cliff, it's more like a steep hill. It's kind of hard to walk up it, our legs burn a little, and we get out of breath. Uncomfortable, but not fatal. The more you practice speaking up, the more you'll realize it's not as dangerous as you thought. You say things, people respond, and the world rotates. Once in a while, someone has a strong negative reaction, but it's rare. Generally, people don't seem too bothered by your increased boldness, and many actually prefer you this way. And the more you take the risk to speak up and find the courage to be real, the better your life gets. Post-speak up freak-out, there is one phenomenon you must be aware of as you embark on your journey of more boldness and badassery, and that is the post-speak up freak-out. The PSF often occurs immediately after speaking up for yourself. In the moment itself, you may have been direct, powerful, and assertive. You may have actually enjoyed your newfound powers, and even gotten a positive response. But then, on your drive home PSF, you start to review the scenario, playing it from different angles. You watch and re-watch scenes of the event, like a football coach who's watching game footage to spot key errors. Soon, the high of breaking free and the peace of being your authentic self in the world starts to turn into unease, then doubt, then full-on freak out. That was way too forceful. Did you see Jennifer's face when I said that to Charles? She thought I was being so pushy and whiny. Oh geez, Charles probably thought that too. Why did I go on and on about that car, engine, and allergy? They got the point already. I was too forceful. I came across as desperate. Pathetic. They think I'm so pathetic. They hate me. Dates, meetings, conversations with your partner, sharing more of yourself with friends or family, nothing is safe from the PSF. It's all fair game. In fact, it's helpful to anticipate this so you know how to interpret it accurately. The obvious interpretation might be that the voice in your head is accurate. You did step out of line, go too far, or otherwise do something to offend others and embarrass yourself. Or you could see the truth, that this is total hogwash buffoonery. This is actually nothing more than your safety police. The part of you that is terrified of taking risks, being bold, and revealing who you are in the world. In fact, it's terrified of any change, no matter how positive. Sure, speaking up boldly makes you feel more vital and fully engaged in life, but it also opens you up to rejection and other emotional pain. So, your safety police causes the post-speak up freak out to try to push you back into line. In order to develop your assertiveness and strength, it's essential to see the PSF as just a reaction to stepping outside your comfort zone. Give little to no attention to the replays and anxiety that follows. See it just as a part of you that is trying to get you back into your nice person comfort zone. Smile and thank it for trying to do its job, and then move on. What you said or did wasn't out of line, too far, or offensive. Even if your mind is telling you this is the case. Even if it sounds convincing and certain. Because, at this point, your sensors on what is okay to say and do may not be fully and accurately calibrated. If they were stuck on the nice person approval-seeking setting, then anything bold or authentic is labeled as offensive and bad. In order to calibrate your sensors and really know if you were too aggressive or out of line, you will need more practice. Now is not the time to stop. In fact, you're just getting started. So, the next time you speak up for yourself, take bold action and step outside your comfort zone, give yourself an internal high five. Then, when your safety police begins its PSF, follow the science-based, highly researched medical protocol. 1. Open up YouTube on your phone or computer. 2. Look up La Freak by Chic and press play. 3. Dance in your car and sing along. Freak out. La Freak, see a Chic freak out. Have you heard about the new dance craze? Listen to us, I'm sure you'll be amazed, so don't hold back, it's true. Don't do it. Because when you hold back, stuff down what wants to come out, and play nice out of fear, you feel bad. Over time you feel less alive, less engaged, more resistant, and more resentful. Your energy drains and you start to feel more tired when you go to work, or spend time with your partner, or wherever you're not speaking up. In the past, you've probably been aware of the dangers of speaking up. You've worried about what might happen and how people might respond. You focused on the pain of taking action. But have you ever slowed down to focus on the pain of not taking action? How do you feel when you leave a meeting where you were totally silent, and not because you honestly wanted to be that way? Rather, you were held back by fear, intimidated, and assuming others would be upset or judge you for saying what you thought. What's it like to hide how you really feel around your partner because you don't want to rock the boat? What does that do inside of you, day after day, to pretend? How about smiling and nodding at a party, agreeing and laughing at all the right times while everyone else does the talking? All the while, feeling secretly apart from the group, like you just don't really fit in. These are just a few of the thousands of moments in your life that you experience when you're held back within the confines of the nice person. For me, the pain started small and eventually became gargantuan. It was a cocktail of fear, inferiority, shame, and loneliness. It led to pent-up frustration and anger. How has it impacted you? It's time to turn down the hold back-o-meter. To say what needs to be said. Or as my coach so tactfully put it in a recent session with me, Aziz, what happens when you stop playing the weenie and start playing big? I laughed when I heard her say that, and now that's on my whiteboard. I have noticed in my own life, and in the lives of thousands of people I've spoken with over the years, this interesting phenomenon: when we hold back, we feel less alive and less engaged. Life loses its color, excitement, and promise. It becomes repetitive, boring, confining, and depressing. Whenever you leave an interaction of any sort, be it in business or your personal life, notice how you feel. If you feel drained, down, fed up, frustrated, or otherwise upset, most likely you held back. You didn't say what you wanted to say, ask what you wanted to ask, and act how you wanted to act. You can then ask yourself, how did I hold back? After you ponder that one for a moment or two, ask yourself, what would I have done if I was holding nothing back? And then sit back and watch the theater of your mind play some amazing movies. It might be subtle shifts, such as interrupting to insert your opinion in a conversation, or more dramatic shifts, like jumping into the dance floor and doing some Saturday Night Fever moves. Regardless of what you see, pay keen attention, for these visions are guiding you towards your full, authentic, free self. Chapter 10. Be more selfish. If you informally polled 100 people and asked them, is selfishness a good trait? Is it good to be selfish? I imagine almost every single person would say, no, it is not good. The word has such a negative connotation that it's almost like asking people, is it good to be racist? Everybody knows that being selfish is bad and wrong. It hurts others, and it means you're callous, self-absorbed, just in it for yourself, cold-hearted, and a jerk. But I have a different perspective. One that may go counter to what you learned growing up. It may seem counterintuitive at first. But if you're willing to let go of all or nothing thinking about purely good and bad traits, and ready to examine what really creates healthy self-esteem, lasting and deep relationships, and true happiness, then this may be the most liberating chapter you'll ever read. The truth is, there is such a thing as negative or destructive selfishness. This is callously going after what you want and not giving a damn about how others feel or how it impacts them, also you can have more pleasure for yourself. Sure, that's not the best strategy for happiness or relationship success. And that's not the kind of selfishness I'm encouraging here. What I'm going to suggest is that there are many things that you could do that would greatly serve you in your life that might feel selfish. These things would not only enhance your own well-being, they would also improve your relationships, career, friendships, and personal fulfillment. In short, they would be good for you and good for others. The purpose of this chapter is to help you move towards the healthier end of the self-interest spectrum so that you can act on your own behalf. You'll learn how to become your own advocate, skilled at taking care of yourself and meeting your own needs. Rather than making you a self-absorbed or a bad person, you'll discover that this allows you to actually be more loving, generous, and kind. You'll end up being able to contribute more to your family, business, and greater community. In fact, you'll discover the surprising secret that being self-sacrificing doesn't make you an altruistic, good person. It actually diminishes your energy over time, causes you pain, and thus hurts those close to you. If you are depleted and resentful, those you love receive less of you, even if you try to force yourself to show up and be nice. Ultimately, acting in your own healthy self-interest brings you back into balance, where you are taking care of your own needs and not passively asking others to do that for you. If you, like me, grew up with 1,000,001 messages that told you advocating for yourself and not always putting others first is bad, selfish, and wrong, that's okay. Some things in this chapter may stretch you, challenge your old ideas and programming, and push some buttons. I'm going to ask that you trust me even more and read these following pages with an open mind. On the other side of the fear and the judgment is a freer, expressed, happy, fulfilled, and loving version of you. Let's bring them out to play. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right-doing there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in the grass, the world is too full to talk about. Rumi the selfish spectrum. First things first, we need to define what selfish means. According to the dictionary, it means you lack consideration for others or are concerned chiefly with your own personal profit or pleasure. So far, that doesn't sound super great. But watch this. Let's say you want to see movie A and your friend wants to see movie B. If you advocate for movie A, is that selfish? If you refuse to see movie B, is that selfish? You may have an immediate answer to these questions, or it might depend on the context. Do we almost always go to the movies I want and rarely to the movies you want? Did you do something generous for me earlier that day? Do we go to the movies I want because I go to the opera with you once per month? Is your movie choice something I kind of dislike, or is it my least favorite genre in the world? Now it's getting more complex and subjective, because the truth is selfish is in the eye of the beholder. It's a calculation based upon how much each person is giving and receiving in the relationship and what is deemed fair. Hence, selfish is not really a simple category that you're in or out of. Instead, it's a spectrum. The selfish spectrum, this is a scale that helps us understand the different ways people balance their own needs with the needs of others, from extreme self-sacrifice to destructive selfishness. Let's walk through the spectrum from 1 to 7. Level 1, always you, never me. This is extreme self-denial. The other person's needs are always put first, yours are never considered. Level 2, you first, then me. You still prioritize others before yourself, but there's some room after they are taken care of, then maybe you. Level 3, sometimes me, but only if it's really important to you. You might consider your own needs, but only in special or urgent cases. Level 4, sometimes you, sometimes me. This is healthy self-interest. A balanced give and take. Sometimes you prioritize others, sometimes yourself. Level 5, usually me first, then you tend to put yourself first, but still consider others as though they're secondary. Level 6, always me, then you focus on your own needs first, and only consider others if there's something left over. Level 7, me and mine, screw you. This is destructive selfishness. You only care about yourself and your people, with no regard for others at all. From level 1 to level 7, we move from self-sacrifice to selfishness. The healthiest zone is usually around level 4, where there's mutual respect and balance. On the left side of this spectrum, we have no right to our self-interest. We always put others and their needs and wants first. We feel horrible and guilty if we do otherwise. This can be called self-sacrificing or self-denying. The complete opposite end of this spectrum is the disconnected, self-absorbed person who mercilessly crushes all who oppose his or her will. They'll get what they want or they will be held to pay. The middle of the spectrum is known as healthy self-interest. This is where you can take care of yourself when you need to. You're able to put your needs first at times, and you can enjoy some time off without feeling guilty for not doing enough. You can say no, even if someone's upset about it. You can say what you want and need, and you can finally start enjoying yourself more. Where do you tend to live? What number on the spectrum? Between 1 and 7. Most nice people hover around 2 first, then me. They meet their needs only after they are sure everyone else is covered. They ask for what they want only if they think others will want the same thing. Under stress, they drop down to a one always you, never me, and completely forego their own needs, wants, and desires. They'll tell themselves something like this: how on earth could I ask for what I need when it's obvious he's struggling so much? Now is not the time. Sometimes they'll move up to level 3, sometimes me, but only if it's really important, but only if it's a big deal. On rare occasion, an event or experience that is important to them, they'll advocate for themselves to go to it. Or if they're reaching the threshold of how much they can give, they'll ask for more support. More often than not, however, they won't ask directly. Instead, some sort of physical condition, such as migraines, back pain, or neck pain, will become so intense that they force the person to slow down and take care of themselves. Healthy self-interest exists in the range between level 4 and 5. That may surprise you. Perhaps you see 4 as a healthy place to be, sometimes you, sometimes me. It seems fair after all. But level 5, usually me first, then you, that just sounds terrible, doesn't it? Way too selfish, bad, and wrong. Not necessarily. Because being able to identify what you want and prioritize meeting your needs in a skillful way allows you to be more loving, generous, and giving than ever before. The usually me first means you are frequently looking inwards to discover what you need and want first. You are considering that before you factor in others' needs and wants. This prevents the old nice person habit of always putting others first and allows you to get clear on what will help you thrive. Remember the Project Ultra example from the last chapter where Candace and I were figuring out our workout schedules. It began with me getting clear. I want to work out 4 times per week, no matter what. It started with a strong, healthy impulse of self-interest. Me first. I need to do this. I want this. I'm going to make this happen. Then, from that place, I began to explore how to make it work for our entire family. And that's the key difference between healthy self-interest and callous selfishness. I consider how to meet my needs in the most skillful way possible that serves the greater good. As I did this, Candace became freer to claim what she wanted and needed. As I put myself first and was able to meet my needs, I became able to freely and happily give generously without resentment. So, when she says she can work out just 3 days a week, instead of saying, "Great, less work for me," I say, "Really? How many days would you really want to work out?" She gets more of what she wants, and so do I. This is the real secret of being more selfish. It's moving up the spectrum to the levels of healthy self-interest so you can most skillfully meet your needs. As you do so, you become a much happier, more loving and giving person. One important note: if you're a parent, especially of small children, self-sacrifice seems to be the name of the game. In many situations with my boys, I'm operating at levels 2 and 3, often putting them first, and it feels good for me to do right now. That means I make them meals and snacks, tell stories in the bathroom during dinner time, and wipe poopy butts whether I want to or not. I do this because I deeply love them and want to create a secure sense of attachment and healthy self-esteem. I know that the more they feel held, respected, and loved at this young age, the more it will serve them for a lifetime. Parenting is the long game. I see it as a spiritual practice to continually surrender to what is most needed in the moment and set aside many of my inner child's personal preferences. This is what makes me the adult in that situation. Yet, the resentment formula still applies. You'll discover what that is in just a moment. So here and there I say no to things I don't want to do and offer alternatives, so I feel like I still have some autonomy. I also take time for myself to process and release any resentment that forms from giving in this way to prevent it from building up and causing problems. I take time for myself every morning between 3:06 a.m. for my spiritual and physical practices to keep me happy, energized, grateful, and healthy. So, while I give a lot to my boys, I'm sure to give a lot to myself too. Your priority list: in order to move up the spectrum towards more healthy self-interest, you will need to shift your priorities. To illustrate this, let's start with a little story about a client named Ellie. Pay attention to what elements of her story may be similar to your own. Ellie was a highly motivated, successful saleswoman who was well respected in her company. She was married to a loving husband, and they had 2 young children under the age of 5. On paper, Ellie's life was perfect. She had love, career success, respect, and material wealth. Yet she didn't feel relaxed, free, or happy. She spent much of her time feeling anxious, stressed, and guilty. Even though she worked a full-time job, she expected herself to run the household, including shopping, laundry, cooking and cleaning, as well as taking care of the kids. In her opinion, the house was never as it should be, and she was falling short. At work, she often felt anxious before meetings with superiors, high-profile clients, and other executives, despite having been in the field for 20 years. When she spent time with her parents, whom she described as loving, she felt anxious and couldn't bear the idea of them being disappointed with her. As we explored her world more closely, an interesting trend began to emerge. Regarding maintaining the household, she didn't ask her husband for more help because she worried about putting more on his plate. She worried about whether she was being a good enough mother to her children, and if they were getting everything they wanted and needed. At work, she worried about whether the high-profile clients were satisfied and if her superiors felt comfortable in her presence at meetings and social events. At first, the pattern was subtle to her, almost invisible. But then she began to see just how pervasive the pattern was. In virtually every situation in her life, she was prioritizing others' needs, wants, and feelings over her own. Her attention and energy was always focused outwards. What do they want here? What does he need? How does she feel about that? Will they be okay here? And on and on. This was based on the unquestioned belief that it was always right to prioritize other people's needs. After all, that is what a good, selfless, altruistic human does, right? This is the conditioning that most of us received. It can be compounded in families where ethics and morals are based in a strong religious foundation, depending on how that family interprets their faith. In these instances, the dictate to be selfless is not only good, but to do otherwise is a sin and reviled by family, community, and God alike. As a little kid, that's some serious stuff that you don't want to mess around with. Jesus, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, Martin Luther King, St. Francis of Assisi, and countless other spiritual and political figures are heralded as models of goodness, virtue, and what a human should be. Meanwhile, overtly greedy and clearly self-interested politicians, corporate leaders, bankers, and other people who gain infamy from bending or breaking rules to enrich their own bank accounts are universally seen as bad and how a human should not be. And so, you may strive to be like this from the first list and avoid all actions that push you towards the second. You let the other person go first, give when it's hard, act patiently with demanding people, support others through their hardships, and turn the other cheek. You act as a good person should. You appear loving, generous, altruistic, kind, and good to others. But what happens inside? It may start small at first, like a few grains of sand that slip into your shoe as you walk on the beach. Barely perceptible. It's a hint of disappointment when your partner seems to take the meal you prepared for granted. It's the minor irritation you feel with your children as they take forever to get ready in the morning. It's the slight sense of emptiness and dissatisfaction you feel as you fall asleep at the end of a long workday. Over time, these grains of sand begin to grow into pebbles that stab at your feet with each step. This manifests as anxiety, difficulty sleeping, and feeling depressed. I don't know why I'm depressed. I should be happy. Maybe it runs in my family. It must be genetic. There's something wrong with my brain chemicals. Your knee begins acting up again from that old injury from 15 years ago and you start having more problems with your back. Even though you're loving with your family, friends, and co-workers, when you're driving alone and someone cuts you off, the level of instant rage you feel is surprisingly powerful and a little disturbing. You sometimes feel guilty about how angry you secretly get. This story can go on and the intensity of symptoms and discomfort can continue to build, all with absolutely no awareness of what is happening and why. Millions of people are struggling just like this, and they seek counsel from their primary care doctor who tells them they have clinical depression and prescribes them an antidepressant medication after a 12-minute consult. The medication kind of sort of works, maybe. But maybe they need to change to a different one, because sometimes it just takes a while to find the right one. All the while, they are missing the true source of their suffering. It's a problem with their priorities. When our needs and wants are habitually and consistently placed as low or last priority, we're going to suffer. It's a recipe for resentment. In fact, so predictable it's virtually a mathematical formula. The resentment formula, after working with thousands of people, it's become clearer to me that there is a natural formula for resentment in humans, and it goes something like this. Giving plus no choice about the matter equals resentment. If we give too much, and feel like we do not have a choice about the giving, we will feel resentment, which is just another word for anger. The not having a choice part seems to be the key factor in the resentment formula. We can give generously and freely, and do so way more than we receive in relationships. In fact, that can be an extremely healthy thing to do and is a key component of creating extraordinary romantic relationships and deeply bonded relationships with our children, to give more than we receive. But, if that giving is done under pressure or demand, we will start to feel angry. Oftentimes the pressure is not obvious or overt. It's not always the boss yelling at you to get that report done by Sunday night, damn it. The pressures are often internal and based on your own need to please others and be nice. More specifically, the pressure comes from the convincing voice in your head that commands you to carry out your nice person conditioning. She wants that, so I'll do it. I know he likes it, and I don't want to disappoint him. They'll be hurt if I say no, so I'd better say yes and go. All of these pressures to be nice and to do the right thing eliminate a sense of autonomy, freedom, and choice. You've given up your sovereignty. You have to do these things. And this is what creates the resentment. If your nice person programming is particularly strong, then you may not even realize you're angry. That is not nice after all, and therefore remains blocked from your conscious awareness. But regardless of your awareness of it, it's there. Because it's part of human nature. We resist pressure, demand, and bondage. Even if we're outwardly compliant, our shadow does not go silently into the good night. It gets fired up, pissed off, and ready to fight. If you're in your shadow and speak up for yourself, then you can speak about this challenge directly and work through it quickly in your relationships. If you do not, then it will manifest as passive-aggressive behaviors, distancing or withdrawing from the other person, secretly judging them, being internally irritable or blaming them, or annoyed by minor things such as how they breathe through their nose or certain faces they make. If anger is completely taboo for you, then even these signs of irritation will be blocked out of your awareness by more powerful defenses, such as feeling anxious or depressed, having panic attacks, developing chronic pain conditions such as back or neck pain, repetitive stress injuries, or a frozen shoulder from sitting at a computer too much. No doubt, this has nothing to do with my feelings, nothing I say, it's all structural, my doctor told me so. Whether you're aware of the source of your resentment or not, you will suffer the consequences. It sucks away your happiness, peace, and joy in life and leaves you feeling angry and burned out, or sad, anxious, depleted, and depressed. When you're struggling in this way, you might turn to others for help, friends, family, parents, or those in our community. This may alleviate feelings of loneliness and isolation, and give you some sense of connection. However, most people in your world may have no idea about the resentment formula. They may perceive putting others first as one of your best virtues and encourage you to stick with it and have faith. In other words, keep on going as you always have, try harder, be nicer, and it will all work itself out. But what if it doesn't? Give and give, I know I'm going to break up with her, he said with certainty. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I was surprised by his clarity. Many clients I've worked with are often in a more ambivalent, tortured state about whether to end their romantic relationship. I was walking in my favorite park near my office having a phone session with a highly motivated, insightful man named Jason. He was in his late 30s and he had been with his partner for 6 years. You sound clear in yourself about what you want to do, I said. Yeah, he agreed in a pained voice. I'm not looking forward to it, it's going to break her heart. When I've hinted about any change in our relationship in the past, it did not go well at all. I asked him about this and he told me about his partner becoming extremely distraught, crying and saying, "How could you do this to me? How could you value us so little?" and other blaming statements. And so he stayed with her. He knew he wanted to move on, to experience life outside of the relationship, to follow his heart. There was no doubt about that. He just didn't want to hurt her. He loved her deeply and he cared about her. He didn't want her to feel so much pain. He decided to wait for the right time. She was going through some job challenges and was currently unemployed. She also had lost some of her friends recently and he was her main source of social connection. I'll wait until she's got a job and a few friendships, he thought to himself, then she'll be able to handle the end of our relationship. As the months passed and she continued to struggle to find work, she eventually cast a wider net for job opportunities. Soon she received an offer from a company in another state. He decided to move with her since he ran his own business from home and could work from anywhere. She'll get set up in this job, make some friends, get settled into the new city, and be in a much better place. Then we can break up. But then the holidays were coming up, and he didn't want to do that to her right before the holidays. Then she didn't like her new job all that much and was dissatisfied. And now he was having a conversation with me about it. Jason was an extremely loving and caring person. I could feel how much he wanted what was best for his partner and how much it pained him when she hurt. I could see how responsible he felt for her feelings and how much guilt he experienced. I could also see how unfulfilled he was in his life and how much of himself he'd shut down and hidden in order to make his relationship work. And just how much his partner's needs, wants, and feelings mattered more than his own. This is the plight of a nice person, to prioritize others, be a good person, and do the right thing, only to feel restricted, hollow, angry, and depressed inside, and then to respond to that pain by giving and prioritizing others even more, attempting to dig our way out of a hole by digging further. You may read Jason's story and see it as extreme. Or you may be shaking your head in amazed recognition at how eerily similar his story sounds to yours. In either case, we're all doing the same thing to some degree. We're all giving too much and perceiving ourselves as not having a choice in the matter, whether it's with our spouse, kids, a boyfriend or girlfriend, with co-workers, employees, clients, or a boss. We all feel like there are certain things we just have to do. That is, until we decide to change our priorities. To change how we approach relationships and other people. To let go of over-responsibility and helpful childhood programming and negative ideas about taking care of ourselves and step up and take responsibility for ourselves, our lives, and our happiness. To upgrade our understanding of relationships to see what actually leads to lasting love and connection with others, rather than staying stuck in inner commandments about how we should be, until we decide to become more selfish. Your real responsibility is you are responsible for meeting your own needs. This means being able to uncover what you want and need in a situation, and then take effective steps to get it. If you want attention, you decide how you could skillfully ask for it and receive it. If you want safety or certainty, you protect yourself or ease your fears. If you want to be touched in a certain way by your partner, you explore what it is you really want and ask them for it. This may sound obvious and simplistic, but many of us don't operate as if it were. Instead, we ignore our needs, desires, and wants or just keep them to ourselves. We dismiss them as excessive, unnecessary, or burdensome to others. But this doesn't make them go away. We give up our power to meet our own needs, which is one of the hallmarks of being an adult, the capacity to take care of ourselves. As we deny our own needs and wants, we impair our ability to meet them skillfully, and we become more like young children. We're unable to ask for what we want and need. My son, Same, who's 3 years old, is at the age now where he will sometimes groan and yell when he's upset. We have to guide him to slow down, breathe, and tell us what he wants. Can you say what you want, buddy? Your parents might have used the classic phrase, use your words. In any case, this is what we revert to when we don't take responsibility for meeting our own needs. Doing this does not make you selfless, altruistic, or a good person. It hurts you and greatly impairs your relationships, thus hurting others. It makes others have to take care of you more instead of you taking care of yourself, which ultimately frustrates them and pushes them away. It's time to stop secretly hoping that if we're nice enough and good enough, our needs will magically be met. That others will be perceptive and check in with us. Hi friend, what do you need today? While this may happen occasionally, it usually does not. When it doesn't, we become frustrated, hurt, or angry inside. We judge others as selfish, self-absorbed, or totally clueless. And we feel powerless. It's time to step up and take full responsibility. No one can care as much about your internal, moment-to-moment experience as you can, because they're not in it. They're not in your body, in your mind, and in your heart, experiencing everything you are. They have their own internal experience to feel and navigate. You are responsible for you. That means deciding, right here and now as you read this page, that you will shift your priorities and put yourself first. You no longer confuse self-denial with being a good person. You see clearly that always putting others first creates deep resentment, destroys your happiness, and is unsustainable. And you acknowledge that putting yourself first allows you to meet your needs in the most skillful way. This, in turn, increases your happiness, joy, and capacity to love, so you can give freely and create healthy relationships. Many times per day, ask yourself the questions you've learned so far in this book. What do I want? What do I need? How can I take care of myself? Then, instead of dismissing the answers, pay attention to them. Come up with a plan of how to get what you want and meet your needs. With your newfound powers of bold assertion, you have a direct route to do exactly that in a skillful and effective manner. You just might find that you're better at uncovering your needs and meeting them than you realized. This is often the case with my clients because the main obstacle is simply the belief that putting yourself first is bad. Once they see the insanity of the self-denying patterns, and they give themselves complete permission to take care of themselves, it becomes easy and natural to do so. As you follow these steps and take more responsibility, you'll let others do the same. As you stop playing the victim of circumstance, you will stop seeing others as victims. You'll think to yourself, I have power and you have power. Let's both use it. Thus, by being clear on what you're really responsible for, you will let go of what you're not responsible for. You're not responsible for other people's feelings, wants, desires, and needs. You do not have to meet everyone's needs. You don't have to do everything that someone wants you to do. You don't have to do anything that someone wants if it is not right for you. You're not responsible for meeting their needs they are. You doing something for them is just one possible way for them to meet their needs. If you say no, then it's their responsibility to find a different way. This last paragraph is worth reading and rereading many times. Underline and highlight it. Write out the first few sentences on a sticky note and put it somewhere you'll see it often. It's a new way of being in the world, a less nice way that might take some reinforcement. When it does, you become free. You are no longer controlled by the invisible forces of obligation and guilt. You reclaim your power and realize you always have choice. You remember that you are a cause in this world, not an effect. As a cause, you must get clear on what you want, and you must claim what you want with clarity, conviction, and power, without apology or shame. You must claim if a man does not become what he understands, he does not understand it. Kierkegaard, this is how the typical process works with clients that are becoming less self-denying and healthier in their self-interest. First, they're completely trapped in the nice person cage, only vaguely aware of the pain it's causing them. They have the occasional thought of, I'm too nice, or I shouldn't be so nice all the time, but it passes and they remain in the same patterns. Then, as we work together and they see how much pain nice is causing, and how rooted it is in fear, guilt, and people-pleasing, they begin to transform their beliefs. They start to acknowledge that it's okay to not be nice all the time, and sometimes you have to put yourself first. So far, so good. But then they almost always hit the snag. They intellectually get that it's good to act in their self-interest, and that being overly nice isn't working. They understand that it's good to ask for what you want and be direct. But I still feel like it's bad. I still feel like I'm hurting people. I still feel like it's selfish and wrong. I still feel like people will be upset with me. I'm mentioning this now because there's a good chance that might be happening for you now. First off, whatever follows the phrase feel like is never a feeling. I feel like you're hurting me. I feel like you don't care about me. I feel like it's time to do something about it. I feel like a sandwich. All of those are ideas or beliefs. Except for the sandwich, that is a thing you can eat. The others are statements of thought. I think you are hurting me. I believe you don't care about me. I think it's time to do something about it. The feelings underneath these statements don't have the word like in them. They are, I feel hurt. I feel rejected and unwanted. I feel frustrated and determined. I feel hungry. Do you see the difference? So, when you understand it intellectually, but you still feel like it's bad, guess what? That means you still believe it's bad. It means the nice person programming is still holding on there, telling you that it's not okay to ask for what you want or put yourself first. There are two ways to deal with this. The first would be to reread this chapter from the beginning. Slow it down and really let yourself see how painful and damaging the nice patterns can be. If you really understood how much it was hurting you, then you would reach a pain threshold that would help push you to the other side. If needed, you can also go back and reread Chapter 5 from Part I, The High Cost of Nice. Secondly, take a few minutes to write out all your objections. All your yeah, buts. Are you thinking of certain situations where you just couldn't possibly put yourself first? Are you thinking about how your partner, or colleagues, or friends would get upset with you if you acted in your self-interest more? Is your mind cataloging evidence about why it wouldn't work if you spoke up? Write all these objections down and see if you can answer each one. Perhaps you'll see that many of them are just fear. They're just your safety police holding on even tighter. If you do that, terrible things will happen. Terrible things, I say. Whatever you do, do not open that door. You hear me? In other instances, perhaps you're seeing yourself as helpless or powerless. He won't let me do it. She gets too emotional if I speak up, so I have to keep quiet. It's her fault. This is where you must do the inner work. You must be more interested in seeing the truth than defending your old way of being. The truth of what creates happiness, health, and loving relationships. The truth of what actually works in life. Once you have done this, the key is to claim what you want. Fully and completely, beginning with complete self-interest. Complete self-interest, yes, I do remember Jason's story from just a few pages back. As he agonized over the particulars of exactly how I'm going to end his relationship, I could hear a major problem. He was not in himself. No, I don't mean this in some science fiction or astral travel sort of way. Psychologically, his focal point was his partner, not himself. He was imagining all of his actions as they would be interpreted and felt by her. In short, he was missing from the equation. To bring him back, I reoriented him to the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Just as an experiment, let's say you were going to operate from your own complete self-interest, where every choice was based entirely on what was easiest, most desirable, or best sounding to you, regardless of how she felt. What would you do? What would CSI Jason do? He laughed in response to my reference to the cheesy police show on TV. This question gave him permission to go inward and find out what he really wanted. It helped him step out of his old perspective, in which his actions were always guided by what he thought others wanted. I would wait 3 weeks until after the holidays, then I would end the relationship. I wouldn't go on the trip we had planned. I'd rent myself an Airbnb so I could get away after having the breakup conversation. Then I'd come back a week later and start moving all my stuff out. In that moment, everything shifted. His voice tone was completely different. The hesitancy, uncertainty, and long pauses were gone. His pitch was even deeper. He was reconnected with himself, his desire, and his power. He was back in. But isn't this bad, selfish, wrong, and inconsiderate. This is what Jason had been telling himself for years. This is what you may be telling yourself every day. Unfortunately, it's a misguided attempt at being a noble, good human being. In fact, it's actually rooted in fear and makes you even more selfish. Here's how Jason is focused on keeping his partner happy and remaining in the relationship because he does not want her to feel pain, right? In reality, he does not want to feel pain. In fact, when she's hurting, he feels not only pain, but a particularly intense form of shame. As we explored this more, it turned out his shame was telling him he failed at taking away all her pain and making her feel happy. She had a rough life growing up, and he felt it was his responsibility to show her that the world was a good place, that men could be trusted, and that she could finally feel happy with him. So, when he no longer wants to be with her, he is failing her, and he isn't a good enough man. If she totally lost it after their breakup and went into a spiral of addiction, his guilt and shame would only intensify. He was scared of those feelings. He was also scared of her being angry at him and judging him as a bad or selfish man. He was afraid of her friends thinking negatively of him and them discussing how bad and selfish he is over brunch. Who is all this really about? Her or him? Who is he really most focused on? The truth is he is already causing her pain in the relationship. No matter how much he thinks he's hiding his discontent and playing the role of happy boyfriend, she feels that something is off. In general, women are more perceptive, intuitive, and emotionally aware than men. If something's off, they feel it, even if they don't think about it consciously. Who knows how much her dissatisfaction in her friendships, job, and life are the result of her partner not really loving her for who she is. And that's just short-term pain. In the long term, delaying the breakup is one of the most painful things to do to someone you love. Those 2, or 3, or 10 years that you are just biding your time and planning your escape are years lost for you both. Jason's girlfriend could be building a new relationship with someone who's a better fit. The longer he waits, the more pain is created. In most cases, trying to be nice and pleasing people are just self-focused ways to avoid fear and discomfort. They provide short-term relief for us, but long-term pain in others. I saw this play out dozens of times in my own dating life. I would be warm, enthusiastic, and totally interested in everything she shared. I would be affirming, positive, and upbeat. I did this because I wanted her to feel good. Or so I thought. In truth, I also did this so she would like me, and so I could think of myself as a good person. Being this way with someone isn't necessarily bad if it's authentic. But I would portray this energy, even if I didn't fully believe it myself. Because I had to, in order to be a good person and to get her to like me. Remember, this would continue for weeks, sometimes months. I was the perfect guy. I made her feel deeply loved, special, and maybe like she was the one. And then I'd leave. Often quickly and abruptly, with no solid explanation to satisfy her confused mind, let alone her aching heart. I know I caused many of these women great pain. I'm sure many of them ask themselves questions like, it was so good, what happened? What did I do wrong? Did I not see something? For some it may have undermined this sense of trust in men. Can I really believe what he is portraying? It took me many years to learn what you are learning in this book, to see that becoming clear on what I actually want, and then directly sharing that with others is beneficial. That looking at a situation with complete self-interest helps me know where I stand so I could fully engage in a relationship with someone that is mutually rewarding. Paradoxically, the more you come from this place, the more you are able to freely decide when and how much you want to give. You will end up being more loving, generous, and giving than you ever were as a struggling, nice person. Hurting versus harming, yes, but isn't it bad to hurt people? And when you tell your boyfriend you don't want to be with him anymore, that's hurting him. Or if you change the subject when someone's talking, that's hurting their feelings. They'll feel dismissed and ignored. They'll think you're not interested, which you're not, and then they'll think that they are not an interesting enough person. They'll feel bad, and you did it to them. You hurt them, and that's bad. As I write this line of thinking, which you've most likely experienced, I'm smiling. I can almost see the upset mother or school teacher bending down at the waist, emphasizing the "you bad" message with an upright index finger. Can you hear the childhood nice person programming? Don't do X because then you're bad. Anytime you have that thought, it's a glaring light on your dashboard to slow down and check your engine. There's something not right going on under the hood, aka in your brains. When our minds tell us that something is bad, we immediately stop, as if it were an electric fence. Or an electric chair. It's not. It's just the pain and shame that you felt while being criticized or shamed by a parent, or teacher, or some other authority when you were young. It may not be accurate based on your values, or even real. The fear of hurting someone is an example of childhood nice programming gone awry. The reality is that life is full of pain. Physical and emotional pain cannot be avoided no matter how hard you try. Hurt is nothing more than a word to describe feeling pain. I stubbed my toe and my foot hurt physical pain. He called me stupid and I felt hurt emotional pain. No matter what you do, people around you are going to feel hurt. And much of the time it has nothing to do with what you did or didn't do. It's all about the other person's ideas, beliefs, rules, and past wounds. If Aunt Linda made a lovely meal for you and you said, "Oh, gosh, Aunt Linda, what a lovely meal, thank you," guess what? She could still be hurt. Because while you thanked her for the meal, you didn't ask for seconds. Instead, she saw you eating some dessert later and she thought, if he was still hungry, why didn't he eat more of my meal? It must have not been that good. He was just saying that I'm a terrible cook. Is that your responsibility? Are you somehow to know that and fix her distorted beliefs? Should you ask for seconds at every meal served to you from now on, just to be safe? When Jason breaks up with his girlfriend, she will feel great pain, I'm sure. She will feel hurt. But that is not Jason's job to prevent. He can't prevent all pain in her or even in himself. His job is to get clear on what he truly wants and to communicate this with directness, compassion, and love. In fact, the more direct, the better. If he dilutes his message and implies that he's unhappy but maybe they can work it out, she now has false hope that drags out the pain even longer. People will feel pain, disappointment, and hurt around you. Your beloved spouse and innocent children will feel how too. I'm sorry, it is just a way of things on this planet. This kind of pain, however, is very different than intentional harm. Harm is when someone is feeling pain or anger themselves and decides to act on an impulse to intentionally cause pain in another. Obvious examples of this are physical violence, verbally attacking someone's character, or abuse. These are forms of harm and are signals for you to leave the situation. If you are the perpetrator of these acts, they are signals that you need help now to heal whatever is going on inside. More common everyday examples of harming others include saying that biting uncritical comment even though you know it's not true, but you just want to get back at someone. It's losing it and yelling at your kid for doing something small that you know isn't a big deal. These are things that we all might do from time to time, and are indications that we are still growing, healing, and evolving ourselves. They are reminders to continue developing patience, non-reactivity, and our capacity to love more unconditionally. In short, if you harm someone, do more inner work. If someone around you feels hurt when you clarify what you want and speak your truth, that is a sign for them to do their inner work. Full permission once you have identified what you truly want and asked for it directly, you might find that you get it. Hooray! Well, maybe. Many recovering nice people, myself included, can have difficulty receiving. Whether it's some time for yourself, going to the restaurant you want, or your partner touching you in that new and exciting way you asked for, it can be hard to relax and enjoy yourself. Instead, your mind might become active with worry, and you may feel guilt or anxiety. Is this really okay? Do they really want to be here? Are they upset with me right now? Are they enjoying this too, or is it all just for me? These thoughts, and many others, can cloud your mind and prevent you from really enjoying the experience. They seem to be a normal part of the boldest training process and diminish over time. They are a sign that you have not fully bought into the idea that it's okay to ask for what you want and to act in your healthy self-interest. They could also be a sign that you don't say no very much, so you assume others don't as well. The more relaxed and capable you become with saying no, the more you trust others will do the same. This helps you know that if they granted your request, it's because they wanted to. If it was because they were scared to say no, that's on them, and they have some inner work to do. We will transform your relationship with no in the next chapter so you can easily and calmly decline anything you want. In the meantime, give yourself full permission to receive and enjoy. While the fear, doubt, and guilt may still pop up, do your best to ignore them. Instead of feeding them with your attention, simply dismiss them as signs of remaining over niceness leaving your body. Then, bring your attention fully into the present. If you're spending some cherished time alone, see what sounds delightful to do. Watch that movie that your partner would never want to go see. Go for a run. Eat your favorite kind of food. Speaking of food, if you're at the restaurant and wondering if your friend really wants to be here, or just said yes to please you, bring yourself out of your mind and into the moment. What is the restaurant like? What is the atmosphere, the sounds, the smells? Why do you love this place? Pay attention to your friend. How's she doing? What's going on in her life? And if you're so fortunate as to be receiving that new touch you requested from your partner, tune into your body, my friend, because you don't want to miss out on that one. What does it feel like? Bring your attention to the physical sensations, sounds, and pleasure of being touched how you like. You deserve this. It's okay to receive. People love you and want to support you and help you meet your needs. You're not bad. You're beautiful. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert repenting. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Mary Oliver IT will be messy. I consider title in this section. There will be blood after the Daniel Day-Lewis drama about a brutal oil tycoon, but that's taking it a little too far. When you become more selfish, it can be messy. I promise you that. There will be feelings. People around you might have feelings. They may feel upset, angry, or hurt. You may feel upset, angry, or hurt, or guilty and bad about yourself. At this point, you might be thinking, wow, Aziz, that sounds delightful. Sign me up. But it's the only way. The only way out is through. Human relationships are inherently messy. People have all kinds of feelings. These are not signs that we're doing something wrong. In fact, they may be signs that you're doing exactly what you need to do. Quite recently, I had a messy experience taking care of myself and claiming what I needed. Late last summer, my family then I traveled down to Monterey, California for a week-long vacation. It was the first time we'd flown with 2 little boys, who were 10 months and 2.5 years old at the time. Chaos. Packing, food prep, rental cars, non-baby-proof rental house with grandparents, the works. Quite far from you, sit on the beach for hours and watch the sunset kind of vacation. But it was beautiful and sweet too. So many magic moments of being on the beach, playing in parks, going to the aquarium, and time with family. It was an exhausting, full, heart-achingly lovely experience. Within several days of returning home, we needed to decide our plans for Thanksgiving because it involved purchasing plane tickets. In years past, my family gathered in Los Angeles, California. I enjoyed seeing my cousins, aunts, uncles, and having a chance to spend time with my brother and parents. But doing the entire family plane ride trip again, with all the accommodations, food planning, car renting, and all the rest sounded terrible. So I asked myself, what do I want? This is already becoming quite selfish. You can't ask that sort of thing about holidays. But ask I did, and I discovered I didn't want a family trip. Well, part of me did. Moments sounded fun. But a larger part of me wanted to split up the weekend. Spend 2 days at home with Candace and the boys, then spend 2 days in Los Angeles with my extended family. Solo. Using the techniques from the previous chapter, I spoke up for myself and talked about what I wanted. In the moment, Candace agreed quite easily and I purchased the plane ticket. I texted my cousins to get ready for a 2-day binge on Magic: The Gathering. I was excited. Then, about 1 week before my trip, Candace became more fully aware of what she agreed to. She felt sad about missing out on time with family, and hurt that I didn't want to bring everyone along. She also felt upset about me having 2 days of carefree gallivanting about, Magic cards in hand, whilst she pulled a super long 2-day solo parent shift. There will be blood. No, but there will be feelings. And my brain and nervous system can react as if something terrible is happening and I need to fix it now. Candace voiced her upset and was clearly feeling hurt and angry with me. I attempted to empathize with her and not defend my choice or try to talk her out of her feelings. I give myself about AB though. Because the moment she expressed her hurt and upset, I was slammed with a wave of guilt and shame. My nice guy programming rushed in hard and fast to tell me what a bad person I was for ditching my poor wife and abandoning my children. Selfish monster. Then it would pull this little number, which you might be familiar with. It started cycling through all the people I know, and what they would think about this situation. Of course, since this fantasy is just a form of my own guilt and self-criticism projected onto others, they all agree that it's a terrible thing to do. They all shake their heads and cluck their tongues, murmuring amongst each other what a bad husband and father I am. That wave of guilt and shame made me much less able to be fully present with Candace, tolerate her feelings, and lovingly be with her as she struggled. I tried though, and was sort of able to. Hence the B. In any case, it turned into a fight. Not the yelling and screaming kind of fight, we don't ever have those. More like a calm but painful discussion. Later that day, as I was paying attention to my feelings and working through them, I remembered the men's group I used to be a part of. I slowed down and imagined being in the room where we met each Tuesday night for years. We're training ourselves to be more clear, powerful, loving men. I imagined what each of them would say. As I did so, my nervous system instantly calmed down. The wisdom of that group infused my body as I began hearing the messages I learned from them. I heard things like, "Yeah, I hear you. That's a tough call. I wouldn't know what to do. I know most of my life I would just not even question it, go as a family, and then be upset and resentful about it. You are an amazing father and husband. You give so much of yourself. You also have to take care of yourself. Sometimes that is really hard to do. Whoa, that's intense. That makes me uncomfortable just to think about it. I wouldn't do that personally. Good for you, though." I could also imagine Elliot, the leader of the group, saying something like this: "Of course she has feelings about it, she loves you, she wants to be with you, and you're not responsible to feel all her feelings for her, you're responsible for you and your feelings. She's not a fragile, broken creature, she's a strong and powerful woman, and she can handle it. And it's a lot to ask, you may need to make it up to her, help her do things that support her and help her have more of what she wants." Then I had clarity. I was able to release the guilt and self-attack and fully give myself permission to take care of myself. I no longer needed to defend my decision or my right to choose something that was for me. It was okay. I was okay. Now I could give more spacious and relaxed attention to Candace. I could hear about her feelings of sadness and loneliness, which predate our relationship and stem from her childhood. I could hear stories and see her cry. I could hold her and love her in her sadness, pain, and anger. And so I did. The next morning after our fight, I greeted her with a big hug and an apology. I told her how much I loved her and how sweet and beautiful and tender she is. How much I wanted to support her and love her no matter what she's feeling. These words were combined with a deep, attentive presence that she instantly felt. Of course, I was promptly ambushed by an insane 3-year-old dressed head to toe in a dinosaur-covered tracksuit. It wasn't until later that morning that we could actually have a more in-depth conversation, but by then the energy had shifted and harmony had been restored. What do you notice in yourself as you read this story? Do you feel unease? Upset? Uncomfortable? Does part of you judge me for doing this? Notice your reactions because they will reveal a great deal about your own experience of taking care of yourself. Maybe part of you longs to be freer to take care of yourself and put yourself first sometimes, but the messiness and internal guilt of it make it feel too daunting to try. If so, here is one thing that may greatly help you on your path. For many years I continually strove to be some sort of superhuman. The kind of person who was always kind, always loving, always generous. Able to give endlessly, be good-natured, always upbeat, never angry or irritable or sad or anything else negative. I demanded that of myself and I attempted to be that way in all my relationships. And guess what? I never made it. I was never able to actually be that perfect person, that saintly figure. What ended up happening is I would act that way and pretend to be that way, but inside I'd have all kinds of conflicting feelings. I would feel sad, resentful, or burned out. I wouldn't want to do something, but I'd do it anyway. And when I didn't feel happy about it, I'd internally beat the crap out of myself for being a bad, selfish guy. As far as I can tell, it doesn't work. It doesn't transform you into some kind of superhuman. It burns you out and wears you down. It makes you tired, anxious, and depressed. And so, I decided some years back that I was not going to do that to myself anymore. I am good in many ways, and even great in some, but I'm definitely not perfect. I'm not completely selfless, completely generous, and completely loving all the time. I stopped trying to be and appear perfect and started being honest, authentic, and real. While it was terrifying at first, because I was convinced I had to be perfect in order to be loved, over time nothing bad happened. In fact, I became a lot less resentful, upset, and full of inner turmoil. Aches, pains, and bodily symptoms started to disappear. Relationships went from feeling like a restrictive cage to something that enhanced the quality of my life. In short, it was good. To come full circle and conclude the Thanksgiving saga, I want to share one last piece of that story. I went down to LA and hung out with my parents' brother, cousins, and extended family. And guess what? It was okay. To be honest, I missed my wife and boys a ton. My heart ached most of my waking hours for the 2 days that I was there, and I wished I had brought them. Getting what we want doesn't always feel amazing, apparently. But asking for it and claiming it keeps us sane. And now I know. Next year I plan to bring the whole gang with me, rental car, child seats, and all. Or maybe we'll all just stay close to home and keep it simple. All I know is we'll be together, and it will be awesome. The selfish algorithm, aka the good person algorithm, so far you've learned 2 breakthrough ideas about selfishness. First, it's in the eye of the beholder whether something is deemed selfish varies based on who's deciding. Second, after years of excessive niceness, your sensors may be a little off. You might not be the best judge of what is selfish, and tend to conclude that any act of self-interest is too much and bad. Enter the selfish algorithm. Insert theme music here. This is a formula I created after my bloody, messy Thanksgiving experience. It is a series of questions you can ask yourself to determine if something is self-denying in your healthy self-interest, or indeed too much to ask for. Think of it as a recalibration process to go through until you return to your natural sense of healthy self-interest. Simply ask yourself the series of questions below to determine if something is too selfish or not. First, we'll just go through the questions, then I'll give you some examples so you can see exactly how it works. Then you can try using a situation in your life. 1. What do I want? Pretty standard, you are quite familiar with this question by now. Yet it is the place we must always start from. What exactly do you want? If you were operating from complete self-interest, what would it be? Do not water it down or compromise yet. Start with what you truly want. 2. How much do I want this? On a scale of 1-10, rate how strongly you want this. How important is it to you? How strong is the desire? 1 being minimal and 10 being strong. 3. What needs of mine am I trying to meet? Remember the 6 human needs? Certainty, variety, significance, love/connection, growth, and contribution. Which of these needs are you trying to meet? If you notice that trying to please others or avoiding conflict is driving you, aka certainty/safety, trying to preserve connection, make a note of that. 4. How will this impact the other person? Determine what the other person might feel and experience as a result of your actions. Then on a scale of 1-10, rate how strong the impact will be, 1 being minimal impact, 10 being high impact with burden or cost associated to it. 5. How can other people meet their needs and get support? Get creative and think of other ways that the people you're impacting can get the help or support they need. How else could they meet their needs if you don't do it for them? 6. Are there any other ways to meet my needs? Similarly, get creative about how else you might meet your needs. Are there other ways to do it beyond what you came up with in question 1? Let's take the Thanksgiving example to illustrate how to use the selfish algorithm. 1. What do I want? I want to spend time with cousins, my brother, and other extended family. I don't want the effort of flying with and managing kids, and I want some adult time. 2. How much do I want this? I really want this, and the need feels strong, so I give it an 8 out of 10. 3. What needs of mine am I trying to meet? Variety time away from kids, playing games with cousins and Tarek, my brother. Love/connection, spend quality time with Tarek, connection with extended family. 4. What will be the impact on the other person? Candace feels lonely and left out. She also experiences several days of solo parenting and increased demand. Impact is 8 out of 10. Here are a few tips on answering questions 1-4. First, don't water down number. 2. If you have a habit of discounting your own desires and only letting them be strong if you are certain everyone would support you, pay attention. Notice how much you want this and how important it is to you. Set aside judgment or what you should want. Similarly, when it comes to question 4, pay close attention. Old patterns of niceness may make you imagine negative impacts where none exist. You might create a fantasy of how someone will react without actually finding out the true impact. In addition, it's easy to exaggerate the size of the impact, imagining your friend will be utterly crushed if you decide to not attend their dinner party, for example. In short, slow down and be aware as you do this exercise. The purpose is to examine years of conditioned thinking and see clearly what is really happening. Also, note that if your desire is higher and the impact on others is lower, then in most cases it would be optimal for you to take action to go after what you want. This is healthy self-interest. Habitually denying this will lead to passivity and resentment, while frequently acting on your desire will bring energy, power, freedom, and a more loving and generous disposition. Let's continue on now to look at questions 5-6. 5. How can other people meet their needs and get support? When I travel for work, I ask myself this question about Candace and our boys. There are often other ways she can get some help with parenting, ranging from my parents being in town to a nanny, so she can have a few breaks, take a shower, and otherwise be an autonomous human. In the Thanksgiving situation, because it was a holiday weekend, no help was available and friends were all busy. 6. Are there any other ways to meet my needs? One of my major draws to fly down to LA was to spend time with my brother. Another possible way to meet the need for connection would be to schedule an extended phone call with him. I was also craving some sort of variety. Other ways I could meet this need overall in my life would be to challenge myself, grow, get crazy with my kids, and take risks in life. So, what's the verdict? To go or not to go? After running it through the selfish algorithm, my decision would be to not go, or to change my plans and fly down as a family. This is primarily because my desire to go and the impact on Candace were the same level of intensity. That, in addition to the fact that she didn't have support while I was gone, and I could meet one of my core needs of connection with my brother in a different way. Now it's your turn. What is a situation where you struggle to make a decision? Perhaps a situation where you judge yourself as selfish and don't even examine what you want, let alone ask for it. Practice going through this selfish algorithm now to see what insights you have about your current situation, and how you decide things for yourself in general. Over time, you will start to ask yourself these questions without having to sit down and formally go through this process. Your ability to discover your own healthy self-interest and act on it while supporting and respecting others will grow, as will your trust in yourself that what you are doing is truly beneficial for all. XRY vision, one of the biggest obstacles to acting in our healthy self-interest is simply the discomfort of doing so. Most nice people, I've discovered, tend to be sensitive humans. I myself am very sensitive, a term I used to find mildly offensive as a man. Early in our relationship, my wife would occasionally comment on my sensitivity and I'd take it as an insult. She had to clarify on several occasions that she was actually complimenting me. I'm convinced, I looked the word up and found it simply means being more responsive to the environment, which definitely describes me. It may describe you as well. This means you have the capacity to see into others, hence the title of this section. While a less sensitive person may speak with someone and move on, oblivious to that person's emotional state, you might be the opposite. You may be able to see someone as sad as you speak with them, even if they're trying to hide it. You can also pick up on anxiety, anger, hurt, and other feelings in others. What you notice in others might impact your own emotional state. If you can see the sadness in someone else, you may start to feel the sadness. This is what some people refer to as being an empath or highly sensitive person. 5. Thus, being a sensitive person can make acting in your self-interest challenging, especially if someone else feels disappointed or sad as a result. You feel their disappointment so strongly that it can be hard to stay aware of yourself and what you need. The boundaries between you and them start to blur. But boundaries are exactly what you need to help you in this situation. You can start by using what you learned in the boundaries chapter, especially around letting go of over-responsibility. In addition, be sure to practice the peace process and energy bubble meditations. These can help you create space between you and other people. And, most importantly, do not stop. Just because the other person feels pain or you feel discomfort does not mean something has gone wrong. It does not even mean you should change your mind and do whatever you need to in order to smooth things over. Stay the course. Set your sights for healthy self-interest and take small strides towards your target. If you experience a wave of empathic suffering or guilt, return to this book and use it as an affirming guide to keep you on the path. Trust me, it does get easier. Even though I'm still a sensitive person, I have more choice around how to use those abilities now. I can use it to tune into the emotions of clients, my wife, children, and those I connect with to serve them more powerfully. I can also wave my hand, say whatever, they'll be fine, and dismiss a guilty thought or impulse to take responsibility for others. And this often helps me let go and move on. Except when it doesn't. Then I have more inner work to do as I head due north towards healthy self-interest. 5. To read more about this topic, I highly recommend the author Judith Orloff, MD. Her book The Empath's Survival Guide is full of practical tools to help manage sensitivity. Death or just discomfort? A big part of the intense guilt and uneasiness that occurs when we're putting ourselves first is the fear that it is going to lead to the death of the relationship. Our nice programming taught us this little chain of logic. If you put yourself first and others have negative feelings about it, then you're selfish. If you're selfish, then you're bad. If you're bad, then you're not worthy of love and belonging until you shape up and do the right thing. I.e., become less selfish and put others first. When we act against these dictates, a young part of our minds activates with fear and anxiety. Remember our brief discussion about attachment styles earlier in this book? Basically, part of us fears we're going to lose connection with other people and end up being isolated and alone. Thus, acting in our self-interest will lead to the death of the relationship. But is this really true? Will it lead to death, or just discomfort? Most of the time we never test it to find out what actually happens. As with most things in life, our fear and anticipation of terrible things is worse than what really occurs when we face fear and take action. Perhaps another person does get upset at something you say or do. Maybe they even get fired up and say something critical or storm out of the room in a huff. This is the moment of truth. This is when your mind will want to race at 300 miles per hour, predicting the end of the world and life as you know it. You're fired, dumped, friendless, penniless, and on death's door. Panic. Freeze. Run after them and say whatever you need in order to make their upset. And your discomfort. Go away. Or pause. Breathe slowly in and slowly out. Notice the fear, panic, and restless energy in your body. Notice the dramatic stories and wild predictions of terrible futures. Stay right here in this moment. It's just discomfort. Your capacity to tolerate discomfort is one of the most valuable muscles you could ever develop. It will not only break you out of the cage of niceness into freedom, authenticity, and confidence, it will also help you get anything you want in life. Any skill, any level of career success, and even the best relationship of your life, it all comes back to your ability to tolerate discomfort. This is such a liberating insight. We'll speak more about it in the next part of this book. But first we must highlight one last area where more selfishness is good sex. Oh yes. About time we got a little spice up in here. While I can't promise you a graphic romance novel-style sex scene, I can show you how healthy self-interest will actually lead to more sex and better sex for the rest of your life. Ready? I'm sure you are. Selfishness and sexual attraction. Women want to be pleased, but they don't want a pleaser. Tony Robbins. Nothing reduces attraction more than too much niceness. When one person in a relationship sacrifices themselves, doesn't speak up or ask for what they want, and feels guilt and fear about being themselves, it doesn't go well. It's even worse if both people are doing it. Because, as you've seen in this book, and perhaps your own life, doing so kills confidence and builds resentment. And low confidence and high resentment doesn't exactly put people in the mood for romance. Conversely, being more direct, bold, outspoken, and authentic does put people in the mood for romance. These behaviors create powerful attraction that draws people together and lasting passion that sustains relationships for a lifetime. In fact, the original subtitle for this book was, Why Saying No and Being More Selfish Makes You More Sought After, Sexier, and Highly Successful in Life. Let's take a look now at some of the key reasons for why this is. The pleases plight my entire teenage years and into my early 20s could be called a dateless drought. Well, that's not entirely true, because I did have 2 women in that decade who pursued me. And I did start working up the courage in my early 20s to ask women out on dates, although usually it led to a polite note or just one date. I guess like any drought, it rained occasionally. But it was so infrequent, so unsatisfying, and so mysteriously unsustainable that I naturally concluded there was something deeply, terribly wrong with me. I simply did not realize that I was experiencing the subtle rejection that a pleaser gets while attempting to date. As a pleaser, if you're good at it, no one harshly rejects you, tells you to buzz off, or gets upset at you. They just feel mad towards you and politely distance themselves, don't return your calls, or say no, thank you to a second date. Have you experienced this? It goes both ways, always. Men dating women, women dating men dating men, women dating women, and transgender dating too. In all scenarios, being a pleaser doesn't produce the best results. Of course, this doesn't mean it never works. I know many nice people who end up in long-term relationships as pleasers. Usually, however, there is some sort of suffering in this relationship. They feel inadequate. There is no sex life or passion. Their partner frequently criticizes them. They feel tons of, mostly unconscious, resentment, or the two of them never fight in life completely peacefully, as roommates who live separate lives. These are just a few of the scenarios that I and many of my recovering nice people clients have found ourselves in. This suffering occurs because people-pleasing and niceness do not work in romantic relationships. As Tony Robbins points out, women want to be pleased, but they don't want a pleaser. I think this is true for everybody, not just women. Why is this the case? If we all want to be pleased, why doesn't someone who's eager to please us turn us on? After reading through this beast of a book up until this point, why do you think? What's your guess? You probably have some keen insights and powerful awareness after having made such a deep study over these last days and weeks. Because if I share my ideas, it can be helpful. But if you decide for yourself, it will be instantly transformative. People-pleasing isn't attractive because it's not authentic. We're not being who we really are. When we're looking to please, our focus is on how to say and do what we think the other person wants, regardless of what is true for us. This disconnect from our true selves immediately reduces our attractiveness. Then, to make matters worse, we're operating from a place of fear. Fear of upsetting the other person, fear of saying the wrong thing, fear of looking foolish, fear of being judged, and even fear of our own guilt. All this fear is another layer of attractiveness repellent that we spray on ourselves when we're being nice. We think that a polished, polite image is what's going to win the hearts of those we desire. But actually, it's your true shape, rough edges, and unrefined energy that is going to attract your beloved. Those are powerful, compelling, and highly desirable. The way you just say what you think, express what you feel, and laugh at what's funny to you. The way you scrunch your nose up in disgust at oysters and other things you don't like. Your ability to be right there with the other person, making real contact with each other. That is what creates the charge. When I went on many of those first dates, I didn't know all this. I felt deflated, confused, frustrated, and inferior after those women didn't want to date me again. I had overcome my shyness enough to ask them out. I was warm, outgoing, curious, and engaging on the date, and yet they didn't seem to want more. It made no sense to me. But now that I understand the opposite of nice, it's clear to me. Without consciously knowing it, I was hiding that rough stone with the unpolished edges, hiding my authentic self. I smoothed it over so many times that what I revealed was a soft, watered-down version of myself. This smoothing most likely showed up in smiling more than I normally do, being too quick to laugh, agreeing too much with everything, and not showing any dislike or preferences about anything. Everything is great. Let me put on this nice show for you. This comes from a deep fear that if I was to simply reveal who I really am, rough edges and all, that others would be repelled. The niceness created an invisible barrier between me and these women that blocks true connection and thus attraction. I did this to avoid rejection and stay safe. Safe and alone. Well, holding back the way out of niceness induced rejection lands to stop holding back. Everything you read in the previous chapters will naturally prepare you to do this. You're already well on your way, and perhaps have already noticed being more bold and direct with those you're attracted to. This section serves as a reminder to keep doing so and encouragement that it is especially important in your romantic life. Holding back prevents attraction from ever forming. If we're scared to make strong, direct contact with someone, then we have pretty much lost from the beginning. Even if we can talk with them, and even if we somehow exchange numbers and set up a date. It's unlikely it will carry on for long because without strong contact, there's no charge, not enough energy for both people to want to continue. Do you have a clear sense of what I mean when I say strong contact? If you're applying what you learned in the previous chapters, you're already doing it. I'll highlight a few of the key qualities as it relates to sexual attraction and romantic connection. It begins with your inner stance, which then determines how you stand, move, and look at others, and finally creates your words and actions. The stance: I'm here. I'm aware of my body, and I inhabit my body. I am solid and grounded, and I know who I am. I know what I'm after. I know what I like and what I don't like. I'm okay with myself, and I like who I am. I'm not the best, and I don't need to be the best. I'm me. From this grounded place, we turn our attention to another. Who are you? I'm curious. What are you like? What are you really like? What's beneath the persona or the mask? When you come from this place, you tend to stand taller yet more relaxed. Your head is level instead of looking downwards. You make eye contact with people in general, and strong eye contact with those you're speaking to. You can hold their gaze in a relaxed, steady manner. Your body moves in a more fluid, graceful, and natural way. Your inner stance directs you away from looking to please and garner approval from whoever you're with. Instead, you're there to share who you are, enjoy yourself, and discover who this person in front of you is. This comes across non-verbally and in your energy. It also comes out directly in what you say and do. You're better able to share what you actually think and feel. You can share what's in your mind and heart. You ask what you really want to ask. You make comments, jokes, or silly responses. You're expressive. Here are some examples of what you might say to someone when making strong contact. I also include a brief description of how you might say it. Wow, you look amazing. I love the way your hair falls against your shoulders. It gives you this timeless beauty. Looking straight into their eyes with a slight smile on your face, but appreciating the beauty you see, your tone is slow, measured, and not rushed at all. You are sharing something profound and letting it be so. What? No way. Get out of here. There's no way they're going to win. You have no idea what you're talking about. Loud, playful, boisterous. You are giving someone a hard time about their opinion, about their prediction. Your tone is light and invites discussion. Wait, what happened when you got there? Did you just smile and pretend that everything was normal? Interrupting their story to insert a question that deepens things. This shows curiosity and helps you get to know the person behind the mask. Your tone is open, curious, non-judgmental. There are countless examples of how you might do this, and for each person it's slightly different. Because it's you being you. Fully and directly. If you're afraid of doing so, worried that the other person will not like you, then you have two options. You can choose to hold back, play nice, and try to be everything you think they want you to be. Or you can choose to step up, be real, and share who you really are. The first option is safety and comfort zone city and, in my experience, leads to pain and isolation. The second could feel like a risk because you might get rejected. In fact, you will get rejected at times along the way. But you'll also be accepted and deeply loved by the people you're meant to connect with. You're not looking for every man or every woman to like you. You are looking for your man or your woman. You are looking for your people. Remember, I'm not for everybody. Not nice sex if there is ever a time to not be nice, it's during sex. Because nice sex is the worst. Well, maybe not the worst. I'm sure it can get much worse than nice. But nice sex is certainly not fun, engaging, hot, passionate, or memorable. It's nice, I guess. The fundamental misconception of nice that we've been unraveling this entire book comes back hard and strong when it comes to sex. We want to be considerate, attentive, giving, and good. We don't want to be selfish, objectifying, or uncaring to our partner. And we think the way to do that is to be nice. But this makes us anxious, tense, closed off, performance-oriented, and looking to see if we're doing a good job based on our partner's approval. It sucks the joy out of the moment, puts us in our heads, and can even induce shame and self-judgment. I've had my fair share of nice sex. In fact, that was my primary experience for many years. It starts with a high degree of focus on my partner. What does she want? Is she having a good time? Is this okay? Does she want this? Is this okay? Am I doing this right? As with any situation, if we constantly question ourselves, we'll start to feel doubtful and hesitant. Which I certainly did. But revealing that to her would make me appear insecure and like less of a man, thus ruining her attraction to me, or so I thought. So, I just put my game face on and continued, wondering if she was enjoying herself and if I was good enough. Of course, when we're having sex we are extremely close to another person, both literally and energetically. I'm sure these women could feel my nervous energy, which in turn may have led them to feel a little more tense too. I then picked up on their tension, which led to more questioning and doubt. Hot, right? The problem is I was approaching sex from the self-denying end of the selfishness spectrum. I was completely focused on her because I thought that's what a good man should do. To do otherwise was selfish, misogynistic, repulsive to women, and bad. But actually, as with all other areas of relationships, moving out of self-sacrifice and into healthy self-interest is good for everybody. By tuning into yourself more, you actually get out of your head and into your body. As you enjoy yourself more, you create more passion and energy that makes a better experience for your partner as well. Here are some tips on how to do this. The Love Doctor's tips on not nice hot sex. Tip 1. Talk. I didn't know this for years, but it's actually okay to talk during sex. What? Who knew? They never do that in movies. It all just works out seamlessly and passionately. They speak only with their eyes. Well, for most of us, our eyes don't cut it. If you're wondering if your partner likes something, ask them. Does that feel good? Wondering if you're in the exact right place. Should you move your hand over or in a different way? Ask them. This may seem so simple and obvious, but I literally did not do this for years. I thought I was supposed to become a super skilled ninja lover by reading books and random articles on the internet instead of simply asking my partner what she liked. You can ask during sex or afterwards. You can have conversations about it. You can also share what you like and want, and what you don't like. No, that's not being cruel or rude. That's you being honest and giving your partner extremely useful feedback. If you want to be kind about it, you can say, I like it when you do, instead of. This clearly highlights your preferences without saying, I hate it when you do, it feels terrible, I can't possibly understand why you think that would feel good. The more you talk about this, the more you build your confidence as a lover because you know you're doing the exact kinds of things your partner likes. Then you can focus more on the pleasurable sensations in your body and feeling the pleasure in your partner. Thinking less and feeling more is a good approach to sex and life. In addition to asking questions, you can also talk about what's happening in the moment. If you're feeling self-conscious or distracted or troubled in some way, what if you didn't have to hide that? What if you could share what was happening as it occurred? For example, hang on 1 second, I notice I'm feeling anxious and distracted and it's pulling me out of the moment. I feel self-conscious about the way my face looks as I get close to orgasm. I imagine it's not relaxed or feminine enough. If you imagine doing that, how do you feel? Does that seem easy or hard? Is it terrifying? If so, why? Do you imagine your partner would roll their eyes in disgust and impatience, urging you to get over it and get on with it so they can just get off already? Is that really what they do? Because if so, that is important information. That doesn't indicate a very high level of maturity and generosity. Sex is not about having an orgasm and being done with it. It's about connection. Physical, emotional, and deep spiritual connection. And if you're struggling with something and trying to hide it, all of these forms of connection are blocked. My wife and I have an understanding that it's okay to talk about anything during sex. And if we feel like the other person isn't fully present, we can ask, what's happening for you? I like to tease my wife because she will sometimes try to push something aside and not talk about it. She thinks it's too heavy or not very sexy to talk about while making love. However, the second she pushes aside the discomfort, I instantly feel it. Her body becomes tenser and her movements more mechanical. Her energy and life force are less permeable. She's closed off, even if she's trying to be present. In that moment I will ask, what's happening, sweetie? And after she tells me and we talk, everything opens back up and our energy is flowing freely once again. Tip 2. Men do. Take. This tip is for the partner that embodies more masculine energy. In most relationships, that's the man. However, in some cases this will be a woman-lesbian relationships, transgendered relationships, and some heterosexual couples as well. For the sake of ease, I will simply refer to this person as the man. Do you? Take. On. While it's good to ask what your partner likes and have conversations about sex, you must take this information and act on it. You must lead. Instead of pausing after each move to see if it was well received and waiting for approval, just do. Take her. On her. Deep down, this is what she wants. This is what she craves. I stopped myself from doing this for many years. I had the fear that this was bad, wrong, too forceful, unwanted, and aggressive. And so I held back. But if you're connected with her, you don't have to worry about that. You're in, you have permission, it's okay. In fact, many women have a secret fantasy about being taken by a powerful man who loves and respects her. Let your primal animal emerge. Let the force that has propelled life for billions of years move through you. Grab her. Take her. Own her. This unself-conscious immersion in the experience transports both of you to a different place. It has nothing to do with ideas about what's okay or not okay, what's right or wrong. It's just passion, energy, and raw power. It's hot. Do it. Tip 3, women, open. Release. Let go. On the flip side of the equation, women or the more feminine partner must open, release, and let go. This means letting go of worry, doubt, and fear. Letting go of any old story that you're not good enough or don't look right. Letting go of a toxic notion that your breasts or belly or butt has to look a certain way to be worthy and attractive. These are poisonous images that we have taken in from toxic aspects of our culture. Don't buy into them. Your beauty comes from within. The freer and more open you are to express all of yourself, the more magnetically attractive you become. A woman who is free, flowing, full of emotion, feeling, and heart, fully exuding feminine energy will turn heads, no matter what her dress size is. The more you can relax, let go of old stories and fears, and free yourself to be exactly as you are in the moment, the better sex you'll enjoy. This may require taking action on tip 1 and having some conversations during or after sex. It may involve doing some inner work to fully love and accept your body, just as it is, replacing judgment with gratitude. It may involve creating a deeper connection and better relationship so that you feel fully safe and free to open up. Tip 4. Revel in the beauty. Let yourself enjoy whatever you enjoy in your partner. As a man, I greatly enjoyed the physical beauty of the women I made love with. I loved their eyes and cheeks. The way their hair cascaded down their neck and back. The smoothness of their neck and shoulders. The shape of their waist and the groove in their low back. Their breasts and belly. I could go on, and yet, I noticed I didn't let myself fully enjoy this visual and sensual pleasure. I feared they would think I was objectifying them, or that they may be self-conscious about a certain feature and feel uncomfortable if I were to look at it. And so, I would cast brief glances at their bodies while maintaining all my focus on their faces and eyes. It wasn't until I was with my wife Candace that I shared this insecurity. She was surprised and said it felt exciting when I looked at her and enjoyed her beauty. She said it made her feel sexy and turned her on. Go figure. Another inaccurate story that limited me for a decade. Chapter 11. Say no. My biggest challenge with being nice is that people tend to take advantage of me. It seems like I'm doing everyone's job at work because I'm too damn nice and can't bring myself to say no to anyone. FV, what is your relationship with the word no? It may seem like an unusual question, but we all have an emotional love or hate relationship with the word. Some people like it and use it all the time. Other people think it's the worst and avoid using it at all costs. And still others don't like saying it and dislike hearing it even more. For them, no is a bad word. How about you? Your answer to that question has a surprisingly large impact on your life. As you will see in this chapter, your ability to freely and skillfully say no when you want and need to has a wide variety of benefits in your life, from career to friendships to your love life. In short, no is your friend. No is where it's at. No is good. In many situations, saying no can be uncomfortable. We don't like disappointing people. And yet, doing so is essential to break free from the life-restricting cage of niceness that strangles true happiness and fulfilling relationships. So, we are left with a choice. One that is going to be familiar to you by now, as it is repeated with each of these pillars of not nice. You can choose to start saying no when you want to and need to, and face the initial discomfort, or you can continue to avoid saying no, and continue to play nice to avoid the disapproval of others. If you choose the first option to begin saying no when needed, and I suspect you will, you're going to build yet another form of strength, another muscle. Building this muscle allows you to choose what's most important in your life, and how to prioritize your time, activities, and every aspect of your life. In short, being able to say no gives you power. Power in this context refers to personal power, your ability to choose to do something and act on it. By saying no when you need to, you are automatically saying yes to what you really want. This creates a sense of choice, autonomy, and freedom. It makes you feel like you are the captain of your ship and the master of your destiny rather than a rudderless raft floating at sea. Are you ready to start building your no muscle? Fortunately, life is the gym for building this muscle, so you will find an endless number of places to practice. Let's begin by seeing just how powerful the word no really is. The power of no, the level of your commitment, is measured not by what you say yes to, but what you say no to. Rich Litvin, being able to say no when you want to can set you free in all areas of your life. In your business and work life, saying no allows you to stay on track and not get swept away by other people's agendas. There are so many competing demands for your time and attention that you could spend your entire day, week, month, or year simply doing what everyone else wants you to do. In fact, if someone has an inability to say no, other people in an organization may discover this and take advantage of it for their benefit, placing more and more of their work onto that nice person's plate. Saying no allows you to preserve your own agenda, direction, and goals. Imagine a ship sailing north to get to a specific island. If it sailed due north each day, it would get there within 3 weeks. But what if each day it went different directions, west for a little bit, then east, then some north? The next day it started out going north, then went east, then even south for a bit, then back to north. How long would it take to get to that island, if it ever even made it? Without the ability to say no, we are that boat bouncing all over the place. You want this done now? Sure thing. You need me to do this over here? Okay, you got it. Other people's requests become demands. Other people's urgency becomes our own emergency. The extreme example of this is when someone says to jump and you say how high. This is anxiety. It's people-pleasing at its worst and it makes us feel our worst. Yet the compulsion to continue out of fear and niceness can be strong, so we stay the course, nice and meandering. Saying no in your business and work life ends the insanity. It clears away the confusion and declutters your day. It helps you be more productive, achieve more, and best of all, feel more happy and free. It keeps you connected to your bigger purpose and mission so you can do what you're here to do. The importance of saying no doesn't stop at your workplace. It's an essential ability in your personal life as well, because what you say yes to and what you say no to determines what you do with your time in your life. If you are invited somewhere and you say yes, that's what you're doing for the next few hours or more. Which is great. If you wanted to go, it can also make you feel trapped, bored, restless, unhappy, and resentful. Being able to say no to invitations, offers, and suggestions from friends, family, and loved ones helps you guide your ship in your personal life as well. While you may not have the exact same goal-driven direction as you do in your business life, you still generally know what you want and don't want. Since you've been asking yourself that question all the time since you read Chapter 7 on boundaries, right? Being able to say no operates in an even subtler way than where you go and what you do. It even includes moment-to-moment interactions, including what you talk about and how long you speak with someone, because saying no doesn't literally mean using the word no. You can say no by interrupting someone's extended story at a party and telling them you need to go somewhere else. You can say no by changing the subject in a conversation or asking a new question. This subtle use of no adds to your sense of complete freedom. That is the goal of this chapter and this entire book, to give you a sense of freedom to be you in the world. Saying no is a big piece of that puzzle. Without no, you are not free at all. You are trapped, obligated, stuck, and living in a world of I have to. Is this where you live now? Doing things you don't really want to do, but feel you have to. Being driven more than you'd like by obligation? Feeling trapped in conversations, in meetings, or in situations that are not making you feel most free and alive? If so, it's time for no. You just might need to go on a no rampage. Later in this chapter we'll talk about how to do this skillfully and successfully so it enhances your life and those around you. First, let's dismantle our fear of no. Let's see why we used to hate using that word and how to befriend it so it can become a liberating tool on a daily basis. Creeping dread, if there is so great, how come we don't use it all the time, whenever we want? In fact, I may be preaching to the choir. You may already know that it's good to say no and have been wanting to do so more. And yet, something stops you. What is it? The only thing that ever really stops any of us, fear. At its core, the main obstacle is simply fear of what will happen if we say no. We have dozens of predictions about what might happen and how people could react. They will be upset, turned off, angry, frustrated, hurt, disappointed, and unhappy. This will lead to breakups, firing, loss of clients and customers, and death and ruin. Fun side note, after studying fear so much these last 15 years, I was fascinated by how if you follow the fear down to its root, it leads you to intense isolation, pain, death, and loss of everything we love, hence the phrase death and ruin. To snap myself out of worry and fear-based thinking, I will often playfully call out death and ruin in my mind. For example, if my mind starts worrying, did I do that intervention right? That client is probably disappointed and upset with me, death and ruin. This always makes me smile and helps me keep perspective. Use that as you will or don't. And now back to our regularly scheduled programming. We are scared of saying no. We think bad things will happen. In fact, we even accumulate evidence of bad things happening after we did say no at different times in our lives. People did get upset. We did get in trouble at work. It was bad, see? This selective evidence gathering keeps the anti-no propaganda campaign going, so we never use the word. While bad and undesirable outcomes might happen, this is actually very unlikely because for significant loss to occur, such as the loss of a job or relationship, many things have to be going wrong. If you are an amazing team member and continually produce outstanding results, and then you say no to some things you don't want to do, no one is going to fire you. If you are a loving spouse who is deeply connected with your partner, they are not going to leave you, so say no to some invitations. So, these outcomes are actually very unlikely. What we're really scared of is the emotional discomfort around saying no. We're afraid of the tension that can occur when our desires differ from someone else's, that feeling of discomfort and unease in your chest and stomach when someone is upset with us. Why is this so emotionally upsetting, even if rationally we know that it's okay to say no and speak up for what we want? What are your biggest fears about saying no? Take a moment to think about that now. The more specific you can be, the freer you will become. Here are the most common fears about saying no: fear of confrontation, fear of upset, fear of loss, fear of our own judgment of being a bad, selfish person. While all of these contribute to the fear we feel about saying no, there is one that is underneath them all. It feeds many of them and is responsible for the strongest resistance and avoidance. At its root, the fear of saying no comes from insecure attachment. Remember way back when in Chapter 2 we talked about relationships sometimes feeling like walking on a tightrope. If we are securely attached, we know that we can be ourselves, make mistakes, and generally live our lives, and people close to us will love us for who we are. They aren't going anywhere. When we are insecurely attached, we can feel like we have to earn love and continually keep people close to us by not making mistakes, never upsetting, and otherwise being good. In short, saying no makes us feel unsafe. It can trigger a fear of being abandoned in emotional centers in our brain. When people are sad, disappointed, or angry, they tend to be less warm and available. This withdrawal can trigger that insecure feeling, which is uncomfortable. Most people will react to this feeling by trying to hastily apologize. Have you ever had that urge after saying no or being assertive? Lord knows I have. But insight leads to liberation if it's coupled with action. When you step up and take the risk to say no, it might not be pretty, and it might not be comfortable. After you do it, your stomach may lurch and your brain may kick into hyper-worry mode. If you know, however, that your discomfort, no matter how intense, is due to an internal fear that long predates your current situation, you are much better equipped to deal with it. Instead of going outward to fix the situation, you'll turn inward to feel. You can soothe the frightened part and see how to calm yourself so you feel safer and grounded in your body. Doing so is the pathway to freely and easily saying no without guilt, and is what you're going to learn later in this chapter. First, let's explore what most people do with the creeping dread. Avoid it. Obligation-based relationships. How often do you two speak? I asked. About once a month or so, she replied. Do you enjoy those conversations? Sort of. Not really. I feel anxious ahead of time. It feels like there's so much to catch up on, she said. I see. Not beforehand. What about during the conversation? Or afterwards, do you feel energized, lighter, happier, excited? I said. No, not really, she said. Why do you do it? I asked. After a few weeks goes by, the pressure starts to build up. I feel like we're due for a call, then I wait a week or so more and it becomes so intense I reach out to him, or if he reaches out to me and leaves a message, I feel like I have to get back to him. Sounds like fun. This is a brief snippet of a conversation I had with a client who was trapped in a web of obligation-based relationships. Pretty much all of her relationships were strongly dictated by obligation, what she should do in order to do what others wanted and thus be a good person. These kinds of relationships are born from avoidance of the word no. In order to avoid the tension, discomfort, guilt, or fear of loss, we simply say yes. Yes to spend time with someone, yes to talk on the phone, yes to do what they want. This, like all avoidance, provides short-term relief from uncomfortable feelings, but it generates greater pain in the long term. The extended phone calls, coffee hangouts, lunches, dinner parties, or other unwanted encounters tend to be unpleasant and agitating. In addition, your own sense of strength and personal power is diminished, leaving you with less ability to boldly be yourself in the world, which creates another layer of pain. And then, while you're doing all this stuff you don't really want to do with people you don't really want to be with, your life is passing you by. You could be filling that time with people you love, doing things that bring you energy, vitality, and joy. Missing out on this is the next layer of pain that comes from avoiding the discomfort of note in the short term. As always, avoidance equals pain. We often have belief systems we've adopted that support our need to sustain obligation-based friendships. It's good to be a team player. It's important to sustain friendships for a lifetime. You can't leave friends. Friends don't just leave each other. Friends are forever. If you don't nurture these relationships, you'll be all alone when you're older. You have to be there for family always and no matter what. These, and many more, are a mishmash of ideas we've heard, things parents told us, and our own values. They merge together into all or nothing rules that have very little nuance for the complexity of life. Friends are forever. But what if I don't enjoy spending time with a certain friend anymore? What if our connection was based on the fact that we worked together and could talk about our coworkers? What if I've grown a lot and they're still similar to when we first became friends 10 years ago? What if they tell long stories that I don't enjoy and don't ever seem interested in my life? The same goes for our obligation-based relationships with family. I should be there for my parents or brother, sister, uncle, etc. This could be a core value of yours to support and be there for family. But what does that mean? In all cases, no matter what. Does that mean everything from being at the hospital bed to picking up their laundry? Does that mean you can't say no to flying out of state to attend your uncle's 60th birthday party? I understand that family relationships are complex and sometimes involve doing things we are not excited about. This is because we value the connection and understand that doing something for others is part of sustaining a long-lasting relationship. The key, however, is to determine to what extent you will go. You just might find that you can say no to a lot more of the small stuff while still saying yes to the big stuff. One client in my mastermind program was struggling with an obligation-based relationship with her mother. Her father had passed away several years earlier, and she was the child who got along best with her mom. She would go over to her house regularly to help her garden, attend church with her on Sundays, and called her frequently. She was struggling, however, because she didn't like going to the church and she hated gardening. She was frustrated and wished her siblings would help out more, although attempts to push them into doing so had been unsuccessful. In the group call, we explored her options. I started by having her explore her CSI complete self-interest desires. That's where you ask yourself what you really want in the situation, if you knew the other people involved would be completely fine with your decision. In this case it was, if you could choose anything you wanted and you knew your mother would be fine and feel great about it, what would it be? It turned out to be way less contact and different activities entirely. Did she really need to garden with her mom? Could they do something else together? Did she have to attend church with her? How often did she want to call her? What did she actually want to talk about on the phone? These are the kinds of questions that freed her up to choose a way to connect with and support her mother that were more engaging, nourishing, and fun for her as well. In many cases, our strong internal dictative of be there for others 100%, which sounds like a noble virtue, is actually a clever form of avoiding saying no. We're scared to do something and feel guilty for doing it, so we take control by saying it's part of our values. This keeps us locked into behaving this way, no matter what it actually feels like inside. Is it working for you? How would you know? To discover what's really true, slow down and pay attention, especially when you agree to do something with someone, or after you've spent time with them. Do you feel energized after the activity? Do you feel lighter, happier, and more optimistic? These are the signals of positive, beneficial connection that is nourishing you. Even if you don't love the activity, like the gardening for example, perhaps spending time with someone you love feels good in a deep way. Knowing you brightened your mom's day warms your heart. Or do you feel drained afterwards? When you slow down and pay attention, and honestly check in with yourself, do you feel resistant, upset, negative, frustrated, or resentful? Do you drive home pissed off at your brother because he never does gardening and he should, damn it? Do you have an urge to call him up and chew him out for not doing enough with mom? Do you feel tense in your body? Does your back hurt when you wake up in the morning before gardening day? Must have slept on it wrong. These are signs to pay attention to. These are indicators on your dashboard that you are out of alignment. The way out of obligation-based relationships is to begin with asking yourself the million-dollar question, what do I want? When you do, go out as far as possible on the selfish spectrum. For just a moment, let go of what you should do, or what is acceptable, or what the other person would think. Just try it on. You don't have to buy it. Just see what that feels like to tune into your heart and see what you really want deep down. Then, and only then, you can work your way back to the nuances of the situation to see how to steer it. What can you shift? What can you change? A number of years ago I learned how to do this when my parents or brother would visit me. In the past, I would be 100% available, planning on just hanging out from Friday afternoon to Sunday evening. That would mean dinner on Friday, breakfast on Saturday, followed by all day hanging out together, non-stop. Then repeat that again for round 2 on Sunday. And if my folks came in on a Thursday, well, I'll have dinner with them on Thursday before we kick off the weekend immersion. By the end of the weekend, without my typical alone time, self-care, and things I did for fun, I would feel burnt out, sensitive, and irritable. Then I would conclude I felt this was because I was a bad son, or brother, or perhaps just a bad human being. When I brought up this pattern in my men's group, the leader asked me, "What would your ideal visit look like?" Simple question, and one I had surprisingly never thought about. I'd been making the assumption for years that what my parents or brother wanted was me all day, every day. After all, they lived in different states and we didn't see each other all the time. So, I asked myself what I really wanted, feeling quite uncomfortable in just the asking of the question. Well, I paused, hesitating. I guess dinner Friday would be nice when they come in, then I'd have the morning to myself to read, make breakfast, and work out. Then I could meet up with them in the early afternoon. I'd love to take them for a hike out in the gorge. That would be fun. Maybe have some time with Dad to get his ideas on investing. Instead of going out on Saturday, I'd love to eat one of Mom's meals. Maybe I could help her cook. Then Sunday, I'd like to have the morning on my own again, then meet up in the afternoon for a movie and some hanging out, then have the evening to myself and relax before the week begins. As I write it now, it sounds so fun and I feel love for my parents. As I spoke it then, I felt tension, fear, and guilt. How could I be such a bad son? They've come all this way and I don't even want to see them in the mornings. For shame. But at this point in my life, I knew I had to do what scared me if I wanted to grow and create the life I wanted. I also had a growing clarity that acting in my healthy self-interest and having boundaries allowed me to truly love others and deeply connect with them. Despite some spasms of guilt as I carried it out over the next several visits, they went well. My parents seemed delighted by me saying what I wanted more and were game to do what I wanted. In fact, they were looking to me to suggest what we could do. The space in between periods together helped me recharge and take care of myself, so I felt more energized and engaged. It went so well that I actually decided a number of years ago that I am only going to spend time in relationships that energize me and enhance my life. My time here is finite and there are so many people I like and love. I do not want to spend time with anyone that drains me. I slowly moved away from unended relationships that did not serve me, including ones with drama, chaos, or frequent negativity. Over time, my energy rose higher and higher. Now I am surrounded by supportive, inspiring, intelligent, and loving people. I spend time with those that bring out the best in me and inspire me to grow even more. I only work with clients I like. Those who I feel love and connection for and who inspire and excite me with their motivation, openness, and heart. I only spend time with friends who are bright lights, who are intelligent, motivated, self-aware, loving, and amazing people. I only spend time with family members who I deeply love and connect with, like my brother, dad, mom, and some aunts, uncles, and cousins. Sure, I still see other family members at weddings, funerals, and other events, but I don't have ongoing contact with them. I ended friendships that didn't serve me. I concluded with clients who weren't at level 4 or 5 of motivation. Life without obligation-based relationships is full of so much more love, appreciation, energy, freedom, and fun. I highly recommend you take the actions you need to create your own path to more choice in your relationships. In fact, let's see what that would actually look like for you, so you can start acting on that more and more. Hell yes or hell no, anything less than a hell yes is a hell no. Rich Litvin, the choice is yours. You can choose to avoid the creeping dread and carry out a series of obligation-based relationships, all the while feeling more drained, dissatisfied, and resentful. Or you can choose to give yourself permission to say no. Not because it was allowed, or because everyone else would agree, but simply because you wanted to. One of my teachers, who I mentioned before, Rich Litvin, taught me about the idea of hell yes or hell no. He was sharing this when it came to working with clients. He wanted both his clients and himself to be a hell yes on working together. If they felt ambivalent about it, or if he didn't feel fully on board, then it wasn't a hell yes, and so he would not work with them. I instantly loved this concept and began expanding it to all areas of life. What if you only did things that were a hell yes? Impossible. Outrageous. Offensive. I get it, it's not the typically nice way of being in the world. In fact, it might even seem selfish. But is it really? Is spending time with someone out of obligation enjoyable for them? If you agree to go somewhere you don't really want to be, are you that fun to be around? Perhaps you're the world's greatest actor, but most people can't fully hide their displeasure. It might not be obvious, but most likely your energy is lower, you're a little tighter in your body, and shorter with your words. In other words, you're probably less fun to be around. Let's do a little experiment to see what your life would be like if you only did your hell yeses. Take out a sheet of paper or open up a file on your phone or computer and make a list. Write down all the things you do on a regular basis in both your professional and personal life. For example, write book her to gym time with Boaz, make breakfast, make smoothies, team meeting with Jenny, emails, prepare materials for live event plan, schedule for live event, record podcasts, record videos, lunch date with Candace, session with one ominous, one client, session with potential client, session with one ominous, one client. This is just a sample. Your list would be longer than this, most likely. Be sure to include all of the activities you do regularly at work and in your personal life. Go ahead and do that now before reading any further. Welcome back. Did you get everything? Now go through and rank each item on your list. Yes, every single one. Put a Y next to the ones that are a hell yes for you, and an N next to the ones that are a hell no for you. Remember, anything less than a hell yes is a hell no, so if you're hesitating and hovering, trying to decide, it's probably a hell no. Do this now. So, what did you notice? Is your life filled with more Y's or N's? Did this surprise you? Or does it make sense? Typically, if our lives are filled with a majority of hell no's that we're doing anyway because we feel like we have to, we feel worse. If it's full of hell yeses that we have chosen, we feel better. As you look at your list, do you want to change anything? Are there any hell no's you could let go of? Stop doing entirely? Delegate to someone else? Take a few minutes to really ponder this. It might not be all of them all at once, but what if you could just start with one, or a few? How would that impact how you feel? I like to do this process every 3 months or so for both my business and personal life. My goal in my business is to do only what I love. That doesn't mean only what's easy. There are things that I don't quite love because they're challenging, or uncomfortable, or stir up fear and feelings of rejection. Those are still a hell yes for me because my life is not about avoiding discomfort, it's about doing what scares me in the service of something greater. It's about being a force for good and a warrior of the light. But there are many things that I didn't enjoy doing that were not a hell yes. So, they were a hell no and I found a way to stop doing them. These include editing my own videos and podcasts, uploading and posting them, managing social media posts, coordinating the logistics of live events, and dozens of other tasks in my business. This allows me to focus on working with clients, running groups, creating, writing, recording, reading, teaching, and all the other stuff that I love doing. The same goes for my personal life. I don't know about you, but I love cleaning up dishes in the sink and putting them in the dishwasher. Perhaps because it's such a simple task and it's relatively easy and quick. Perhaps because it is so tangible and I get to see the results of my efforts instantaneously. I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell yes for me. Cleaning my toilet? Not so much. Deep cleaning on the stove under the burners? Ugh. So, we hired someone to come for 3 hours per week to do that sort of cleaning. One more hell no off my list. Of course, when it comes to life with small children, I do end up doing things that are not a hell yes for me. When it's dinner time and my son loudly proclaims he has to poop and wants me to read a story to him while he does so, that's not necessarily a hell yes for me. Sometimes I will find it in me to make it a hell yes. I'll get playful, find perspective, and see the sweetness of his desire for some alone time with me even though it's in the bathroom, or even bring the rest of my dinner in there to tell him a story while I eat. Yes, it's as glamorous as it sounds. Sometimes, when I really don't want to, I'll say, how about I get you started and then I'll come back out and eat. Offering this shows me if he really needs to go or if he just wants some story time with Daddy. I then offer this, I can tell you a story while we eat at the table, do you want to do that? And if I don't feel like telling a story, I offer to read a book. Even within the realm of being a child-centric parent who values giving to your kids, there's room to find the hell yes for you. This is essential or you will go insane. My point here is even when we feel like we can't say no to something, we still have wiggle room. We still have the choice of how we want to do it, and alternatives we can offer. Once we're no longer terrified of the reaction to our alternatives, we can get a lot more creative. It's also helpful to realize that you always have a choice. Everything you do is a choice. This is one of the core realizations that helps you be an owner of your life instead of a victim. I'm choosing how I want to parent based on my values. You are choosing where you want to work and what kind of work you want to do. You're choosing how to respond to your spouse, boss, coworkers, friends, parents, and everyone else. As your niceness decreases and your authenticity and power grow, you will see that no one is making you do something. In truth, the only thing that creates that perception is the fear and guilt we feel if we imagine saying no. It's not them, it's us. We are making ourselves do it. With our own internal demands, our own need to have strict adherence to being a good son, daughter, father, mother, employee, spouse, or friend. This can all shift once you start to decide what is a hell yes and what is a hell no for you, and to stick to it. It's uncomfortable at first, and then becomes much easier, much more a part of who you are and what you do. In fact, let's look at an example of this in action right now. It will be messy part due in my reality. I don't do things I don't want to do. That's a statement I remind myself of often. It's another way of bringing me back to hell yes, hell no, and my power of choice. In some places it's harder than others. And in some areas of life, I have to dig deeper to see that I really do want to do what I'm doing. For example, changing a poopy diaper is generally not on my preferred list of activities. So, in a sense, I don't want to change the diaper. However, I do want children. I want to take care of them. I want them to feel nurtured, loved, and safe. I want to help Candace and create a home that is filled with love and harmony. So, it looks like I want to change that poopy diaper after all. Now, if you'll excuse me for just one moment, one place that I'm very clear about what I want and don't want is in my social time. With 2 small children, a wife who I can't get enough of, and a mission that I'm passionate about, my time for hanging out socially is precious. I want to spend that time with friends and family that inspire me and fill me with love, connection, laughter, and joy. So, I say no to a lot of offers. That's right, I'm big time. A little while back, a friend from my old men's group reached out to me. I say friend, although our time together had only been in the context of the men's group. I loved being with him in that setting, and his humor would make me laugh all the time. I really appreciated him and we grew a lot together over the 2 years I was in the group. After I left the group, we had lunch a few times and no contact in between. Here's a recent text conversation we had. Eric, Aziz. Eric here. How are you, my man? I need you, dude. I have in earnest begun to face my fear of monogamy. I have my someone who's quite incredible and it's triggering stuff. You have a relationship that I admire, so I'm talking to those who have those relationships to get their experiences. So, lunch soon. Plus, I'd love to catch up, see how you are. Me, hey Eric. Congrats on finding a super special lady. You're quite incredible, so it's a good match. I'm currently overextended between work, family, and other commitments. I have decided to take care of myself by slowing down and not saying yes to much for 2 minus 3 months. So, unfortunately, I won't be available for lunch for another few months or so. Eric, honestly, Aziz, that feels very off-putting actually. I never hear from you, and when I reach out you're 3 months out. I know it's not personal, but really? Do you honestly expect me to stay engaged with you with a response like that? Strikes me as pretty arrogant, though I know it's really not your intention. Me, Eric, I'm sorry, my man. It sounds like you have a desire or expectation for a certain level of connection/friendship with me. I love you and deeply appreciate the growth we did together in the men's group, and I will have lessons and memories of that for the rest of my life. And I am currently not seeking the same level of relationship at this time. Having 2 small children is a pretty crazy, full-on experience. There are people in my inner circle that I have not seen in months. I wish you all the best in your new relationship and in all areas of your life. Haha, look at us, a couple of no longer nice guys. I'm saying no and you're upset and telling me about it, Eric. Well, I don't have a new relationship. It's a potential one. It's, of course, complicated and as of yesterday, not going well. As far as your response and where you're at, I don't really know what to make of it. I appreciate you have kids and that's a huge working operation. But as far as expectation, seeing you once every 15 months does not sound too terribly unreasonable. I feel rejected and unappreciated. And I know if I don't reach out in the future, that'll be it for us. That does not feel good to me. And as is, I'm not talking about us hanging out, or me becoming Uncle Eric. It's just lunch. Me, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm just not available in the way you'd like me to be. How do you feel as you read this? Uncomfortable? Upset? Are you judging him or me? Pay attention, because it will reveal your own stance on saying no. Let's take a moment to break this down, because it can help liberate you to have full permission to follow your own inner guidance. He clearly wants to spend time with me, and is making a direct request for it. In your rulebook, is it okay to say no to that? Is it sometimes okay? Never okay. Does your preference matter in this situation? If you want to spend time together, it's a no-brainer. But what if you don't? What if you feel a sense of resistance or aversion in your heart to the idea? Does your mind come in and try to convince you? Does it start to tell you that you're wrong for saying no, that this person needs you, or that you're someone selfish or bad? Most of us learned in our early days of nice programming that our preferences are secondary, that it is our duty to meet other people's requests regardless of how we feel about it. And if we don't feel like it, our feelings are wrong and must be overridden. I used to operate from this rulebook too, and it led to a great deal of anxiety, pain, and frustration. In fact, being too nice is what led me into the men's group where I met Eric in the first place. Several years ago, I would have been unable to have this kind of exchange with Eric. I most likely would have simply agreed to see him to avoid the discomfort. The fear and guilt I experienced around saying no would have been so intense that it wouldn't have felt worth it to me. But I've been flexing my no muscle all these years. I've had hundreds of opportunities to practice as my business has grown, and I've begun to interact with thousands of people through the internet. To say yes to everything that everyone asks me for and wants me to do would be impossible. And so, I've learned how to say no. What I found most surprising about this exchange was how little guilt I felt. It was clear to myself that I wasn't available in the way he wanted me to be, and I didn't feel a sense of guilt or obligation as if I should be. The more you say no, the easier it gets. You become more clear, direct, and relaxed with doing what you want to do and not doing what you don't want to do. This creates a much greater sense of choice in your life, which generates feelings of freedom, happiness, and enjoyment. Let's turn now to the specifics of exactly how to do it. Below you will discover how to say no in a way that is clear, respectful, and loving, while still maintaining your boundaries. How to say no. Step 1. Start doing it. That's the biggest and most important step in the whole process. Because much of our need to know exactly how to say no is really just fear. When we say we don't know how to do it, it implies that we need to go learn how to do it before we can take action. This creates some sweet relief through some temporary avoidance. It gives us some breathing room so we can start saying no later. But to really gain the freedom to say no when you want to, you must start doing it. Now, the more you do it, the better you get and the more skillful you become. In fact, there seem to be 3 levels to the process of saying no. The 3 levels of no. Level 1 internal. In this level, you learn how to determine whether you're a yes or a no internally. As in, do I actually want to do this? This might sound simple, but it actually takes quite a bit of practice. After decades of nice person programming, we can find it quite difficult to determine what we really want. We might agree to something instantaneously without even pausing to see if we really want to participate. Or the other person wants it, so we just agree because we don't want to hurt or offend them. The goal of level 1 is to slow down and make a practice of checking in with yourself. It's an extension of the MVP question of this book, what do I want? Because you can't say no to something if you don't even know what you want. For the next few weeks, make a practice of checking if you actually want to do something or not. It's okay if you find out it's a no, but you're already along for the ride. That will probably happen a number of times as you build awareness. Heck, it still happens to me sometimes, even after all this work on being less nice. My wife and I might have made plans during the week to do something during our Sunday afternoon date. Then, when Sunday comes around and we're out doing whatever we planned, I'll notice that I don't want to be doing it. Why didn't I mention this at the start of our date so we could change our plans, or at least discuss alternatives? Because I didn't slow down and ask myself these questions. As you make a practice of checking in with yourself, you'll become more skilled at discovering what your mind, heart, and body really want. Then you can start doing more of level 2. Level 2 get it out. The next level of no is simply to say no. To get it out of your head and into the world, no matter how it comes out. We all want to be smooth operators who skillfully say no in such a way that everyone is completely pleased, happy, and content. But this requires a lot of practice, and even then is not always possible. Sometimes needs and desires differ and people feel upset. That's part of being human. Relationships are messy. To practice step 2, begin saying no more. I highly recommend setting a goal for yourself. Pick a time frame and a number of no's that you want to say. When I first did this, I decided I would say 2 no's in 1 week. You can apply the techniques you'll learn in a moment so that you are more tactful and graceful, but it's not always smooth. Oftentimes when we start saying no, we have lots of feelings about it. We feel guilty, or afraid, or have a backlog of resentment from not saying no for years. We feel tense in our bodies, worried about how they'll respond, and ready for the pushback. All this inner turmoil makes smooth execution challenging, and it energetically sends a message to the other person that can bring about more awareness in their response. They feel our tension and interpret it as shortness or rudeness, for example. But don't worry about it. See it as a process and a skill you are developing. Your first no's can be a little rough. When I decided with firm conviction that I would say my 2 no's, I was working as a resident at the Portland State University Counseling Center. I had just finished reading a chapter in a book about assertiveness and declared to myself, that's it, I'm going to start saying no, starting right now. A few seconds later, I opened my office door to head to the bathroom. At the very same moment, my fellow resident and good friend, Benjer, was coming out of his office. "Hey, Aziz," he said, smiling. "Hey man," I said. "Can you get to the group early today to set up the room? I know it's my turn to set up this week, but I have an assessment that's due tomorrow and I want to try to finish it today," he said. "No, okay," he said, looking a little confused. I continued on my way down the hall towards the bathroom, freaking out inside. Good lord, that was so uncomfortable. I didn't even mind getting to the room early to set it up. I normally would have said yes. I was so set on getting my 2 no's I just took the opportunity. I had a panicky urge to turn around, run back down the hall to his office and tell him that I'd be happy to set up the room. But I didn't. I slowed my breathing, calmed my body, and reminded myself that I had a right to say no without justifying or explaining myself. It wasn't smooth and it wasn't pretty, but I got it out and was well on my way to saying no more freely and easily. Let yourself be messy during this stage. It's okay. And oftentimes it's the only way. There's a lot of fear, guilt, discomfort, and everything else preventing you from casually saying no. The only way to work through all of that is to change your beliefs about niceness, which you're doing with this book, and then just do it until it becomes relaxed and natural. Level 3 Refined Communication. Once you've practiced the first 2 levels a number of times, you'll discover that you can be quite good at saying no. In your core, you're a natural. We all are. Because saying no is the most natural social interaction in the world. We say yes to what we want and no to what we don't want. It is only after years of conditioning that we learn this is wrong. This 3rd level involves saying no in a less guarded, more relaxed way. We are no longer tense or aggressive from feeling scared that we're doing something wrong. And we're no longer overly submissive from guilt. Instead, we can simply say no in a calm and loving way when we don't want to do something. It's no big deal. It flows out of you like asking for a drink or for someone to pass the salt. Even in instances of higher stakes, such as dating, business, and social situations where people are more emotionally attached, you'll discover that you can speak clearly and directly, saying no and offering alternatives whenever needed. If the stakes are high for you, of course you may feel nervous or anxious. But your capacity to have all your wits about you and still say what you want to say will still be there. In short, you'll be a badass. I want to stress that for virtually all recovering nice people, this comes over time. We want to get there instantly and skip levels 1 and 2, especially level 2. That one sucks. But there is no other way to get better at something than to do it messily at first. When we wait to somehow magically leapfrog to level 3, we generally take less action and slow down our progress. Below you are going to learn some smooth move ninja tactics that naturally emerge when you're at level 3. These can help accelerate your progress and make you better at saying no than most people. Following these tips tends to create less friction and make your experiences more rewarding, so you'll want to say no again. Still, give yourself time and space. Let yourself swim around in the first few levels for a while. Because the real secret to being at level 3 is not what you say, it's being calm and collected in the face of potential upset and friction. And guess how we develop that capacity? 5 tips for saying no like a no master. In my glory days, I played my fair share of Warcraft computer games. If you are not familiar with them, they involve maneuvering orcs, wizards, night elves, and other fantasy creatures around a cartoonish world so that they can build armies and slay each other. It's 1 part strategy, 1 part creativity, and 1 part frantic clicking. I loved these games, and I played all the solo missions and thoroughly beat the computer. I was the best. And then I decided to try my hand at online combat, playing against some anonymous dude or dudette somewhere on the other side of the country or the world. I lowered into the online combat mode and waited my opponent in the arena. Several seconds later, I had been matched. Walker 43. I like it. Sounded like a nice chap. The game took several seconds to load and then we began. I chose the human race because the humans were the best and that's all I played against the computer. I saw my familiar 5 worker peasants in my home base. I sent 1 to chop wood, 2 to mine gold, and 2 to build a barracks. Gotta get those foot soldiers ASAP, this is a war after all. As my guys were working, I typed in, "Hey there," into the chat window. After a brief delay, I saw the following on my screen. Walker 43, GLHF. I had no idea what that meant. I later discovered it stood for good luck, have fun. But he didn't seem too talkative, so I focused on my army base. Things were going well. By now I had 4 foot soldiers and was working on my next building. Soon I would have my blacksmith so I could build knights. Then I'd be unstoppable. Seconds later, I see a gang of 9 orcs running into my base. He had orc grunts and headhunters. He had better units and twice as many units. How had he built them so fast? How was that even possible? I hastily clicked my troops, making a feeble attempt at defending my base. Within seconds it was all over. He smashed through my troops without losing a single one of his units, and then demolished my base. As the small army was burning my buildings to the ground, this appeared on my screen. Worker 43, you suck, noob. Ouch. The online battle world was a brutal place. This was my first introduction to the term noob. You may be familiar with it, or it still may be relegated to the nerdiest corners of the internet gaming world. But essentially a noob is a beginner. Despite what my angry friend Worker 43 has to say about it, being a beginner is completely fine. It's the only way to begin anything new. Below you will find 5 key tips to help you say no less like a noob and more like a practice master. 1. No is a complete sentence. The urge to explain, justify, and give lots of reasons a sure sign of a no noob. Trust me, I know the feeling. It feels bad. We don't want to hurt their feelings, and we want to make sure they feel loved and okay about themselves. So, we give a dozen reasons as to why we're saying no, so they know it's not about them even if it secretly is. The first tip to being more of a master is to avoid over-explaining. Sure, it is good. You can convey kindness in other ways, as you'll see below. But explaining too much makes you come across as anxious and unsure, as if you were doing something wrong. Instead, simply say no thank you. Or, if you want to offer a reason, keep it brief. No noob, I'm sorry, I can't make it. I would love to normally, but I have to pick up my dog that afternoon and I have a report due the following day. I wouldn't be able to get everything done in time. It's been a crazy week. Sorry, no master, thanks for the invite. Unfortunately, I can't make it this time, but let me know about the next time. That sounds like fun. 2. No apologies. Did you notice in the last example how much apologizing was going on? This is another sign of our discomfort with no. We'll discuss unnecessary apologies in an upcoming chapter, but for now, watch out for apologizing as you say no to someone. Again, it makes it sound like you've done something wrong. But you haven't. Yelling at someone you love, or saying something cutting or mean out of hurt or anger, that's worth an apology. Texting while driving and hitting a biker, that's worth an apology. Saying no to an invitation or an offer? I don't see anything wrong with that. You are simply stating your preference. I'm sorry, I like yellow socks. Would you apologize for that? Notice how in the example above, the no noob apologizes twice in one simple message. The no master does no such thing. She does say, unfortunately, which conveys that she is disappointed to not join in because it sounds like fun. But this does not convey that she is at fault for saying no. 3. Make it about you sometimes. Further information or an explanation is needed. For example, if a friend invites you to do something and you know that you don't want to do that activity, it can be helpful to let them know. Otherwise, they will keep asking you to do it, and you will keep saying no, which can create a sense of rejection. But the truth is you like that person, you just don't like the activity they are suggesting. One of my clients had a group of several girlfriends who loved to spend an entire weekend together. They would go up to some house in the hills and hang out all day, go out in the evening, and sleep over at the house. They would wake up, make breakfast, and hang out again the next day, lounging on the deck and soaking up some sun. That sounds delightful to me, assuming I really liked that group of friends, but my client didn't like it. She was more introverted and really needed alone time in between being with people. She had gone once and found the experience both fun and exhausting. Since then, her friend would invite her each time the group was getting together. My client had avoided going several times by providing excuses as to why she couldn't make it. Her friend had asked her yet again about an upcoming weekend when we spoke about it in our session. We began by exploring what she really wanted. Did she want to go at all? What if she could go for part of the time? Or if she could go and then also step out from group activities for several hours each day? These were completely new options for her because in the past she would have immediately dismissed them as inappropriate and offensive things to ask for. She decided on going for just one day. She joined the group Saturday morning, then drive home Saturday night to sleep in her own bed. She liked the chance to spend time with friends and the idea of having all day Sunday by herself. It was a win-win. There was only one problem. How on earth could she say that to her friends without offending them? One of my mentors in graduate school, Matt May, told me this phrase which I'll never forget: you can say anything if you say it in the right way. I use that as a reminder when I want to say no, or ask for what I want, and I feel like it's wrong or inappropriate. In this instance, the choice to attend less about her instead of about them is a much more skillful way to communicate her desire. Instead of saying, I don't want to spend the entire weekend with you guys, it drives me nuts, she might opt for something focused more on herself that is more vulnerable and real. She could say thanks for the invite. I love spending time with you and the others. I noticed the last time I went that I really need more alone time on the weekends to recharge, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to come up this Saturday morning, spend the day with you all, and then drive back Saturday evening, instead of spending the night. Notice how this is about her and her preferences and needs. Also, notice how she doesn't check at the end. Is that okay with you? She could do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing so. I just question why she would need to. She's not doing something wrong. She's not asking to borrow someone's car. She's simply stating her desired plan for the weekend. After we came up with this way of phrasing her no to the whole weekend hangout, she had a concern, which she might share with her. But how will my friend respond? Would she be upset and feel rejected? Won't she try to convince me? She asked, sounding alarmed. Maybe, I said. We could play that out and see how you might handle it. Okay, she said. Okay, you say what you're going to say, and I'll be hurt and offended and try to convince you to spend the entire weekend, I said. Hi, Jessica, she began, hesitating a little. I'm looking forward to seeing you this coming weekend. Thanks for inviting me. I wanted to tell you ahead of time that I plan on just coming for Saturday. I love spending time with you all, but I find that I get filled up socially quickly. I really need my alone time to recharge on the weekend, so I can do that on Sunday. How does that sound? What? I replied with a little mock drama. You don't want to hang out with us both days, didn't you? Have fun last time, I did. I really enjoyed our conversations about dating out on the deck. I just feel like I need a little less time with everybody is all. Okay, I inserted a long pause, just to intensify the guilt and discomfort. This is exposure after all. Well, if that's what you want to do, I'll let everyone know you don't want to stay the whole weekend. We concluded the roleplay and I checked in with my client. How was that? I asked. So painful, she said. So awkward. I don't know if I could do that. What makes it so painful? What do you feel as you practice saying no to what you don't want and stating what you'd prefer? I asked. I feel so guilty. She's hurt and disappointed. I can't stand doing that to her, she said. Doing that to her, I said. That's strong language, as if you're actively hurting her. I paused for a moment, thinking of what to say next. I knew the way out was to take less responsibility for others, for my client to finally give herself permission to honor her own desires, and to trust that she could still have love, connection, and friendships, even when she said no. The way out was through. Let's slow down for a minute, breathe and feel your body. Where do you feel that guilt and discomfort? I asked. In my chest, she said. Good, let's slow down even more. Bring all of your attention right to that place in your chest, and just breathe. No need to make it go away or run from it, just meet it with curiosity, patience, and love. We sat in silence for several minutes, both paying attention. I could feel her energy shifting from fear and flight to being more centered, clear. What if it were safe for you to say what you wanted? I asked. What if others temporarily felt disappointed, but loved you anyways? She sat in silence for a few moments pondering these questions. I knew the answer that she spoke wouldn't matter as much because the question had already gotten in. Her mind was already processing the possibility that it is okay to speak up for herself and say no. And the same is true for you. For warmth and appreciation, this approach helps you stay connected with the other person as you say no. Many people, just like my client above, feel uncomfortable saying no. We imagine all kinds of negative feelings and reactions from the other people involved. And so, to combat this, we marshal our inner warrior and gear up for a fight. This makes our no come out more harshly than needed, which often brings about the reactions we are most afraid of. In the words of the wise Taoist master Ugui, one often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it. Instead, you can convey warmth and appreciation as you say no. This starts with fully realizing that you are not doing anything wrong and that you have complete permission to say no. It also requires that you let go of responsibility for the feelings of others. Yes, they might feel sad or disappointed, and that's okay. You can witness that and even support them, just as you might if their upset had come from something else in their life. Warmth is communicated in your voice tone, facial expressions, and body language. Appreciation is communicated verbally by thanking them for the offer. Here is an example from just last night. We were having dinner with my parents who were visiting from Las Vegas. My wife, children, and I are planning on flying out to Las Vegas for 4 days in the spring to visit my folks and have some fun in the sun. It will be the first time we've flown our kids out there. As we ate dinner, my dad began. How long are you planning on visiting? He said. 4 days, I said. That's it? He said. Yes, I said. My voice tone was upbeat and friendly. Note the lack of apology or explanation here. I had done nothing wrong. Well, you guys could come for longer, he said. You had mentioned wanting to rent an RV for a week in the summer. You could start your RV trip out in Vegas and make a road trip home. Thanks for the invite, Dad. I appreciate how much you love having us out there. I think we'll pass on the RV idea, but I'm really looking forward to bringing the boys out there. I think they'll love your pool. Warmth was conveyed in my voice, ensuring the aspects of the trip I'm looking forward to. I also directly thanked him and said that I appreciated his offer. This is a simple yet masterful way to stay connected with someone when you're saying no. This allows you to still be kind without having to say yes to something that you don't really want to do. Side note, beware using the word but when appreciating someone. But is a contradicting phrase that tends to negate whatever you said before it. For example, let's say you ask a friend how a recent baseball game was, and they replied watching the game was fun, but it was way too hot. It was fun, but it was too hot. The heat tends to overshadow the fun. In terms of saying no, notice how you respond to this. Thanks for offering. I really enjoy spending time with you, but I'm busy that weekend. It's subtle, but people often hear the first part of the sentence as just a platitude or you being nice. They don't buy that you really feel that way. One simple solution is to avoid using the word but in those situations. You can either use the word and or just make it two statements. Thanks for offering. I really enjoy spending time with you, and unfortunately I'm busy that weekend. Thanks for offering. I really enjoy spending time with you. I'm busy that weekend, so I won't be able to join. Both of these allow your warmth and appreciation to be received more fully and make it less likely that they will be seen as something you are just saying to make the other person feel better. 5. Say no early, do it. Rip off the band-aid and just say it now. Because in so many instances, you already know that you want to say no. You know you don't want to attend that event, or that you don't feel like going out with a friend that evening. But instead of saying no right away, because that might seem offensive or dismissive, and it's your job to take care of everyone's feelings after all, you say, maybe, let me check my calendar and get back to you. Now you have this future no hanging over you. It becomes a bigger deal and something uncomfortable you want to avoid. In addition, it leaves the other people involved hanging with a loose end, unsure where you stand. It's not good for you or them. Instead, say no early. Say no instantly. Hey, do you want to go see that new Captain America movie? Today, I'm not a big fan of the comic book movies. Let's do something else. The three of us are getting together after the conference to get a bite to eat. I'd love to catch up with you. Want to join us? No, thanks. Catching up sounds really good, and I'd love to do that. This evening won't work though. I'm planning on running and then having some downtime. Want to do breakfast on Sunday. If you don't want to catch up with this person, just leave off that last question. Do not offer this out of politeness. Rather than offending others, saying no early is actually refreshing and very appealing. People know that you will say what you want and don't want, and they will trust you more as a result. Here we are at the end of part Roman 2. You've now discovered the 5 pillars of bold assertion and have clarity on how to shed your niceness and build your authenticity. I want to honor you for joining me this far in the journey. Breaking out of nice programming and being who you really are in the world is not an easy feat. It requires deep commitment and courage. You making it this far demonstrates that you have both. Well, it demonstrates you are committed. As for courage, that can only be demonstrated by one thing: action. Will you take action on what you are learning? Are you applying your insights and taking risks in your life to be more boldly you? If so, then your freedom and success are inevitable. It's only a matter of time. The more you practice being authentic instead of being nice, the more doors will open in your life. Your energy will increase because you are not wasting it on worry, fear, and guilt. You become more and more powerful and are able to pursue what you want, create what inspires you, and live life on your terms. This is exactly what the next part of this book is all about: living life on your terms. It will help you shed any remaining fears, doubts, rules, and inner criticisms that keep you from fully being who you are in this life. The final part of this book is focused on helping you create a roadmap to put everything you've learned into practice. Because if you aren't taking action by the end of this book, then I haven't done my job. Part Roman 3, Life on Your Terms. Chapter 12, Increase Your Discomfort Tolerance. As you're reading this book, you've discovered many of the reasons you used to hold back and be nice. You've uncovered all the psychology behind this pattern of people-pleasing and learned why you do what you do. Despite all the nuance and complexity, we can sum up your need to be nice in just one word: comfort. Being nice, pleasing, and polite is more comfortable than doing otherwise. Sure, it creates pain and suffering in the long run, leading you to feel held back, restricted, anxious, and depressed. But in the short term, it's a heck of a lot more comfortable. Speaking up, being direct, having conflict, expressing what you really want, saying no, all of these can be quite uncomfortable. And so, staying nice is a great way to stay comfortable. But if you want to be more you, then there is only one pathway to get there: is comfort. Yes, I'm afraid it's true. There's no way to intellectually solve this entire situation from the safety of your cozy armchair. The only way out is through. Saying no, taking risks, making mistakes, being messy, and learning and growing is the only way. Of course, understanding your old beliefs, upgrading your map of relationships, and all the other mindset shifts from this book are helpful. They are liberating. But only if they lead to direct action, which will be uncomfortable, no matter how many affirmations you say today. I've known this to be true for many years. In fact, that's why I included a warning in my previous book that said comfort is killing you. I wanted people to act so they could take control of their lives and their destinies. But it was only recently that I became fascinated with discomfort. I was thinking about it one day during a long run on a wet spring morning in Portland, Oregon. As I'm known to do, I will often speak out loud to myself while running, just to seem slightly insane to the people I pass. Good old embarrassment inoculation. If the desire for comfort is what keeps us stuck, then willing to be uncomfortable is what sets us free, I said to myself. So, discomfort equals freedom, it equals results in success, really? It seems strange since so much of what people are pursuing is more comfort. But the story checked out. Meeting people and expanding your social life requires discomfort. Finding love and then creating a deeply fulfilling, life-magnifying relationship. Big-time discomfort. Growing a business, pursuing your dream career, or rising to the highest levels in a company. Mega discomfort. If that's the case, then the more discomfort I can handle, the faster I'll grow, the more I'll achieve my dreams, and the better my life will be. It may sound crazy, but it's true. The main obstacles that stop you from having the life you want are not external. They're internal. It's your fears, doubts, unwillingness to fail, insecurities, and so forth. And all of these are simply painful emotions that we experience in our bodies. So, if we can build our discomfort tolerance muscle, then we can handle all of these inevitable discomforts more easily, and not shy away from them. This still seemed a little strange to me, but I decided to test it out. What if I actively made myself uncomfortable on purpose to strengthen my discomfort tolerance muscle? What would the results be? And how could I give myself some discomfort? Seeking OUT discomfort, the body isn't used to the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th rep with a certain weight. That's what makes the body grow, going through this pain barrier. Experiencing pain and aching in your muscles and then just going on and on and on, that's what divides one who is a champion from someone who's not a champion. If you can go through this pain barrier, you can become a champion. If you can't, then forget it. That's what most people lack, the guts. The guts to go through and say, I don't care what happens. I might fall down. I have no fear of fainting in the gym. I know it could happen. I threw up many times while working out, but it doesn't matter. It's all worth it. Arnold Schwarzenegger, 7-time Mr. Olympia winner, 1977, pumping iron ice showers. This was the first thing I thought of as I began intentionally seeking out discomfort. I'd heard about taking cold showers for a long time, and had never really done it more than a handful of times, always finding it miserable. Miserable, you say? I'm in. So, I made a commitment to take a 1-minute cold shower every day. I ended up on a routine of 1 minute hot, 1 minute as cold as our water would go, which is pretty cold, especially in the winter. 1 minute hot, 1 minute cold. The first day, I noticed I felt nervous before the shower. I anticipated the discomfort and was dreading it. My son Zame heard me mention taking an ice shower and had come into the bathroom to witness the spectacle. I'm scared, I said to him right before hopping in the shower. Why? He asked. Good question, little Yoda. Why was I scared? I actually had to pause and think about that one. Because it's going to be so uncomfortable, my mind said. But why is that so scary? I wasn't in any physical danger. As far as I knew, 60 seconds of cold water never killed anybody or permanently damaged them. In fact, research on the subject by Scott Carney, author of What Doesn't Kill Us, suggested cold showers actually strengthening our bodies and immune systems. I didn't have a good answer, so I just said the truth. I don't know. I got in and began with my minute of sweet hot water. Delightful. Except for the impending doom. After about 50 seconds, as I reached towards the faucet to turn the dial from the far left to the far right, my heart began to pound. My body was getting geared up for fight or flight. I was fascinated by the level of fear pumping through my veins. And then, ice. The freezing cold water shocked my skin. I involuntarily gasped and began breathing rapidly. My body wanted to pull out of the stream of frigid water, but that would defeat the purpose. Then, my clever brain offered an alternative form of escape, which would be to have the water just hit my back, not my chest, armpits, or head, which was more uncomfortable. But discomfort was the name of the game, so I turned around, raised my arms, and let the water hit my warm, tender armpits. The minute of ice-cold water seemed to take longer than the minute of relaxing hot water. Shocking. But eventually the minute passed and I turned the faucet back to max heat. Sweet relief. I repeated the process once more and the second blast was not as bad as the first. Then I got out of the shower, feeling wide awake, energized, and victorious. Who needs coffee? My original commitment was to do the cold shower once per day for 30 days. Within 2 days, my body stopped responding with rapid heartbeat and fear. Within 2 weeks, the cold blast felt normal and I actually liked the intensity of the experience and the energy I felt afterward. My son Zame even started taking his own ice showers. Like me, he was scared at first. I want to do the warm water first, he said. Start with warm water? I said. Sounds good, then do cold for really short, cold for 4 minutes, he said. He held up 4 fingers as he said this, showing his newfound power to make number symbols with his hands. 4 minutes? I exclaimed. That's kind of a long time. Do you mean 4 seconds? Yeah. So, we did cold for 4 seconds his first time. Within several days he was going back and forth between hot and cold for longer and longer. In one shower he actually had it on cold for more of the time than he had it on hot. Beast. Based upon the simple little experiment, I started to ask life-changing questions. Is it possible that we get used to discomfort and then tolerate more of it? Can we actually build our discomfort tolerance muscle? And, most importantly, is discomfort tolerance transferable from one thing to another? As in, does being able to withstand icy water increase my capacity to resist unhealthy foods, take risks in business, or be more bold and authentic while sharing? There was only one way to find out: more discomfort. For my next feat of masochism, I decided to bring discomfort building into my diet. I had been working out in earnest for about 6 months and had noticed increased strength, energy, and sexiness. Everybody says so. I was speaking with my personal trainer about how to enhance my body composition, build muscle, and reduce body fat. He gave me a specific ratio of carbohydrates, fat, and protein and had me reduce my total intake by 600 calories per day. Let's try this for 2 weeks and see how your body responds, he said casually. Sounded simple enough. Except it involved greatly reducing the amounts of the delicious healthy fats I was using to make my meals tasty, like guacamole, almond butter, and olive oil. In addition, 600 calories is uncomfortable. I was hungry much of the day. Hungry, fewer yummy fats, more vegetables, and tons of beans. If the ice shower was a 5-pound weight for my discomfort tolerance muscle, these new changes were a 20-pound weight. I began to study discomfort even more closely over the next few weeks. What was the sensation of hunger? Where did I feel that discomfort in my body? When I ate simple foods like beans and vegetables, how was that uncomfortable? Where did I feel that discomfort? In my mouth? Elsewhere in my body? In my heart? In my mind? Even more fascinating, I began to see how discomfort has 2 elements. 1. The actual uncomfortable sensations in the body. 2. Mentally labeling something as discomfort and then resisting it. The first one can involve many different feelings, depending on the discomfort. It can also be localized, in that I can feel discomfort in one part of my body and be totally comfortable in another part. The mental label of discomfort, on the other hand, was global and more static. My mind would say I'm uncomfortable. I don't like this. This is bad and it should stop now. This would create frustration, unhappiness, and suffering. It would also imply that the experience was wrong and somehow shouldn't exist. Everything is uncomfortable right now, and it's terrible. My journey into discomfort tolerance continued and still continues to this day, including things like sprinting and extended meditations. I find the entire thing utterly fascinating and see tremendous growth from being willing to intentionally take on things that are uncomfortable. It's the secret gateway to glory, to achieving anything we want in any area of life. What about you? What's your relationship to discomfort? When do you avoid it? Do you do so habitually, automatically, without even considering it? Are there times when you seek it out? As you reflect on these questions, let's look at how increasing your discomfort tolerance will serve you specifically in this process of being less nice and pleasing and more bold, authentic, and expressive. Let's explore how being willing to be uncomfortable is the secret to freedom and power. Handling uncomfortable feelings, as you've seen throughout this book, the core force keeping us stuck in niceness is fear. But fear of what specifically? While we can have a long list of different scenarios, it really comes down to just 2 things. We are afraid of feelings that upset others, and uncomfortable feelings in ourselves. We are afraid that, due to our actions, other people will feel hurt, sad, disappointed, angry, frustrated, ignored, unloved, or inferior. When other people experience those feelings, this creates discomfort in us, especially if we have the habit of being overly responsible for the feelings of others. We feel responsible, guilty, offensive, bad, selfish, and then her sad, disappointed, angry, frustrated, ignored, unloved, or inferior. Feeling soup. This interplay between our feelings and theirs can be so murky and so uncomfortable that we choose to avoid the whole mess by suppressing our feelings, desires, and most of ourselves. This avoids the messy feeling soup, but it creates other things that are problematic, which we discussed earlier in this book: resentment, anxiety, depression, physical pain, and other life-draining experiences. So, in a sense, you really only have two options: discomfort A, expressing the real you and dealing with the uncomfortable feelings that arise as you do so, or discomfort B, stuffing the real you and dealing with different kinds of uncomfortable feelings. On the plus side, discomfort is temporary, and when you do it consistently, it leads to greater and greater levels of power, ease, and freedom. Discomfort B, on the other hand, only compounds. The feelings don't discharge, and suffering continues to mount. There is no end to this kind of pain unless you choose to switch over to discomfort A. I'll just assume you are on board for trying out discomfort A, since that is the whole point of this book. If you're still not ready, take a quick tour back through chapter 5 about the cost of nice. I think it will inspire you to try something new and to do what it takes to liberate yourself. Upset in others. Do you spend a great deal of time worried that someone might get upset with you? Does it cause background anxiety when you're on your way to work or going to the gym? Is your body subtly braced for impact, just waiting for that moment that someone might criticize you, voice disappointment, or otherwise show upset? Or it might be less pervasive and arise in specific situations. Perhaps you feel that fear only when having a conversation about money or sex with your partner, or when you negotiate your rates for your business or services, or when you speak your opinion firmly in a meeting. The list of potential places is endless, but the underlying fear is the saying someone might be upset with me. Let's handle this right now. It's time to stop living in fear of this generally infrequent, non-threatening event. This fear is a remnant of our evolutionary past, when our brains needed to scan the environment for threats to our lives. Currently, few of us have daily threats to our lives, yet our brain is designed to run that scan all day, every day. Given the absence of predators or physical danger, someone being upset with me has moved up the hierarchy of danger. That's okay, because that's just our 2 million-year-old brain doing what it's designed to do. The issue is when we respond to the danger messages as if they're entirely real and life-threatening. The truth is, someone being upset with us is just a trigger for a series of uncomfortable feelings in our body. That's it. So if you can manage those uncomfortable feelings, you're fine. No puncture wounds from teeth. No skulls cracked, no being ostracized from the tribe to starve in the wilderness, and no death. Just discomfort. Let's look at 3 specific techniques you can use today to handle the discomfort of someone being upset with you. These tools will give you confidence that you can deal with the situation when it arises, and help you let go of the chronic fear of it happening in the future. Disarm. Knowing that you can disarm someone who is upset with you is one of the most valuable skills in the world. I learned a great deal about this technique and the acceptance paradox from one of my teachers, Dr. David Burns. If you want to go deeper with these, I highly recommend his books, including Feeling Good, Intimate Connections, and When Panic Attacks. There are 2 elements to disarming someone who's upset: empathy and agreeing with them. Now, before you cringe at how nice this sounds, hear me out. It actually allows you to connect with them without taking responsibility for their feelings, saying things you don't mean, or letting them walk all over you just to make the problem go away. This is different from being nice. First, when someone is upset, they want to be heard. They want to be seen, acknowledged, and validated. They don't want to be argued with, told they're stupid or wrong, or ignored. Unfortunately, out of fear of conflict, this is often exactly what we do, even when we're trying to be nice. Let me demonstrate with an example. Let's say your spouse's parents are in town for the weekend. You plan on hosting them, taking them out to dinner, and otherwise being a great son or daughter-in-law. At the same time, you have an opportunity to spend some time with your friends on Saturday, which you decided to do. Your spouse has feelings about this. Perhaps they come out immediately. Or perhaps it starts with some huffy sounds and a lack of eye contact. Maybe their responses are a little terse, or they ask you why you bought so many damn green crackers that are clogging up the pantry. That one is totally hypothetical. I've never done that. You notice the clues, so you ask your partner how they're doing and if they're upset about something. Then this comes out: I'm sad about you not being with us today. I feel hurt that you'd rather spend time with your friends than be with me and Mom and Dad. It's so rare that they come into town. You shut up. Run crying out of the kitchen. No, that's probably unlikely. But the impulse here is to defend yourself, isn't it? It's only for this afternoon. We went out to dinner last night, and then I'll be spending the day with everyone on Sunday. This response seems perfectly reasonable, and it is. But it doesn't actually do anything to handle the underlying feelings. If anything, it will intensify the other person's upset, because they won't feel heard, acknowledged, or validated. Thus, they might come back with more intensity to convey their point, which in turn creates more defensiveness. Then the rest of the weekend sucks for everybody. Instead, you can disarm them. This involves simply acknowledging what they are feeling, and then finding the grain of truth in what they are saying. Your spouse in this example is actually doing a great job of specifically voicing their feelings. Sometimes people don't actually do this, and instead they speak in code. You have to infer what their underlying feelings are. Once you do, you simply acknowledge that they're feeling that way. Them, I'm sad about you not being with us today. I feel hurt that you'd rather spend time with your friends than be with me and mom and dad. It's so rare that they come into town. You, I'm sorry you're feeling sad, sweetie. I get it. You were hoping that we'd all spend the afternoon together, and you're feeling hurt that I'm choosing to spend time with Landon and Ben. It feels like I'm choosing them over you. That's it. No apology, no defense. Just a simple reflection of what they must be feeling like, described with empathy and love. You know you're doing it right when as soon as you finish speaking, the other person wants to share more. Yes, and that's a good sign. If your tone is dismissive or subtly mocking them for having so many feelings, then it won't work very well, and they'll most likely shut down or defend their feelings. The key here is to really empathize with their situation. This only becomes possible when you're not overwhelmed with guilt and pain every time you act in your unhealthy self-interest. If you haven't worked through that, then it will be almost impossible to not defend yourself, because on some level you feel shame and as if you've done something wrong. Another element of disarming someone is to find something to agree with in what they're saying. You, I know mom and dad come into town only once in a while, is true. You, I get it. I imagine I would feel upset if it were the other way around. I'd want you to want nothing more than to just spend the entire day with us. It's so much more fun when you're there. If you combine this kind of agreement with empathy, it will rapidly resolve conflict. Typically, upset people just want to be seen and heard, and if you can do so, their upset will often pass quickly. Then, it's possible to go deeper and explore what's really going on. Not to defend yourself, but to get closer to your spouse and have them gain self-awareness. Why are they so upset about you taking some time for yourself? Do they have any feelings about their parents visiting? This can often stimulate a lot of feelings in people, ranging from longing for a connection they never quite get, to memories from childhood, to sadness about the awareness of their parents' eventual death. There's so much you two could be talking about and using to share a deep connection. This technique is so powerful because it gives you a tool to handle conflict when it arises. Take a moment to think about someone in your life that you sometimes fear might be upset with you. It could be a specific person, such as your supervisor or spouse, or a category of people, such as clients or employees. Regardless, take a moment to think about who would make you most anxious if they were upset. Instead of briefly touching on the fear and then scrambling to make sure it never happens, slow down. Breathe. Move towards the fear instead of avoiding it. Lean into the discomfort. What are you afraid they would be upset with you about? Be as specific as possible. What would they say? What are they really thinking, but would never say? Then write it out and actually have a dialogue with them on paper. Go back and forth in the dialogue, approaching that imaginary upset person with empathy and curiosity. The acceptance paradox: the most powerful way to handle any upset or criticism is to simply accept a piece of it as true. This is often the last thing we want to do, because when someone is upset they might be stating or implying that we're bad, hurtful, selfish, or otherwise no good. Even if they don't think this, we might start to feel that way, and then need to defend ourselves. And yet, if we can agree with some aspect of the criticism without agreeing that we're a bad person, we neutralize the conflict and boost our self-esteem. We acknowledge that we're human, and let go of the need to be perfect. As humans, sometimes we say the wrong thing, are insensitive, focus too much on ourselves, harbor angry or resentful thoughts, and so much more. It's a huge relief when we can stop pretending that none of that is happening. To gain skill with this technique, I recommend you write out some of the criticisms you fear. Then, practice simply accepting a piece of each one. Let me demonstrate. Here are a few criticisms that come to my mind. The first 3 I've received from others. The last one has come solely from my own inner critic. Criticism: you don't really care about helping people. You are greedy and just want to take their money. I get this one about once per month, usually from someone I've never met via email. Response: it's true, sometimes I don't care about helping people. Sometimes I'm focused on myself and not really thinking about all the people in the world who are suffering in different ways and need help. Criticism: your YouTube videos are too focused on helping men, you don't care about women. Response: yeah, a lot of my videos, especially my early ones, were geared specifically towards men. I didn't directly address women in those videos. Criticism: your books are total garbage. Long-winded: no value in them at all. Response: hot, they definitely are long. I have a lot to share. My books are not for everybody. Some people really don't like them. Criticism: your clients don't actually improve. You don't really help anybody. You suck as a coach. Response: I have had clients who didn't make that much progress. That has happened. Even in doing this exercise, my impulse here is to defend myself. And to be clear, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But if we can embrace the acceptance paradox and not need to clarify, justify, or make ourselves look better immediately, we gain a tremendous freedom. Because even though we're afraid of these criticisms coming from the outside, what we're really afraid of is these criticisms coming from the inside. It's our own critic that we're most scared of. The only kind of criticism that really gets to us, that cuts right to our hearts and then lingers in our minds for weeks afterwards, is one that already aligns with the criticism we have of ourselves. Let me demonstrate. If I were to meet you and then tell you, you have weird hands, your hands are stupid looking, what would happen next? Other than you thinking I'm a jerk. Would you be heard about it for days? Would you feel terrible and ashamed of your hands? Most likely not. What are you talking about? They're hands. They seem normal enough to me unless, of course, you have some ongoing criticism of your hands. If so, replace the word hands in this example with elbows. I'd imagine very few people receive self-criticism about their elbows. The point here is criticism only gets in when your inner critic has already paved the way. And when you're doing these kinds of exercises, like the acceptance paradox, you are mainly dealing with your own inner critic. You can argue with and defend yourself against your critic all day and usually not make it very far. But if you simply accept the grain of truth, without taking on the implication that you're bad, you can feel a deep sense of freedom and relief. The peace process: we discussed the peace process earlier in the chapter about boundaries. It's an extremely valuable tool and one that I use every day. It's especially valuable in helping resolve feelings of fear and anger about others being upset with us. There are many ways to access the feelings you have about others being upset with you. Sometimes it's easy because there is actually someone upset with you. If that's not happening, you can imagine doing something you learn in this book, such as asking for what you want or saying no to someone. When you imagine doing that, you may start to fear someone being upset. I've found that behind almost all of our surface fears, there is a deeper fear of the pain that comes with someone being upset with us, judging us, or otherwise disapproving of us. Once you've accessed the feeling, simply bring all of your attention right to the sensation in your body. Stay out of your mind, no need to make sense of the feeling, justify it, or challenge it. It doesn't need to make sense or be rational. Drop beneath your mind and go down to the center of the feeling in your throat, chest, stomach, or anywhere else you feel it in your body. And then, just breathe. Be with it. Meet it with curiosity, acceptance, patience, and love. This is a form of self-soothing that is often much more healing than trying to think your way out of it. As you tune in even deeper to the subtle sensations in your body, you can gently repeat in your mind the following phrase: it's okay, you're okay. If you want to significantly become less afraid of others being upset with you, I recommend doing this exercise for 20 minutes each day. Sometimes the feelings will dissolve and you will feel completely relaxed. Other times you will feel them for 20 minutes, and you'll still feel fear or pain about someone being upset. That's fine. Each time you do this, you're providing a level of love and healing to yourself that you may have never received before. It's like working out or eating vegetables. Even if it doesn't immediately feel good every single time, it's extremely helpful overall. Trust that each time you do it, you're healing, releasing fear, and becoming more powerful, confident, and free to be you. Just a reminder, you can go through the peace process with me by visiting the website for the book and listening to the peace process audio there at notnicebook.com. High quality discomfort: as you build your capacity to tolerate discomfort, more and more possibilities will open up in your life. In fact, the pathway out of extra nice feeling into being your most powerful, authentic self requires discomfort tolerance. Here are just a few of the things we've discussed in this book along that pathway: saying no, asking directly for what you want, being assertive, having disagreement or conflict with another and approaching it directly, speaking up for yourself, taking care of yourself, acting in your healthy self-interest instead of self-sacrificing. If you've been nice for years, virtually every single one of these will be uncomfortable when you first start doing them. Hell, some of them are uncomfortable for me even after doing them for years. That I do them anyway because I know they will greatly enhance my life and help me do what I'm here to do. The discomfort is not totally gone, I'm just more powerful in the face of it. And the same will be true for you. Choose i.e. discomfort is inevitable in life. No matter how safe, predictable, and small we might try to keep our lives, we can't escape. Even if you avoid all of the items from the list above, play it extra nice, and avoid all risks, you'll still get uncomfortable. You will become stagnant, stuck, and bored with your life. You'll feel the pain and discomfort of life passing you by and living on the sidelines. You'll also feel the discomfort of living a fearful, sedentary life, low energy, weight gain, fewer deep connections, and a lack of love in your life. On the other hand, you can avoid these kinds of discomforts by choosing another kind. You can experience the discomfort of taking healthy risks, moving towards what you want, being authentic, and taking life on. That brings a whole new set of discomforts with it: fear, doubt, guilt, and certainty. But unlike the first kind, these discomforts are like working out uncomfortable in the short term, but liberating in the long term. When you voluntarily confront discomfort, you become stronger, more resilient, and powerful. In fact, some part of you knows it's right to face discomfort. It can actually feel good as well as uncomfortable when you say no, speak up for yourself, or ask for what you want. That's the entire point. To be able to take action and do what you want in spite of fear or other feelings. This is freedom. Many people I speak with have this as their goal. I want to feel comfortable speaking in groups, or getting closer with others, or sharing myself more freely, or approaching someone I find attractive. I think these are great goals, but I always tell them that comfort is the last resort. Action comes first. It usually goes something like this. Let's say your goal is to be more comfortable speaking in groups. First, you speak up in groups and it's uncomfortable. You feel nervous and maybe a little clunky or awkward. Then, eventually, when you speak up it becomes smoother, but you still feel nervous inside. Then, finally, you speak up in groups and it's smooth and you feel relaxed. Comfort is a long way off, I'm afraid. And if comfort is a prerequisite for action, then you will never take action. The same is true for every single one of the not nice pillars. Each one will be awkward and uncomfortable, then externally smooth but internally uncomfortable, then externally smooth and internally relaxed. There is no magic way around this process. Of course, by doing inner work, changing your beliefs, using the peace process and other tools from this book, you can lessen the discomfort and increase your capacity to take healthy action. But instant and complete comfort from the get-go is not an option. Relish the discomfort since discomfort is inevitable, and moving into it by choice actually makes us more powerful and free. We might as well enjoy it. Now, I know that might sound crazy, but let's see how that could actually become a reality. Imagine you're in a conversation with someone and there's a moment of silence. In that moment, you aren't sure what to say. It looks like they aren't either. You start to feel awkward, with a growing sense of pressure to come up with something else to say. In other words, discomfort. Our typical response to these kinds of situations is to react with an internal black. Make it stop. Make it go away. We generally perceive it as a bad thing that is somehow harmful or damaging to us. But what if you turn towards it? What if you said to yourself, yes, this is so awkward, bring it on. How on earth could you do such an insane thing? Because you know it's actually good for you. It's just like lifting weights or working out in any other fashion. When you're in that moment of pushing through a challenging set, or hitting a wall on the 5th mile of your run, you have two choices. You can start fighting it. Ugh, this is too hard. It's too hot out. I can't do this. I hate this exercise. When am I going to be done? Or you can lean into it. You push harder and feel the burn because you know that leaning into the edge of your capacity will make you grow. If you can lift that weight now, you'll be able to lift more later. If you pump those legs and feel that burn in your chest as you run, and you keep going, then you'll be able to run further and faster in the future. You move towards the discomfort because you know it's making you stronger. What if you started seeing emotional discomfort that way? What if you approached awkwardness, embarrassment, fear, challenge, conflict, and all the other things you used to be scared of in the same way? You just might find that you start to enjoy it. After doing years of a technique called embarrassment inoculation, I've found I actually relish the experience of embarrassment. Embarrassment inoculation is a method of eliminating your fear of what other people think of you by intentionally doing things that embarrass you. These might include lying down on a busy sidewalk, dancing on a street corner, or trying to order a pizza at Baskin Robbins ice cream shop. You do things that will draw attention and will draw judgment. On purpose. And by doing so, you discover that it's no big deal and you can handle whatever happens. It's a profoundly liberating experience, and I have everyone at my live weekend events get a chance to practice doing this. Reading about it is one thing, but actually doing it repeatedly over the course of 3 days is entirely different and life-transforming. Having done these types of exercises myself for years, I've essentially burned out my embarrassment circuit. As in, it's very difficult for me to do something that makes me feel embarrassed. Just recently, I was with a client at a 1 VIP day, and we were out in the streets of Portland on a beautiful, sunny spring day. We were playing a game where we took turns telling the elder person who to walk up to and what to say. He told me to chase down a delivery man pulling a cart of soda cans and snacks and ask him if I could pull his cart for a minute. I did, and the guy put his head down, walked faster, and didn't look at me. Perhaps he thought I was trying to hijack his pallet of soda. Then my client told me to walk over to a woman on her cell phone and ask her what she was talking about. Done and done. "Excuse me," I said, leaning my head forward to get into her peripheral vision. "I'm on the phone," she said sternly. "I know," I said, nodding. "Who are you talking to?" I asked in a loud whisper. "A friend," she said, furrowing her brow. Awkward city. I could feel her resistance to me talking with her. And yet the challenge was to find out what she was talking about, so my job wasn't done. "I gotcha. What are you guys talking about?" I said. "That's none of your business," she said firmly. "Fair enough," I said cheerily and walked off. I would never have been able to have this sort of thing years ago. I would have been too terrified, too mortified, or both. The embarrassment would have destroyed me. And now, I felt no embarrassment whatsoever. I found the entire exchange fascinating and amusing. I liked her boundaries and her use of the phrase, "that's none of your business." Now, asking strangers random and strange questions could be a cool party trick, but is not likely your ultimate goal. But what doors could it open up? I remember one instance in graduate school when I was out to dinner with a group of friends. 2 women in the group were discussing a couple at a nearby table and playfully debating over what date the couple was on. Was it their first date, 5th date, or were they a long-term couple? Each one was offering her opinion based on cleverly deduced clues. At some point the debate petered out and they seemed to be done. "Do you guys want to find out who was right?" I asked. "How would you do that?" One of my friends asked me. "By asking them," I said, slightly amused at her question. "Enough?" One of them exclaimed, as if doing so was somehow wrong or dangerous. I smiled. She needed to read my future book. "I'll be right back," I said. I walked over towards the couple and with a smile said, "Excuse me." They looked up curious. "A few of my friends couldn't help but notice you from over there," I said as I gestured towards my group of friends. The 2 women who'd been discussing the couple smiled sheepishly. "Well," one of them smiled. The one who'd exclaimed in her that the idea of me approaching the couple directly looked more like she was grimacing. Good. The benefits of embarrassment inoculation are partially transferable, even if you're just observing the experience. "You guys are a beautiful couple. Have you been together a long time, or just recently started dating?" I asked. They both smiled and lit up. "We've been together about 3 months," the woman said. "Wow, that's great," I said. "How did you 2 meet?" We ended up having a 10-minute conversation about their relationship. They were so sweet and open and excited to share. When you approach people with boldness, curiosity, and positive energy, the world is a friendly place. What could open up for you in your life if you leaned into discomfort? If you no longer recoiled or fled, but instead moved towards the very thing that scared you, what would you find on the other side? You may have an intuitive sense or some guesses. There's only one way to really find out for sure. Start getting into that ice shower. Sometimes you have to get past your fear to see the beauty on the other side, pop it from the good dinosaur. Chapter 13. Choose your rules. Why don't we frankly say to children, "How do you do?" Welcome to the human race. We're playing a game, and we're playing by the following rules. We want to tell you what the rules are so that you know your way around, and when you understand what rules we're playing by, when you get older, you may be able to invent better ones. Alan Watts, Playing the Game of Life. How do you determine what is allowed? How do you come up with your rules? Of course, there are the big rules of the laws of your state and country. Most people follow most of those most of the time. But most of our day-to-day lives and choices are not determined by laws. How you speak and engage with people, the actions you take, the ways you approach and interact with your fellow humans, all of these are determined by your own internal set of rules. Some of these are situation-specific. For example, you may be more quiet and soft-spoken at a funeral, wearing simple, formal clothes. Other rule sets are not situation-specific at all. In fact, you may be carrying them with you wherever you go. As I emerged from my cloud of niceness and began to be bolder and authentic, I realized I had no idea how to behave. For most of my life, my choices were based on what I thought other people wanted or would approve of. The topics I would share in conversations, the jokes I would make, even my clothes and hairstyle were all chosen to conform to what other people would want. I've seen this again and again in clients recovering from excessive niceness. From years without use, they've lost touch with their own internal compass. The only determining factor for their rules was, will someone have a negative response to this? If the answer could be yes, then they would avoid that thing. They've spent years, or decades, orienting themselves to what other people think is right. To make matters worse, the rulemaking process is cumulative. Each time we learn someone doesn't like something, we add it to the list of never-dos. To take a trivial example, let's look at socks. When I was a little kid, I didn't give a second thought about my socks. 0% of my young childhood memories are sock choices, preferences, or who wore what kinds of socks. And then I got to middle school. On the first day of my new middle school, I instantly realized I had made a huge mistake. I had worn white knee-high socks with 2 red bands encircling the top. It was my standard attire. I don't think I'd even chosen them myself. Perhaps my mom did, or they may have been a hand-me-down from my brother. I didn't know and I didn't care because I didn't have any rules about socks. But from that day forward, I did have a rule because every single boy in my class had short white socks that only went up a few inches from their shoes. In an attempt to not stand out as some sort of mutant, I hastily pushed my giant knee-highs as far down as they could go. This created a strange thick puddle of red and white around the tops of my shoes. Fail. So, from that day forward, I learned your socks have to be short. As soon as possible, I enrolled my mom into a trip to the department store to get me some new socks so I could fit in. For years I wore that exact kind of sock, which got me all the way through high school. Then, when I was in college, I happened to be wearing short black socks with shorts. Asked. I'll never forget when I learned the second rule about socks. I was standing in line with several friends at the Coachella Music Festival. It was early afternoon and blisteringly hot. I could hear the band playing on the main stage and the distant thumping of the electronic music tent, which was always my primary destination. Being in an upbeat, energized mood, I turned to 2 women in line next to us. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was a simple question asking their opinion on something trivial or silly. Instead of answering that question, however, one of the women instantly fired back, "Well, it doesn't matter what you do with those black socks on." My memory of the exact wording is fuzzy, but the emotional charge is not. Her tone was harsh and dismissive, and I felt rejected. I didn't know I'd broken another rule, and I felt a wave of shame in that moment. All this time, black socks are not allowed either. Flash forward to this day, decades after the first incident, and I still have rules in my head about socks. If I'm wearing longer black socks with shorts in the summertime, and we meet up with friends, some part of my mind says, I wonder if they think that looks ridiculous. Seem crazy? It is. Yet we're all doing it. We're all accumulating rule after rule about what's okay. And each person that we get disapproval from adds to our list of rules until our band of acceptable behavior has narrowed down to the thinnest strip of bland nicery. Following all the rules, remember that list of rules you came up with way back in Chapter 3. Your list of shoulds? Take a moment now to find that list. And if you didn't make it at the time, shame. 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 You've just broken a terrible rule. That's okay though, because you can always flip back to Chapter 3, review that section called the list, and create it right now. Take a few minutes to read through your list. Do you still believe all of these rules? Perhaps your reaction to some of them has changed since reading through this book and coming up with your Bill of Rights. If so, and you're feeling more liberated, that is fantastic. Because ultimately, if we're trying to live by 50 oppressive rules, life is generally miserable. As you look at your list, I want to ask you some questions. Where did these come from? Where did you learn them? Did any of them really come from you? In Chapter 3 I had you mark the ones that caused the most problems in your life with an unhappy face. And if you didn't do that part, no worries, just do it now. Go through and mark each rule that causes you to feel bad about yourself on a regular basis with an unhappy face. For each rule marked in this way, ask yourself, where did I learn this? The answer might come right away, or it may be something you recall later, when you're not even actively thinking about it. You can reflect on what you learned from your parents, since this is a major source of many of our rules. As you do so, think about what they told you directly, but also what you saw them do. For example, let's say one of your old rules is, I should never do anything that hurts anybody's feelings. Maybe your parents didn't sit you down and say to you, don't ever hurt anybody's feelings, never, although some people's parents do pretty much exactly this. Instead, you may have seen the disapproval and upset they expressed when you did something that upset someone else. Or you may have witnessed how worried they were about upsetting others, and how timidly they moved through the world. This modeling is one of the most influential ways we learn from our parents. You don't need to pinpoint an exact source. In fact, even doing so might not instantly free you from that rule. But just engaging in the process of examining, where did I learn this rule anyway, already begins to shift something in your mind. It shows that you did indeed learn this rule. It isn't some objective truth passed down from the beginning of time through all humans everywhere. It's made up. Maybe by your mom, or her mom's mom. Maybe it's been unconsciously passed down for generations, completely unexamined. Maybe you learned it from some kids in school when you were small. They were following the rule because their parents did. Who knows? The liberation here comes from seeing that anything that was learned can be unlearned. It can be changed. And changing your rules is exactly what we're here to do. If only I were good, yes, I'm doing that, she said. I was about 20 minutes into a session with a client, and I had just pointed out that she was being expressive and authentic around one group of people, certain doctors and nurses in the hospital, but not around another group of people, senior consultants and doctors who she viewed as more senior than herself. Why? I asked. Because I'm afraid they won't like me. They'll think it's inappropriate if I treat them like this, she said. So to avoid that potential judgment, you're showing up differently. How do you act around them? I said. I'm very respectful, polite. I keep it very professional, just talk about the cases. No chit-chat. I don't smile or make jokes as much. I'm very serious and much nicer, she said. I see. So the plan is that if you're serious, professional, and nice, then you'll be seen as appropriate, and they will then like you, I said. Yes. Is it working? I asked. No, she said quickly. It's not. They don't get upset with me, but I don't think they really like me either, and I feel anxious inside. I'm not being my real self around them. I'm not showing my best self. I can be way more assertive, warm, and funny. I think if they saw these things, they would like me more. She paused for a moment, then continued. It's like I'm following all the rules, but I'm miserable. Indeed she was. As was I, for many years. I played by all the rules that I had in my mind, that I assumed everyone in the world agreed upon. I believed that if I pushed myself hard enough, if I were just good enough, then I would get love and respect from others, relationships, success, and finally be able to love myself. Unfortunately, it never happened. Partly because my rules were so numerous and often conflicting. If one rule says, don't ever hurt anyone's feelings, ever, you're already screwed. It's completely unobtainable, because if you're interacting with humans, at some point, someone is going to have some hurt feelings around you. Even if you never intentionally did this, and took extra care to avoid it, it will happen. I promise you. You can cause pain in another person by giving them a compliment. Seriously. Just recently, a man in my mastermind program brought up this exact point. He was at a party with his wife and he was having a great time. He was making great strides in his social confidence progress and was really enjoying himself, mingling with the people there, which is something he would have avoided like the plague in the past. Instead, he was starting conversations, flowing freely, and lacking self-consciousness. He was on cloud 9. Then, just as he and his wife were getting their coats on and about to leave, the hostess approached them. I just have to say, she said, that you two are the cutest couple here. My client instantly felt uncomfortable and became flustered. Thanks, he said awkwardly. According to his report in the mastermind, he then proceeded to just keep talking, not even aware of what he was saying. It triggered so much anxiety and discomfort that he talked and talked. After he left, he felt self-conscious and embarrassed. He criticized himself on the way home about how foolish he looked, and how he should have just said thank you and left it at that. In short, that compliment produced way more pain than it did pleasure. Therefore, that hostess was a bad person. At least according to the rules. So not only is the don't hurt anyone's feelings ever an unobtainable rule, but what if you have another rule that says, I should be honest and assertive with people all the time? This leads to all kinds of confusing experiences where your two rules send opposite commands. Say it, no don't say it, but you have to say it, but I'm bad if I say it. It's like a robot that has two conflicting commands, working itself up into a tizzy until its circuits fry. And that's pretty much what happens. You feel anxious, self-critical, and depressed. It also makes relationships, friendships, and all sorts of interactions feel restricting and painful. You feel trapped. And you think it's the other people, you think it's your workplace, or your boss, or your girlfriend, or husband, or parents, or someone. But it's you. The rules are inside of you. You are the one writing them, then following them. And it's time to break free. Breaking the rules, what if there were no rules? What if you could do whatever you wanted? Now, before you dismiss that question and say, come on, Aziz, obviously there are rules, so this is pointless. Besides, without rules, people would pillage, rape, and murder each other. It would be chaos. This kind of dismissive response is actually the nice person programming speaking, not you. It's what you would call a straw man argument, and it's a favorite among debaters and politicians all over the world. It's when you put forth an extreme example and then discredit it. For example, Bob, I think we should stop giving money to Group A and instead give it to Groups B and C. Alan, do you want people in Group A to die in the street? Now, most likely, Bob does not want anyone to die in the street. But this extreme example makes shifting the money allocation around look bad. After all, doing so would lead to people dying in the street. This is exactly what your nice person programming does when you start looking beyond life in your cage of rules. Instead of simply dismissing the idea though, what if you really considered it? If there were no rules on what you could say or do, what would you do? If your mind keeps going to bank robberies and stolen G6s, then we can put this qualifier on the thought experiment. Assuming there are still laws in place, and this isn't the purge, what would you do? So you can't rob banks or prowl the streets of downtown LA with a chainsaw, but you can say anything you want, relate to others however you want, ask for whatever you want, and say no to anything. What would you do with no rules? Interesting to imagine, huh? And if you could change, or completely let go of 3 of your most restrictive rules, what would that be like? How would you feel? What would you do in your life? Look back at your list of shoulds and select the 3 worst offenders. Which are the ones that have caused you the most pain, frustration, restriction, and self-hatred? Which ones are the electric fence that confine you or the hammer that bludgeons you? Take a moment now to find your 3. For me, currently, I'd say these are the ones that cause the most pressure, anxiety, or self-judgment. I should be able to help anyone become completely and permanently confident instantly. I should reach more people, serve them more, and earn more, now. I should always want to play with my kids. So, to break these rules, I can simply forget helping people, forget my mission in the world, and forget my kids. Done and done. As you might find with your top 3, it's more complicated than that. Usually our biggest rules are related to what we value and how we want to live in the world, so we can't just throw them out entirely. For example, perhaps you had a rule that is from this list: I should be more outgoing and charming. I should be able to speak up in a group and command the room. I should eat healthier. I should lose weight. I should spend more time with my spouse. I should never hurt anyone's feelings. I should never say no to someone in need. I should give more than I do. That's just a short list of potentials. Notice how each one reflects an underlying value. Can you spot it? I should be more outgoing and charming highlights a desire to connect with others. This person values making friends, finding love, growing in their business, or being a leader. Maybe they also value freedom, expressiveness, and authenticity. Those are all great things. If someone's rule is I should lose weight, what do they value? Health, vitality, aesthetic beauty. Perhaps there's also a value for love and connection if they perceive that being in better shape will help them receive more love from others. The same is true for your top 3 rules as well. Each one reflects your values. For each one, write down what it shows you value. Just a few sentences or bullet points is all we're talking about here, nothing fancy. And don't try to make it sound good either. If you want to lose weight because you want to get laid, then write that down. Sex, connection, companionship, love, or whatever else you imagine it will bring you. No one is going to see this list, and no one's going to judge you. This is about you liberating yourself, not trying to look good to imaginary people. Write those out now, then keep reading. What did you discover? How was it to do this exercise? I noticed it really stirred things up in me, creating some feelings of anxiety and sadness. It also brought up some existential questions, like the purpose of life and how we want to live. Maybe it wasn't so deep for you, but it might have kicked up some feelings. If so, that's good. Because the rules are designed to control behavior without allowing you to fully feel. But feeling in your heart, discomfort and all, is the only way to truly discover the answer to your deepest questions. How do I want to live? What really matters to me? What is my life about? Here's what emerged as I did this exercise. I should be able to help anyone become completely and permanently confident, instantly. This shows that I want to help people. I want to alleviate suffering and create liberation. I want people to love themselves and be able to love others, feel powerful, worthy, and free. This shows that I value freedom, love, contribution, and mastery. I should reach more people, serve them more, and earn more, now. This shows I have a big mission and a desire to positively impact the world. It also shows me I still have a piece of my self-worth determined by how many people I help and how much money I earn. This shows I value contribution and significance. I should always want to play with my kids. This shows that I love my kids. I value love, being with them, bringing them joy, and deeply connecting with them at their level. Doing this exercise, I realized how much I value love and contribution. I also see how I value significance, and how doing so can trip me up. Especially if I have the game set up to make it very hard to earn that significance. I can see how there is an element of I'll be worthy when in some of my rules. I'll be worthy when I can help people better. I'll be worthy when I've reached enough people. I'll be worthy when I've made enough money. These are dangerous requirements for significance because in my experience they are never enough. The more you hit your target, the farther out the goal becomes. This is the standard MO of the high achiever and the perfectionist, both of which I identify with even though I don't like the sound of the second one. What did you see about yourself? Did it stir up any feelings in you? We're going to do something else with these rules to help you break free of them, but first let's address any feelings that came up. Take a few minutes to just feel what's happening in your heart, your stomach, and anywhere else in your body. Slow down. Feel it fully. It's okay. You're safe, and you can handle this. There's nothing wrong with you or these feelings. Just breathe and feel. Meet any sensation in your body with curiosity, acceptance, and love. Let it know it's safe for it to be here, and you're allowing it fully. Gently repeat in your mind as you focus right on the feelings in your body, it's okay, you're okay. You're doing awesome, by the way. This rule stuff is no joke. There's a reason you've obeyed them for years or decades. Let's see if we can soften the grip even more and keep the healthy aspect of the rule, while releasing the extreme nature of it that causes us so much pain. Look at the first rule on your list. Can you see the beauty in that rule? Can you see the heartfelt desire underneath? Can you see the nobility in it? Can you love that part of you that wants it so badly? To see this even more clearly, replace the word should with a really want to. If some of your rules have a should never, as in I should never hurt anyone's feelings, you can rewrite this part to reflect what you really want. For example, if you don't want to hurt others' feelings, perhaps you want others to feel accepted, loved, and safe around you. In that case, you would write, I really want others to feel accepted, loved, and safe. Here are some more examples. I really won't be more outgoing and charming. I really won't be able to speak up in a group and command the room. I really want to eat healthier. I really want to lose weight. I really want to spend more time with my spouse. I really want to treat people with kindness and respect. I really want to help people in need. I really want to give more than I do. As you see your rule in this way, can you feel that desire in your heart? Let yourself breathe fully and deeply and just experience that ache. As you do this, think less and feel more. You don't need to understand everything that's happening. As best as you can, just stay with the feelings in your body as you reread your rules with this new language. If you feel like crying, let yourself cry. This is good. This is healing. Now, let's take it one step further. In response to each of your top 3 rules, written out with I really want to, you're going to write a response. This response is you speaking to yourself as if you were your own best friend, a loving spouse, or loving parent. Someone who sees the beauty of the desire and deeply appreciates you for it. For example, I really want to be able to help anyone become completely and permanently confident instantly. Of course you do. How amazing would that be? What a beautiful desire that fuels you to learn more and more, take risks, and pursue mastery for your entire life. What a powerful driving force. This is amazing. I'm so proud of you, son. I really want to reach more people, serve them more, and earn more now. I know. And that's more of that mission, that purpose. It's a beautiful thing, my man. I really admire that. And I feel grateful that you found that purpose because it gives you an energy and passion for life that is really inspiring. I love you so much, Aziz. I really want to play with my kids. Of course you do. They are beautiful and amazing. They are so sweet, funny, and delightful. I'm grateful you have them in your life. They give an even deeper purpose that goes beyond your bigger mission in the world. It's amazing to have them in your life. Go ahead and write your responses now. Be as loving, expressive, and warm as you can be, even if you've never spoken to yourself like this before. There's a first time for everything, my friend. Then, read this to yourself. Read it over and over, 50 times if needed. Write it on your phone and read it each day in the morning and night. Slow down and let it in. Be sure to use your name as you do it, because that has a powerful impact on your subconscious mind. I love you, Aziz. You are enough. You don't have to do anything more to earn my love. I love you no matter what. You are amazing just as you are. I can see how big your heart is, and it's beautiful. I love you. Once you've done this process with your top 3 rules, you can experiment with doing it with other rules that cause you pain. As you go about your day, notice when you're feeling anxious, guilty, or self-critical. See if you can uncover which rule you've broken and write it down. Then, set aside just a few minutes to go through this process. 1. Identify the exact rule and write it down. I should. 2. See what you really value underneath. 3. Replace should with really want to. 4. Appreciate yourself for wanting this. 5. Read your love letter. Going through this process repeatedly with different rules, or with the same rule a number of times, will help soften these in your mind. Instead of being a baton that you beat yourself with, they become preferences and desires that guide you in life. Making the rules so, how do you make new rules? How do you consciously choose and create the rules you want to live by? Not your mom's rules, or your dad's rules, or even many of the rules you grew up with in your society. Your rules. Guess what? You already did. Phew, finally, a break. The good news is you already did all the heavy lifting back in Chapter 6 with your personal Bill of Rights. Remember that exercise. Take a moment to find what you wrote now. Once you have this list, you simply tweak the wording ever so slightly on your list by changing I have a right to I am allowed to. For example, Bill of Rights, I have the right to approach anyone I want to start a conversation with them. I have the right to change the subject or end the conversation whenever I would like. I have the right to say no to anything I don't want to do for any reason without needing to justify it or give an excuse. I have the right to ask for what I want. As is his rules, I am allowed to approach anyone I want to start a conversation. I am allowed to change the subject or end the conversation whenever I would like. I am allowed to say no to anything I don't want to do for any reason without needing to justify it or give an excuse. I am allowed to ask for what I want. And so on, all the way down your entire list. Take a moment now to write out your new list in this way, giving it a title as rules, using your own name. If your list is digital and on your phone or computer, you may be tempted to use copy and paste. I would actually encourage you to type it out again, or even better yet, write it another time by hand. The more you drill these rules into your mind, the more powerful and free you become. Once you finish doing this, read through your entire list of rules. How does it feel? Liberating? Empowering? Freaking awesome? It sure does for me. You might find yourself slightly nodding your head as you read through it, as if you're listening to someone preach it, or lay down the truth. You might even feel a hell yes inside of you. These are your rules. Life on your terms. The more you read these over and consciously live by them each day, the more you shed patterns of guilt, people-pleasing, and niceness. You'll soon get to a point where you generally feel relaxed, as if you've done nothing wrong, even if you do something that upsets others. If you know that what you did is in alignment with your rules, then you feel fine about it. For example, I recently said no to someone who wanted to interview me. That in itself is no big deal because I do that all the time. But in this particular case, I'd actually initially given a weak no by saying I maybe could in 4 months or so. Then he circled back around in 4 months, and I said yes, out of guilt. Then, soon after that, I reached out again and said no. Asp. How could I? What a terrible thing to do. But in truth, I felt okay about it. In my rulebook, I am allowed to change my mind and I am allowed to say no for any reason. In fact, in my world, it's especially important to say no when I notice I initially said yes out of my old nice guy habits. I want to nip those in the bud, so if I see myself acting that way, I try to go back and clean it up as quickly as possible. His response to my no was fascinating to read. You can see it in the very last chapter of this book, called Not Nice in Action, where I share a dozen little short stories about the messy world of being not nice. Regardless of whether you agree with my choices or not, I'm okay. I have a clear understanding of what my rules are. This eliminates all of that excessive, chronic, brutally painful guilt that destroys your self-esteem. It gives you clarity, integrity, strength, and power. It makes you bolder, direct, and authentic. It gives you complete permission to be you. And what you'll discover over time is that your old rules were not the only way to live in the world. Your mind might have told you that if you broke those confining rules, you'd be rejected, hated, and shunned. People wouldn't want to be friends with you, work with you, or date you ever again. You'd be a wretched outcast. But as you own your rules and live them, you'll find that all these predictions were nothing more than safety police shenanigans. Outrageous and inaccurate predictions designed completely to keep you safe by staying in your comfort zone. In fact, the more I operate from my personal rules and do things that my old self told me would have been terrible, the more positive feedback I receive. Instead of people getting angry at me for saying no, usually people don't even bat an eye. Instead of people being put out by me asking for something, they are often generous and happy to help. People treat me with more respect and they trust me more. In short, when you stop being so nice and start living by your own rules, good things happen. How to neutralize guilt as you make your new rules and start to live by them, you might experience mixed feelings. On the one hand, it can feel empowering and liberating to start living life on your own terms. You may even notice exciting new results, differences in how people respond to you, and newfound powers of attractiveness in your love life and effectiveness at work. And at the same time, you may notice more guilt arising. That's a normal part of the boldness training process, and not a sign that you're actually doing anything wrong. This is a key distinction. Most people have a knee-jerk reaction to guilt that causes them to feel bad because the unconscious logic goes like this: if I feel guilty, then I must have done something wrong. The way out of guilt is to slow down and examine it. When you notice you're feeling guilty, identify it out loud. This is guilt. Then pay close attention. Slow down, bring your awareness to your mind and your body. Because the feelings of guilt can be painful, your impulse might be to stay in motion, distract yourself, or compulsively apologize. Instead of reacting to guilt, examine it. What do you say to yourself when you're feeling guilty? What does that internal, chastising part of you say about you? This is the voice of guilt, and it's very important to notice how it's speaking to you. Is it calm and loving? Is it angry and critical? Is it like a raging parent who's lost it? What do you feel in your body? Do you feel tightness in your chest or a squeezing in your belly? Do you feel scared, uneasy, or heavy inside? Become intimately familiar with the patterns of guilt inside of you. Study how you do guilt. Then, ask yourself the most valuable question you can ask yourself whenever you feel guilty: what rule did I break? This is the first step in neutralizing guilt because it will give you valuable information about what's happening and how to deal with it. You need to determine if this is healthy guilt or unhealthy guilt, if this is something pointing you towards being your best self, or just another sneaky pattern of perfectionism and self-hatred. To determine what rule you broke, simply listen to the voice of guilt in your head. It's going to tell you clearly what you should do or should not do. What you should have done or shouldn't have done. Those shoulds are the rules. Here are some examples: you shouldn't have eaten a hamburger, fries, and a milkshake. And so much of it. What's wrong with you? You're going to lose everything you've been working towards. You're going to get fat. That was terrible. You should have more self-control. The rules: I should not eat fast food. I should not eat to the point of being overly full. I should have more self-control. You should have said yes to John's invitation. He really wanted you to come, but you didn't. That was very selfish of you. You could have just gone for an hour. That wouldn't have been a big deal. He's going to be so disappointed. And maybe he won't want to hang out with you later because you hurt him so much. The rules: I shouldn't say no to a friend's invitation. I shouldn't do anything that disappoints others. Are you getting a sense of how this works? Try it out in a scenario in your life that used to make you feel guilty in the past. Notice what the voice of guilt says to you, and then practice identifying the underlying rules. Once you are able to do this, you are well on your way to neutralizing guilt and feeling happier, freer, and loving with yourself and others. The WAYOUT in Chapter 3, we discussed 2 kinds of guilt: healthy guilt and unhealthy guilt. Do you remember the difference? Healthy guilt is a feeling that arises when you've broken a rule that you actually do value and aspire to live by. This guilt is guiding you to get on track and be the kind of person you want to be in the world. It reminds you of what matters most and inspires you to live in alignment with your values. It's a positive force for change and is rooted in love. Unhealthy guilt is a form of punishment and self-attack. We believe we've done wrong and must be punished for our sins. If we punish ourselves enough and suffer sufficiently for our badness, then we'll have atoned for our transgression. This is a distorted form of logic that is not connected to your values, does not positively influence behavior, and is rooted in fear. So how do you determine which is which? That becomes much easier once you notice the underlying rules that you broke. Look at your list of broken rules and ask yourself, do I want to live by these rules? Do they reflect my values? Are they realistic? Do they take into account variations in the environment and the fact that I'm a human? If your answer to these questions is yes, then there is a message in your guilt that is trying to serve you. However, and this is extremely important to understand, if you don't receive the message in the right way, you will get stuck in unhealthy guilt. Let me illustrate with an example. A few nights ago, it was bedtime in the Gazipura household and everyone was tired. When an adult gets tired, they want to lie down, relax, and welcome restful slumber. When a little kid gets tired, they draw upon the chaotic energy of the universe, lose all impulse control, and go wackables. On this particular night, Sam was pushing his younger brother over, refusing to let me brush his teeth, and generally unleashing the beast. I wasn't handling it well. My patience tank was empty and I went into control mode. My tone became exasperated. My energy became harsh. He wanted to put the cinnamon toothpaste on himself, but I wouldn't let him because last time he squeezed out a huge wad of toothpaste all over the floor. Then he started crying about not being able to put the toothpaste on, and I stood there impatiently waiting for him to finish. Patience tank empty. Compassion tank empty too. We finally get everyone into bed and I am reading him stories to help him fall asleep. He wants a different book that's not in the bedroom. He wants almond milk. He doesn't want to be quiet and wants to keep his brother up. My voice becomes sharper as I respond to each of these demands. I don't yell at him because I decided long ago that I was never going to yell at my children, but I couldn't contain my resentment in that moment. Even though I wasn't saying, "You're being bad for staying awake and not doing what I said," out loud, my body language and tone of voice was sending this message loud and clear. Then he fell asleep. Thank God. Sweet relief. I passed out next to him on his little toddler bed as I listened to the sweet sound of his breathing. I woke the next morning with a pang in my heart. Good morning, guilt. My mind began reflecting on moments from the previous night's bedtime, seeing all the ways I was being critical and unloving with him. I felt upset with myself, sad about being disconnected from him, and pain in my heart. Is this healthy guilt or unhealthy guilt? It all depends on how I receive the message. The rules I broke were pretty clear. I want to be patient with my sons. I want to be non-reactive to their wild behaviors and come from a place of connection and love when attempting to influence them. I don't want to convey the message that they're bad for being awake or doing something else that they have little control over. Yep, these are all values I aspire to. So far, so good. But when I tuned into the voice of guilt more closely, I heard this message: this is totally unacceptable. How could you do this to your kids? You're a bad father. Well, that's intense. And that's how even healthy guilt can go wrong. Even if you break a rule that you actually aspire to, if you treat yourself with anger, harsh judgment, or self-hate, then you will miss the true message. You will miss the gift in the guilt. The truth is you cannot beat yourself into being a better person. Attacking, judging, punishing, and criticizing yourself will not lead to improvement. This is an antiquated and unexamined pattern that many of us run, despite it clearly not working. Instead of buying into that self-attack message, I simply brought my awareness to my body and heart. I felt the pain and ache of being angry at and disconnected from Zaim. I felt his pain. I felt my pain. I felt the burning in my heart. And I sent it love. I sent myself love and forgiveness. I sent Zaim love and forgiveness. What a sweet boy doing the best he can. What a sweet dad doing the best he can. This is how you let healthy guilt transform you in positive ways. Get out of your head and into your heart. Feel whatever is there and keep meeting it with love and forgiveness, even if your mind tells you that it's unforgivable. It's not. Everything is, because forgiveness is infinite and always accessible. Sometimes we feel a need to internally proclaim, "I will never ever do this again. From this day forward, I will be perfect." We think this is required in order for forgiveness to occur. But we forget that we actually access forgiveness. It's already available in there, right in this very moment. Our mind just holds the keys and says, "You must do A, B, and C before I open this door." And one of those requirements is that we have complete and total certainty that we'll never ever do it again, whatever it is: getting upset, yelling, overeating, or eating junk food, avoiding a scary situation, procrastinating, and 1,000,001 other things that you might attack yourself for. But here's the thing. You might do it again. In fact, you probably will. Can you forgive yourself anyway? What if your mind has it all wrong, and everything works completely opposite than you think? What if forgiving yourself made it way more likely that you wouldn't repeat the behavior? And what if attacking yourself and withholding love made you much more likely to repeat the behavior? Guess what? It does. So, no matter what the rule, and how many times you've broken it, focus on your heart, feel your body, and meet whatever you find with love and forgiveness. Love the unlovable. From this place, you may be able to make new choices or create a powerful new commitment. Not the "I promise I'll never do this again" mental proclamation. That is a desperate attempt to bargain away the guilt. I mean a decision in your core to do something differently, and then resolving to create a ritual that helps you actually make that change. For example, fully feeling the guilt after getting upset with one of my children lead to a deep commitment in me to become less reactive, more patient, and more loving. I'm sure every parent alive has made that decision again and again, only to find themselves repeating the same patterns of anger 47 minutes later. I'd done this myself many times. But one day I reached a threshold and I decided to create a powerful commitment. I decided I was going to wake up even earlier and meditate for 1 hour per day for the rest of my life. Extreme? Perhaps. Badass? You know it. And so that is what I did, and that is what I have done for the last 8 months. Never missed a morning, never missed a day. Sure enough, as I meditated more, my reactivity, irritability, and crankiness reduced radically. My capacity to remain connected and unconditionally love my boys, no matter what their behavior, grew exponentially. And the depth of love and joy that I feel in spending time with them is so much greater that I am shocked at how much I was actually suffering before. Willpower is not the answer. Commitment is. If you slow down, feel, forgive yourself, and listen for the message in your healthy guilt, it will tell you what you need to do. You'll see the values you hold dear and exactly how you want to be in the world. Then, use your willpower, drive, and desire to be your best and create a small habit or ritual that you will do every day. That is the secret to changing all behavior and putting something in place that guarantees lasting transformation and success. What will your new ritual be? Perfectionism and insane rules. To recap the guilt-neutralizing process so far, it goes something like this. 1. Notice when you are feeling guilty and identify it. 2. Slow down and study the experience of guilt. What does it feel like in your body? What thoughts do you notice in your mind? 3. Ask yourself this question. What rule have I broken? 4. If it's a rule that's realistic and reflects your values, then feel your heart, forgive yourself, and receive the message. However, there is another major source of guilt that is very different than the one we've been focusing on. This is what we've been calling unhealthy guilt. This is guilt that comes from rules that you've broken that aren't based on your personal core values. Instead, they are based on completely unrealistic standards for human behavior, emotions, and relationships. They are rigid, all or nothing, demanding, and generally impossible to adhere to. These include rules like, I should never feel angry. I should never feel anxious. I should never make a mistake. I should always know what to say. I should never hurt anyone's feelings. I should never upset anybody. I should always have total self-control. I should be able to predict all outcomes. I should foresee all problems and avoid them. I should obtain now. Insert any result you are striving towards. When you're feeling guilty and you slow down to pay attention, you'll hear these kinds of rules running through your mind. Sometimes it's direct, such as, I should be able to predict all outcomes. More commonly, you'll just hear that voice in your head chastising you with comments like, I should have known. Why did I do that? So stupid. These kinds of commands are driving you to go harder, perform better, be more, achieve more, and do it all faster. Reach your goals by yesterday. You're taking too long. Why aren't you there already? You should be making faster progress. You should have achieved everything you wanted by now. Underneath all of these commands is one central theme. What's wrong with you? The more you listen to them and follow them unquestioningly, the worse you feel about yourself. The more insufficient, inadequate, unlovable, and unworthy you think you are, regardless of external achievement or how much others love you. These are insane rules. When you identify one of these rules, the answer is not to take the message to strive harder and set up more rituals or commitments. The response in these situations is to slow down and let go of the demand on yourself to be superhuman. Let go of this insane rule that is driving you so hard and creating so much suffering. This rule is not your friend. It might seem like it's your inner coach, pushing you to succeed and be your best, but actually it's the voice of self-hatred. It's coming from a mindset of, I'm not complete or whole as I am. I am inadequate, insufficient, lacking. I am not good enough. I am not fully lovable as I am. I must do this, achieve this, live by this crazy rule. Then I'll be enough. Then I'll be somebody. Then I'll be worthy. Let it go. This way of living is creating tension and pain. And worst of all, even if you were to achieve your goal, there would be no relief. Of course your mind says there will be. But has there been in the past? Haven't you achieved things before? Did you feel amazing, at peace, and fully content? Did the incessant demands, self-criticism, and guilt stop for good? What happened? Perhaps a few minutes of relief, and then a new goal. 10 times the size. Realistically, it should take years to achieve, but you should get there within 3 months. Better yet, tomorrow. What's wrong with you? Why haven't you done it yet? Do you see the insanity? Let it go. Use the process outlined above in the Breaking the Rules section to soften these extreme rules. Slow down and examine each one. Find the place in your body that is tight, freaking out, and squeezing when you imagine you have to follow the rule. Bring love and attention to that part of your body. Let go. Let it go. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to achieve anything more. You're enough. You're lovable and you are loved. You're worthy right now, as you are. You are somebody and you've arrived. You're already here. Welcome. And now that you're here, I want to introduce you to a simple but extremely powerful activity that will rapidly strengthen your inner sense of authority. It will help you live by your own rules and shed years of people-pleasing and unnecessary, unhelpful guilt. In short, it will make you one powerful mofo. The Apology Fast Cafe Yum is a local chain here in Oregon that serves healthy bowls with their signature yum sauce. It's bomb, so it's one of my favorite places to eat out. The other day I was waiting for my delicious yum bowl with tofu to be prepared as I stood near the ordering line, and I witnessed this interaction. A man walked up to the counter to ask one of the cashiers a question. "Excuse me, what is that?" he said as he pointed at something in his breakfast wrap. "That's egg," the cashier said. "Oh," he said. "Did you want one without the egg?" she asked. "No, can I just get a refund?" he said. "Sure, no problem." As she was poking around on her computer screen, initiating this refund, he must have started to feel uncomfortable. He must have broken a rule. "Sorry, I think I was expecting more of a breakfast burrito kind of thing. I'm sorry." He apologized twice in one sentence. It must be an important rule. "No, that's okay," she reassured him. But she must have broken a rule too, because as she handed him the change she said, "I'm sorry about that, no." He exclaims quickly, "It's okay. Everyone's sorry and everything's okay." So much niceness in one little exchange. Why all the apologies? Since most people are living by everyone else's rules, they imagine they're breaking them all the time, hence all the apologies. Can you relate to this? Do you have a habit of saying sorry all the time, even when you haven't done anything wrong? Is it the first thing that pops out of your mouth when you gently touch shoulders walking past a stranger, or when you and a friend start speaking at the same time? How many times per day do you apologize? I was recently discussing this with a client and he guessed 3 to 4 times per day. We had him count during the next week, just to find out. Guess how many? 10 times per day. One day he noticed he apologized 24 times. And trust me, this guy wasn't walking around pushing down old ladies and taking kids' candy money. He wasn't doing anything that was highly offensive or worth apology. He was just existing. That's what I've found with the excessive apologizing. It's almost as if we're apologizing for our existence. It's as if we're saying to the world, "I'm sorry for being here, sorry for bothering you, sorry for imposing on you with my existence." Yuck. You have a right to be here. You belong. You matter. Why? Just because. You exist on this planet, and you have a right to be here just as much as anyone else. To help my client break this habit, I had him go on an apology fast. If you notice that you have a habit of saying sorry all the time, I would suggest the same activity for you. Here's how it works. For the next 3 to 4 days, simply count how many times you say sorry per day. It may be high like my client, or it may be much lower, in a 1 to 3 range. Whatever it is, just notice it without judging yourself. Then, commit to go on a 10-day apology fast. That means you don't apologize unnecessarily for 10 days. The only time you apologize is in a specific instance where you've really reflected on it and decided that you were out of line. Perhaps you were harsh with your spouse or cranky with your kids. In that case, you can go back to them and say, "I'm sorry I was cranky with you yesterday. You didn't do anything wrong, I was just irritable." Aside from those apologies for the next 10 days, eliminate all others. These include favors such as, "Sorry to bother you, I'm sorry. What was that again?" "Sorry." "Oh, sorry." "I'm sorry, you go ahead." It may be difficult at first. In fact, an apology might tumble out of your mouth before you realize it. That's okay, it's part of the process. My client came back after a week of doing this and shared his report. "How did it go?" I asked. "Well, it was really hard. I did okay, but not that great," he said. "Oh yeah, what happened?" I said. "I got down to about 3 or 4 per day. Those ones just came out before I knew it. It's almost like I couldn't control it. But from 10 to 3 or 4, that's a 70% decrease in just 7 days, I pointed out. I see this pattern all the time in my clients. They do something big in a short period of time and then find a way to discount it as if it were no big deal. I like to point this out and tease people about it, helping them start to own their progress and make them laugh at themselves a bit. "That's not good enough, Steve. 70% in 7 days. What the hell is that?" I said, smiling. "I know," he said, laughing. "I'm just amazed at how strong the habit is." So he continued the fast for another several weeks, and soon he was down to 0 unnecessary apologies per day. He told me that he was amazed by how much the simple exercise increased his confidence. "I feel more powerful walking around in the world," he said. I can look people in the eye and stand up taller. I never realized how afraid I was of upsetting people and how that was affecting me. Give it a go. Decide to do it for 10 days, then decide if you want to do another 10. Enroll a friend to play the game with you, if you'd like. You just might find that it transforms your sense of confidence, strengthens your internal core, and gives you the power you need to live life fully on your terms. Chapter 14, 100% You. As we've gone on this journey together, you've seen how being nice and pleasing is not who you are. You've grown in your assertiveness, social power, and ability to speak up and say what you need to. You've been letting go of guilt and fear as motivators, and now moving into more powerful sources of fuel, like inspiration, excitement, passion, purpose, love, contribution, fun, or anything else you value. In a sense, you are becoming more you. More and more of who you really are, who you're meant to be. Let's see if we can turn that dial up even more into the realm of bold authenticity, complete freedom, and permission to be who you want to be without shame, guilt, fear, or self-condemnation. Powerfully, freely, delightfully you. After working with thousands of people over the years, I've seen one simple pattern. Regardless of the focus of our sessions of work and business, romantic relationships, friendships, confidence, and self-esteem, this pattern was the same for everyone. It didn't matter whether they were married or single, rich or poor, old or young, it always came down to this: if someone feels like they cannot be themselves, they suffer. Period. It doesn't matter how many people love them or admire them, how famous they are, or how much money they're making. If they aren't being themselves, stuffing instead of speaking freely, or acting a role that is not congruent with their essence, there will be pain. They may try to push this pain down or ignore it because they don't want to disturb the status quo or the relationship. They tell themselves, how could I leave this job when it's so stable, and I get paid so well? But that pain doesn't go away. It just goes underground. It comes back as physical symptoms or injuries in our bodies. It manifests as apathy, anxiety, depression, negativity, dissatisfaction, or restlessness. All of these might feel uncomfortable or terrible, but they are actually beautiful. They are evidence that the human spirit will not settle for anything other than complete freedom. That you will not settle for anything less than authenticity and the freedom to express yourself in the ways you are meant to. Let's explore together how you can be more you. 100% you in fact. Bold authenticity. Let's take a moment to discover what you being 100% you actually means. I've found for myself that simply thinking about the word 100% me starts to impact my thoughts and actions. But let's give it more clarity. To start, let me ask you, what do you think 100% you is? If you gave yourself complete permission to be the real you in all settings at work, with family, as a parent, as a son or daughter, when meeting new people, with friends, by yourself in the woods, what would you do? How would you act? How would you be? What are the first words, phrases, or images that pop into your mind? Do you see certain scenes at work or with your spouse playing out in your mind? Take a few minutes and watch and hear anything that comes out of your mind and heart when you ask these questions. These messages just might be your long-lost, buried, authentic self. Grow up or don't. Did anyone ever tell you when you were a kid to grow up? Or maybe you heard it as a teenager, or even last week. Grow up. Be more mature, more responsible. Depending on the context, this often really means stop what you're doing and obey me, or don't focus on what you want, focus on my needs right now. In any case, growing up just might be part of the problem. Because when you were a kid you had absolutely no problems being fully yourself. When you were 3, 4, or 5, if you wanted to talk to someone, you did. Even if they were a stranger or homeless person that adults avoided. When you wanted to say something, you did. You shared things and told stories, assuming everyone would be interested because your stories were awesome. If the other person wasn't paying attention, you'd shout, "Hey, listen to me." If you felt shy or didn't want to talk to someone, you'd turn away or retreat. You wouldn't answer questions they asked you. You might have even simply said, "I don't like you." If you wanted to dance, you danced. Crazy, wonky, uncoordinated, unbridled, joyful, wacky dance moves. All over the place. To the joy, amusement, and delight of all adults around. They smiled as their spirit longed to be able to move so freely, without self-consciousness or regard for others' opinions. If you observe young children, you'll see all this and more. I'll never forget one fascinating interaction between 2 young girls at my wife's extended family's house. We were out in the dry desert landscape of eastern Washington in the late spring. The sky was bright blue and my future wife Candace and I was sitting on a blanket, reveling in the warm sunshine. Around us was a gaggle of little kids. The young boys were running around the property, engaged in extended and elaborate nerf warfare. The little girls were closer to the blanket, playing with various dolls, tea party sets, and whatnot. Here was the interaction I'll never forget. One little girl kept putting a doll in another girl's face so the doll could dance around and tell her something. Eventually the girl got sick of a doll in her face and yelled, "Stop putting that doll in my face." Without missing a beat, the first girl responded, "If you don't like the doll in your face, move your face then." It's the kind of thing that could happen hundreds of times in a play session between small children. It's the kind of thing that most people wouldn't even notice or think twice about. But to me, someone who has spent years studying how to be more assertive and helping others do the same, I was in awe. So much uninhibited, simple expressiveness. One girl is doing what she wants to do, and the other one doesn't like it and tells her so right away. No stuffing, no guilt, no questioning and hesitating and ruminating about the best way to say it. She just blurts it out. In response, the second girl fires back. She says whatever comes to her mind. No guilt, no feeling terrible because she did something that another person didn't like, no self-loathing, social anxiety, or fear of losing the relationship. Obviously, as we get older and more mature, we need to learn some measure of restraint. We don't say everything that comes to our minds, and we find more tactful and skillful ways to assert ourselves. However, in the vast majority of recovering nice people, myself included, we can spend way too much energy on saying things are just right. We have so many ideas about whether it's okay to speak up at all, how we should say something if we do choose to speak up, and how the other person should not have any negative reaction to us. We have that initial impulse to blurt something out, and it travels through this complex mental algorithm of what's right, what's nice, and either nothing comes out at all, or it's some heavily manipulated communication designed to be polite and acceptable to all. What comes out is often not us. And, as you remember, feeling like we cannot be ourselves is one of the greatest forms of human suffering. So what am I suggesting? That we should chuck all our filters and just go back to being like little kids. Saying whatever we want, doing whatever we want, all the time. This notion was captured brilliantly in one of the early episodes of The Simpsons, in which a popular psychologist visits the town of Springfield to do a seminar. During the seminar, he is repeatedly interrupted by the unfiltered comments of Bart Simpson, much to Homer and Marge's embarrassment. Instead of being upset, however, the psychologist praises Bart for his boldness and uses him as an example. He gets everyone in the audience chanting, "Be like the boy," encouraging them to run free, follow their impulses, and release the shackles of repression and restraint. The town is invigorated and everyone starts having more fun. However, within a short period of time, people stop going to work, carrying out their responsibilities, and the entire town falls apart. No, you don't need to be like the boy. We don't need to throw away all of our conditioning and what we learn to be self-aware, kind, attentive, and empathic people. But we may want to fiddle with the knobs a bit. We may want to turn down the filter knob from the excessive or extreme range towards thoughtful or reasonable. We may want to turn up the bold authenticity knob from totally stuffed down to I say what needs to be said or I can dance if I wanna. What dial are each of these knobs set to for you currently? Have the settings changed at all since you started reading this book? Obviously, you can change out the words and phrases on these dials for ones that speak to you. The key here is to give yourself permission to be you. To turn down the filters that hold you back, and to tone up the bold, free expression of who you are. As you do this, you will experience an increase in self-esteem, happiness, and freedom. This is because you will be aligning with the real you, that version of yourself that was there when you were 6 years old, and that gives you energy and power. You being fully you, with complete permission and enjoyment, is as good as it gets. But has anyone ever told you to just be yourself? Perhaps you were nervous or worried about a meeting, a job interview, or meeting your new girlfriend's parents. A well-meaning friend says, in an attempt to reassure you, "Relax, you'll be fine, just be yourself." It's probably sage advice, if we were to follow it. But often, what is our internal reaction to this as advice? To get a little annoyed, right? When people used to tell me that, I would smile and say thanks. Inside, I would fume to myself, what the hell does that even mean? Just be yourself. That doesn't help me at all. Well, this section is all about just that. Being yourself. Let's break it down and clarify exactly what that means for you at this stage of your life, in this moment right now. One of the best ways to do this is to see where you think you should be something other than you are. Take a moment to read that last sentence again. It's a doozy. Where do you think you should be more like someone else? Heck, in some ways do you tell yourself you should literally be somebody else? No, that's crazy, right? We would never do anything that crazy, would we? When I was 7 years old, my parents bought me one of those miniature basketball hoops. It stood about 5 feet high, with a solid backboard and realistic-looking rim. Just like a real basketball hoop, only smaller. It was amazing. I spent hours playing with the thing-taking three-pointers, slam-dunking it like crazy, and imagining myself as the hero of the championship game by scoring the most points and, of course, making the game-winning shot at the buzzer. It was glorious. Only it wasn't me. Aziz was not making all the points and winning the championship game and the love of the imaginary crowds. Andrew McAllister was. Who? Andrew McAllister. This was the name I made up specifically for this purpose. I didn't use it anywhere else, and I've never told anyone about it, until now. But anytime I played sports by myself and imagined an epic victory, it was Andrew. I would do the voices of the announcers who were calling the play-by-play of the game. Andrew McAllister pulls up for another three-pointer, and he sinks it. He's on fire. Yes, my play-by-play was heavily influenced by the video game NBA Jam. Why did I do this? I had no idea at the time, it just felt right. In some ways, it's who I wanted to be. I had many different experiences in my life where I was teased heavily or ostracized from a group simply because of my name. As is the disease, one group of kids called me as they turned away to do something that didn't involve me. I learned that having a weird name like Aziz wasn't cool. It wasn't what crowds cheered for. It wasn't the kind of name that won championships and love. So I changed it. I became someone else. Or at least pretended to be someone else. Oh, little kids are so silly, you may be thinking. I wish it were just little kids. We can do this very thing as adults. We have stories about what makes us lovable, valuable, desirable, and significant in the eyes of others. Wealth, cars, a big house, career success, a certain appearance, thinner arms, longer legs, chiseled abs, and on and on. The options for how you should be are endless. Then we find someone who represents those qualities and we subtly pressure ourselves to be more like them. An actor, a model, a sports figure, or even a colleague or friend you look up to. I should be more like him or her. In a subconscious way, part of us actually wants to be him or her. Though Tony, I didn't know it, but I was unconsciously wanting to be someone else for literally 10 years of my life. When I was 24 years old, I attended my first Tony Robbins seminar and I was blown away. I had been studying clinical psychology at Stanford and Palo Alto universities for 2 years. It was a prestigious institution and the best psychologists and psychiatrists were training me to help people. Yet, in 4 days at Tony's event I had learned more applicable, exciting, and valuable tools than I had in a year of the program. Tony was confident, certain in himself, and commanded the room. He was certain he could help anyone overcome anything, and he was highly skilled at doing so. He was also willing to demonstrate this to the audience by coaching people live in front of the entire group. It was a life-changing experience, and in that moment I knew I wasn't going to be a clinical psychologist, I was going to be a coach, like Tony. I was going to work with groups of people and help more people, like Tony. I was going to be a leader and a powerful force for good in the world, like Tony. In fact, I decided in that moment unconsciously that I was going to be Tony. So, for the next 10 years, he became the gold standard in my head. While it was inspiring and set me on a course that is my destiny, it also had some negative consequences. Because, as you may very well know, I am not Tony Robbins. But I had this underlying pressure to be more, do more, and help people more in the way that I imagined he could. This led me to frequently feel inadequate after a counseling or coaching session. Even though most of my clients were engaged in our work together and made powerful leaps and bounds in their confidence and lives, part of me wasn't satisfied. I would think to myself, Tony could have one conversation with this person and everything would transform instantly, forever. They should leave the session out of their mind excited, elated, and on fire. And I should feel and be that way all the time too. This pressure I placed on myself was generally not front row, center in my conscious awareness. It was in the background, like a hiss of static or the whir of an air conditioner. Even though I wasn't fully aware of it, it prevented me from feeling fully satisfied, fulfilled, and happy after sessions. There was always a lingering feeling of anxiety, being unsettled, or that I didn't quite do it right. It became much more obvious when I started leading live events. As people flew in from all over the country and the world, I felt an incredible pressure. I really have to Tony it up now. Every single person here has to have the most, the best, face-melting, earth-shattering, permanent breakthrough confidence explosion of all time, all before lunch on the first day. This strange demand to literally be someone else created excessive expectations, high pressure, and greatly diminished my enjoyment, freedom, and power. In December of 2016, after attending another Tony Robbins event, I was able to see this pattern that had been operating for almost a decade. I saw him very differently than I had 10 years ago. Instead of seeing a virtual demigod, I saw him as a human. I appreciated his passion and endless energy to serve humanity. It inspired and motivated me to do more of the same. I also saw him as just another person, making an impact in the world. The need to be exactly like him and do exactly what he did in the way he did it was gone. I came home with a renewed sense of power and freedom. I don't have to be any certain way. I don't have to be anyone other than who I am. I felt happy, joyful, and above all free. I was able to see my own gifts, my own strengths, and the unique value that I brought. I trusted in myself more and stopped doubting whether I was doing good enough. This radically increased my enjoyment and sense of purpose in sessions and made me more playful, direct, and powerful. I could call things out more honestly and ask challenging questions. I held nothing back. As you've been reading this story, I wonder if you're seeing anyone that you've unconsciously been trying to be. Who might you have thought you should be more like? Your brother? Your sister? That popular kid in your high school? That leader in your company or in your field? Who do you constantly compare yourself to, even if you've never met them? Take a few minutes now to reflect on that. Perhaps it will come to you over the next few days, or in a moment when you are walking from one place to another. Or you might know exactly who it is right now. Whenever you identify it, and whoever it is. Can you let that go? Can you give yourself full permission to be you? No need to pressure, force, drive, or cajole yourself into being just like that person. That pattern might seem like it drives you to be better, but it actually limits you and drains your power over time. Because your ultimate power, influence, ability to impact and love all come out strongest when you are most aligned with your inner core. The more you are being fully, 100% you, the easier everything becomes. As you let go of the need to be someone else, ask yourself these powerful questions. What about me? What do I bring to the world? What are my unique qualities? Let yourself fully see, feel, and know the gifts you bring to the world. As you do this, you fully step into being who you really are, which is a great gift to yourself and the world. There are two keys to being able to do this effectively, which are being the authority and letting yourself be known. Let's explore those now. Be the authority in order to let go of trying to be someone else, and to boldly be yourself without apology. You must become the authority in your own life. This is a subtle shift away from looking to others to tell us what to do, what to say, how to be, and to look inward and trust our own guidance, our own decisions. This can be scary at first. We often look to others because we don't feel like the authority. We are unsure, we don't know enough yet, we don't know how, and we're afraid of doing it wrong and messing things up. When we turn to someone else as the authority and they seem certain about what they're saying, it can be very relieving. Or if they have their answers, I'll just do what they say. For you, this can be beneficial at first. If you keep having the same fight with your partner and you two always get stuck, it can be helpful to get some outside input. Maybe you consult with a couples counselor or read a book about how to communicate better with each other. 6. If you apply what you learn, your communication can improve and your relationship gets better. Hello? The same goes for learning about how to build a business, get in better shape, improve your mood, or learn a new skill. Learning from others, modeling, and finding new approaches and solutions is the fast track to rapid growth and success. However, learning from others involves trusting in others and seeing them as an authority on the subject. And that can slowly lead to trusting others as a higher authority than yourself in your own life. That's where it becomes a problem. That's where you lose connection with yourself and lose your power. Instead, we must reclaim our power and our sense of internal authority. We may consider what we have learned and weigh what different teachers might suggest, and then decide for ourselves what the best course of action is. Then stand in that decision firmly, clearly, and confidently. As in, I said it, I meant it. That just happened. Lack of inner authority. If you're experiencing a lack of inner authority in any area of your life, then you know what it feels like. It involves uncertainty about how to respond to a specific situation, what to say, or how to behave. You may even be unsure of how you should think and feel. You might be imagining different people in your life, or different books you've read, considering what each of them might say to you. You also have the sense that there is a right way to handle the situation that someone else knows. But you don't know the right way, and whatever was your way wasn't quite as good as it should be. Sometimes this feeling is very strong and obvious and you're filled with uncertainty, anxiety, second-guessing, and self-doubt. Sometimes it's subtler, it's just a feeling of not being certain, fully strong in yourself, or slightly timid. You might then look to others too much, hoping they have the answers you need. And, for better or worse, you can definitely find people who have all the certainty in the world. Whether it's a book, your brother, or your colleague at work, there are many places you can find someone speaking with complete certainty and authority. Because they sound so sure of themselves, and you secretly feel unsure inside, it can be natural to conclude that they have it all figured out and you don't. So, it would be best to simply follow their advice. Do what they say. But certainty does not correlate with accuracy. In other words, someone could be certain about something and completely wrong. Their advice could be terrible. But their certainty is so dang convincing, isn't it? Only when we're not giving ourselves permission to be the authority in our own lives. Because deep down, you're just as certain. There is a part of you in your core, in your heart, that always knows the next best move for you. It knows how to respond, what to say, and what to do. There's just so much mental noise and old programming telling you not to trust yourself. That noise tells you, trust in your teacher, your parents, those people with more experience, those people who can talk a better game and sound more confident. Don't trust in yourself. Who are you to know anything? Unfortunately, many of us received this message growing up so much that we bought into it and now believe it to be true. But it's not. You are the authority in your life. You know what's best for you. Your heart, when you slow down, tune into it, breath and listen, can guide you forward. You can be you. It's okay. It's safe. The world will not end, friends will not disappear, and you will not end up alone and miserable for the rest of your life. Quite the opposite, actually. Your energy will return and magnify tenfold. Lightness, joy, and your natural sense of humor will come out more and more. Decisions will be easier and doubt will dissolve as you just choose and take action. Once you stop thinking there's someone who can tell you what to do who knows more than you, all your power returns. Then you are a force of nature. Look out. Trust your intuition. The key to being your own authority is to first give yourself that permission. It might sound simple, but affirming to yourself, I am choosing to be the authority in my life is a powerful decision that will significantly impact what you say, think, feel, and do. Of course, like any decision, in order for it to have a lasting effect, it must be an ongoing commitment. Something you do consistently, something you live by. And the best way to do that is to strengthen your sense of intuition, trust in yourself, and trust in something bigger than yourself. Intuition is a sense of inner knowing that comes from somewhere other than our scared, self-absorbed minds. It is not our survival-based programming that thinks everyone is watching and judging us, and that we need to scramble just to survive. Instead, it's a much deeper intelligence that is accessed through our bodies, and taps into something much greater than what we think of as ourselves. We all have intuition. You have a sense about something. You get the feeling it's best to go here instead of there. Your gut tells you it's a bad move to work with a certain person, and so you decline an offer. These are different ways we perceive beyond our conscious, analytic left brain. The key to being the authority in your life is to start paying attention to your intuition. Instead of dismissing it as untrustworthy and dangerous, start embracing it as a superior form of guidance, one that is vastly superior to your conscious mind. Our standard way of operating in the world is generally through our ego, or small self. This part of us is obsessed with how we appear to others, if way of getting ahead and becoming somebody and generally doing everything we should be doing so that we survive. This part of our mind thinks it needs to control everything in order to be secure. It's constantly planning and mentally manipulating the environment, deciding what the best course of action is so that we get what we want, just the way we want it. What do I need to say or do to make her want to go out with me? What do I need to do to make him ask me to marry him? How should I do this presentation to make these people agree to my proposal? With these questions as fuel, our minds get to work, weighing variables, calculating all factors, and attempting to control the external world. There is a better way. A way that feels relieving and gives you a greater sense of authority in your life. And that is to surrender. To trust more and fear less. To float more and steer less. This capacity is so incredibly valuable, I am actually writing an entire book that will explore it in greater depth. For now, simply begin by tuning into your intuition. Listen to it more, and act on it more starting now. The more you do this, the more you trust it, and the stronger it becomes. You will start to feel more relaxed self-confidence and trust that emerges from a feeling of being guided in your life. You start to experience the sense of life living through you. Being liked versus being known, as you've seen throughout this book, being the nice person is driven by the need for approval from others. This need can influence how we approach all people in all interactions, and make our primary intent to be liked. This leads to a phenomenon known as impression management, where you're monitoring how you come across and adjusting what you say or do to mold others' perceptions of you. This habit creates tension, social anxiety, and stress. As you step out of fear-based niceness and into bold authenticity, you need a new goal. If your primary purpose isn't to make sure everyone likes you, then what is it? To be known. If you're spending time with someone and your goal is to get them to like you, then you will avoid certain topics, smile politely, and do a dozen other things from the nice person playbook. But if your primary goal is simply to get to know the other person and let them know you, what would you do? And what does that even mean, to get to know someone? Is it learning all the information about their past? Where they went to school, who they dated, how many jobs they've had, and where? While that's certainly part of getting to know someone, it's only a small piece of the equation. You can know all that information and feel no connection with someone whatsoever. Or you can just meet someone and feel like you've known them a lifetime, and yet know very little about their past. So, what actually creates that sense of knowing someone? Knowing someone comes from sharing what is really happening inside, transparently and vulnerably. It requires authentic expression of what we're experiencing in the moment. This includes what we're thinking, feeling, noticing, and perceiving. What we want and don't want, like and don't like. Not some watered down, heavily filtered version of this, but what's actually happening inside of us. What's actually true. When two people are doing this, the conversation becomes engaging. Even if they don't agree on all topics, there is a strong connection because both people are fully present, fully there in the moment. In contrast, when we come from a place of wanting to be liked, we are not fully there. We are hiding large parts of ourselves, and much of our attention is in our heads, filtering what we'll say next to get the person to see us in a certain way. This lack of presence is instantly felt subconsciously by others, and they become less engaged and less interested, even if we're being friendly and asking all the right questions. Energy trumps content every time. So what if you decided, right now, that from now on your goal in being with others was not to be liked, but to be known? To share who you are and find out who they are. Or, as one of my clients put it in his words, to connect and have fun. When you make this choice and act upon it, you will discover another paradox of niceness. When you stop trying to be liked, and your intention is just to share who you are, as you are, guess what happens? That's right, people like you way more. They are naturally drawn to you, and there is an ease and effortlessness about how you attract them. You as you are right now are enough. You can share yourself. Be yourself. Reveal yourself. You don't have to wait until you're better, or you have it all sorted out, or you don't have negative feelings. You don't have to read 18 more self-development books on how to share and communicate better. You can be you. It's okay. It's safe. I promise. However, me telling you that and you knowing that might be two different things. Which actually brings us to the final section of this book, which is all about what matters most, action. Chapter 15, your BTB 30-day action plan. Welcome to Boldness Training Bootcamp. It seems highly likely to me that you have already begun to take some action on what you are learning in this book. To make it this far and not have done anything different indicates a strong pattern of discomfort avoidance. If so, not to worry, we have a clear set path of specific actions for you to take, starting today. If you have been trying new things, testing out saying no, asking for what you want, and being more expressive, then you're in good shape. This section will give you more ideas, and lay out a specific plan for you to follow to increase your progress. Remember, the opposite of nice is not being a jerk, it's being authentically you. More direct, more assertive, more expressive, and ultimately more alive. This allows you to then be more generous, kinder, and more loving with anyone you choose. Also remember that intellectual insight and new understandings are extremely helpful, but only insofar as they help you take new action in your life. Repeated action over time, doing the uncomfortable thing again and again, is what's going to set you free. Boldness Training Bootcamp, which is designed to help you shed excessive niceness and return you to your full personal power, is very much like going to the gym. I like to use this metaphor because everyone understands what it takes to get physically stronger. We all know that you need to go to the gym, or run, or swim, and do this activity again and again to get stronger. If you went to the gym once per week and curled a 5-pound weight a few times, and then left, would you be any stronger after a month? Sounds absurd, right? But somehow we don't use the same logic when it comes to changing patterns of behavior, communication, or thought. In those instances, we might say, I kinda tried to speak up by asking them a question, but they didn't listen to me, so I dropped it. If that's your attitude, this boldness training will never work. Our mind says that simply because it's uncomfortable. The discomfort of lifting weights or going for a run is somehow simpler and often much easier to endure. We know it will end, and we often feel an immediate high after working out. We also know that if we keep doing it, we'll get stronger. However, when it comes to boldness training, it can be less clear. After a workout where we said no directly, or made a choice that upset someone else, we can feel waves of self-doubt, self-criticism, or guilt. To make matters worse, we may have created relationships in our lives where we were constantly pleasing others and they've come to expect that. We may have trained everyone around us to demand we do their bidding, regardless of what we want. As you become bolder, expressive, authentic, and powerful, you will overcome all of these challenges. You will discover that some relationships evolve and grow as you do. There's more space for you to be you, and everything gets better. Other relationships turn out not to be much of a real relationship after all. It turns out the other person is enjoying having someone do what they want and doesn't like the idea of that person having a will of their own. In these cases, you'll be met with the change back phenomenon. This term comes from family counseling and describes the phenomenon of pressure one family member might feel when they try to make a positive change. Counselors discovered that other family members would often resist the change, even though it's for the better. They might confront the family member or offer a more passive form of resistance through guilt-tripping or sarcastic comments. These indirect communications are unconsciously communicating, "I don't like change. Change back to the way you are right now, and everything will go back to normal and I'll be happy again." Change back. If you are met with a few change back behaviors, don't worry about it. It's a natural and normal part of the process. Some of your friendships and relationships will grow much deeper and some will fall away. That's okay. You will then have space to attract more inspiring people in your life who love and support the authentic version of you. As you do this, instead of others turning against you and terrible things happening, you'll discover it's quite the opposite. Others become more interested in you, more attracted to you. People want to be your friend, date you, sleep with you, or marry you. They want to hire you, work with you, or work for you. They start to treat you with more authority and respect. Everything you want is just on the other side of your comfort zone. So, are you ready to get uncomfortable in order to create the life you've always wanted? Are you pumped? I'm pumped. Let's do this. The plan, okay, here's the plan. For the next 30 days you are going to do one thing per day that challenges your nice person programming. For example, today you are going to start a fight and you are going to lose. No, I'm kidding. The challenges will be basic, fast, and easy to apply in your life. In fact, you might be surprised how little time this takes. Most of these exercises can be completed in several minutes. Some may require up to 15 minutes. Time is not the obstacle here, discomfort is. And if you are willing to face discomfort in order to liberate yourself, then you are set for a life-changing month. Remember, this is a 3-step process for eliminating excessive niceness and becoming a more authentic, confident version of you. 1. Decide to be not nice. 2. Do the not nice stuff that makes you scared and uncomfortable. 3. Work through the internal backlash, guilt, anxiety, doubt, fear afterwards. The plan is simple. First, decide when you are going to begin. Unless you are going on a solo meditation retreat in the mountains next week, I suggest you begin today or tomorrow. Not when you're less busy and it sounds easier, not when you finish the project at work, and not in 13 years when your kids graduate high school and head off for college. Today. Now. Ready? Begin. Week 1. Foundation Day 1 Clarity. Let's begin by getting clarity on 2 things. First, where you are now, and secondly, why it's a must for you to break free to a higher level of boldness and authenticity. Begin by taking the How Nice Are You assessment on page 33. You may have taken it when you read this section of the book, but it's good to get a clear sense of where you are in this moment as you begin these 30 days. Secondly, take a few minutes and get clear on why reaching the next level of growth and freedom is essential. In order to persist in the face of discomfort to achieve anything, we must have a strong internal motivation to help us make it through the hard times. The natural human tendency is to move away from discomfort over time, so in order to override this, write out the reasons. Why is it essential for you to break free now? What does being too nice cost you in your life? What pain is it causing you? What pain is it causing others? What will becoming more expressive, free, empowered, and loving bring to your life? What will your life be like on the other side? Take as long as you'd like to reflect on these questions, and then write something down. Don't just answer these in your head. Get your thoughts down on paper or on your phone so you can read them later in this process, whenever you need a motivation boost. Day 2, I don't need your approval today, is a fun one. Start by reviewing the 15 common signs of approval seeking on page 49. Pick one from the list that you'd like to reduce today. And then, starting right now and frequently throughout the day, remind yourself of this powerful truth: I don't need your approval. Say it silently in your mind right now. Repeat it before any social interaction. Repeat it while you're sitting in a meeting at work or interacting with your boss or customer. Repeat it as you check out at the supermarket. Repeat it before and during your date with that really attractive person you're nervous about seeing. Repeat liberally. No need to force anything or make yourself feel a certain way. Simply let the words settle into your mind like seed being scattered in a fertile field. Day 3, what do I want? Open up a fresh sheet of paper or note file on your computer and ask yourself this question: what do I want? Write freely, quickly, and without editing your thoughts. No one else is going to read this, it's just for you. If your mind judges what comes out, that's okay. That's what our minds are trained to do. Just keep writing as quickly as you can. I want, and then, when you're done, ask yourself this question: what do I really want? And write some more. When you're done, take a few minutes to read over what you've written. Slow down and breathe. Notice how you feel. Find any discomfort in your body and bring your attention to it, meeting it with curiosity, acceptance, and love. No need to be alarmed. That discomfort is just a young part of you that escaped because it was taught that it was bad to want things. Just hold that part in your awareness with patience and love, and it'll calm down. Then, throughout the day, ask yourself that question multiple times. In this situation, what do I want? Notice what answers arise. If you can, and feel up for it, try acting on what you discover. For example, if you're talking with someone and not feeling satisfied with the conversation, ask yourself, what do I want here? Perhaps you discover that you want to end the conversation so you can talk with someone else. If you feel ready for it, simply tell the person at the next opportunity, "It's been great talking with you, Bob. I'm going to head over to the lounge area for a bit. I'll catch you later." If acting on what you want seems too intense or is too challenging right now, that's fine. We're only in day 3. In that case, simply notice what you really want, without making it wrong or bad. Also notice how much fear there is around simply asking for or doing what you want. Let yourself be curious and fascinated by it all, trusting that you will be free before too long. Day 4, your Bill of Rights. Remember this from Chapter 6? Did you make one? If not, go back to that section and create one now. It is a life-changing exercise. Then, read your Bill of Rights this morning. Read it out loud. If you need privacy, do it on your way to work in your car. Pull off to the side of the road somewhere and belt them out. Strange? Sure. But liberating? You know it. So, let's get a little strange in order to be happy, free, and full of love. You may even want to make a practice of reading your Bill of Rights once per day for the next few weeks. Then, throughout your day, notice how this changes your outlook and actions. Are you able to do something you normally wouldn't? Are you able to let something go and release guilt quickly and easily when in the past you would have stewed about it for hours? Give yourself full permission to live from these rights. Embody them as much as you can today. Be brave. No matter what, you're safe, you are worthy, and you are loved. It's okay to be you. Day 5, strengthen your reality. Remember this exercise from page 176, where you wrote out the answer to some questions to strengthen your reality. If not, do it now. If so, read what you wrote out loud. Again, do so in the car or in your room if you need the privacy. Don't read it as if you're reading an operations manual. Read it as if you were sharing the most valuable thing in the world with your best friend, a spouse, or kids, and you knew it would change their lives if they heard it. Here are the questions. What do you love? What do you like, appreciate, and enjoy? What do you hate? What do you dislike? What annoys you, bothers you, irritates you, or pisses you off? What do you believe? What do you believe in? Start each sentence with "I believe." What is great about you? What are your strengths, positive qualities, quirks, and endearing traits? What makes you, you? What's your purpose? Why are you here? What is the point? What are you going to do? Let those words settle in and live from that place today. Pay attention to your perception today, how you see things, and what you think and feel. Notice any tendency to dismiss it or privilege others' perspectives more than your own. Own your reality today. Let it feel good. Day 6, and the source. What if for all these years you had it all wrong? What if the approval you were trying to get from others wasn't held by them at all? What if, unbeknownst to you, others were actually looking to you for your approval? Does this sound far-fetched? Maybe not, as you've grown during this challenge and from reading this book. Actually, it's a surprising truth that you only start to see when you open your eyes to it. I'll never forget when I first discovered this could be a possibility that others could want my approval. I was having a conversation with a sweet, intelligent, and beautiful woman in a supermarket of all places. I had exercised my boldness and had simply approached her to start a conversation. Within several minutes, we were engaged in a fun and free-flowing conversation that extended into topics way outside the bounds of supermarket foods. All of a sudden, I heard a slight quiver in her voice as she spoke. In an instant, I knew what was happening. She was nervous. I was completely blown away. For over a decade, I thought I was the one who should get nervous because I was the one who needed the other person's approval. Now, I saw that she was nervous because she liked me and she wanted me to like her. The whole thing threw me for a loop and took me a few days to take in. The question I have for you is, what if you were the source of approval? For the rest of today, operate as if that were true. Imagine that each person you speak with, no matter how beautiful, powerful, successful, or intimidating, wants your approval. How would you act? How would you speak? How would you look at them? Let this guide your behavior today, and perhaps every day for the rest of your life. Day 7. Knowing your shadow. You are not perfect or saintly, nor do you need to be. Remember the discussion about your shadow in Chapter 8? There's actually many different parts inside of you. Our home before we just happened to name 3 of them: ID, ego, and superego. The ID is about impulse, immediate desire, and is primarily self-focused. I want what I want, and I want it now. Sex, sweet food, and pleasure. All fun, no work, no responsibility. The superego is your internal school principal trying to uphold order with 101 rules and commands for how you should be. And then there's ego in the middle, trying to take these 2 wildly different inputs and choose effective behaviors in the world. So today, here's what you're going to do. Pay attention to your ID. That's it. Notice your impulses, your desires, and your reactions. Let yourself be more aware and curious about this part of you. One moment you might notice you don't want to do some difficult task or chore. Maybe you feel a desire to forget all that and just go have fun. Later in the day, you might notice an overpowering rage when someone talks over you in a meeting. You feel a desire to smash them in the face. In the evening, you might notice a desire to do less around the house, so your spouse has to pick up the slack and put the kids to bed. What if you didn't suppress any of these thoughts or feelings? What if you didn't judge yourself for having them, or make yourself wrong? Of course, you probably wouldn't want to leap across the table and attack Henry during the meeting, and maybe you would override your desire to shirk responsibility in the household. Paying attention to your ID doesn't mean doing whatever it says to do. Instead, you can just be curious about this part of yourself. You can be amused at how wacky and outrageous some of those urges are. I remember I was doing this experiment many years ago when I worked at a psychological counseling clinic in a major university. We used to have to sit through these extremely slow, dry, boring meetings that would drag on way beyond any reasonable time frame. They always seemed so unproductive and often involved lots of venting and complaining with no real solutions or direct leadership. On one particular meeting, I just started paying attention to my ID and what it wanted to do in there. And guess what? I had this image of me jumping up on the big boardroom table and zipping my fly and peeing right there, all over everyone's papers and coffee cups. It was so utterly absurd, I had to smile. And then I carried the fancy out in my mind. What would they do? How would Dana react? Would they scramble to get their scones out of the way, or would they stare in utter shock and disbelief? Needless to say, with my mind focused on such absurdities, the meeting passed by very quickly and I was soon free to carry on with my day. Pay attention to your shadow today. Be amused. Love her up. You rock. Okay, that brings us to the end of week 1. You are amazing. Now that you're completing your foundation, it's time to get in the forge phase. Here you will start diving in and facing more discomfort by taking specific action in the world. Remember that there can be discomfort after taking bold action. You may feel embarrassed, worried about what others think, or insecure. Your mind might make up dramatic stories about how everyone in the world noticed and thinks you suck, and that terrible things will happen if you don't stop this challenge right now. That's just your safety police getting stirred up. Remember to use the tools you learned earlier in this book, including the peace process, energy bubble, and pattern interrupts, among others. And above all else, stick with the plan. It's a good plan. If you really want to accelerate your progress, I recommend listening to the peace process guided audio once per day for the next 7 days. It will greatly enhance your capacity to tolerate discomfort, thereby freeing you to do more of what you really want. Week 2, Forge Day 8 Ice Showers. Remember those from Chapter 11. That wasn't an intellectual exercise. Cold showers can change your life. I'm serious. Doing them regularly strengthens your commitment, builds discipline and willpower, and can even reduce your body fat percentage. Today when you get into the shower, take a minute to let yourself warm up, and then turn the water to ice cold. Stay in the water for 1 minute. Be sure to lift your arms, get your chest and stomach, and let the water run over your head. You can count 60 seconds, or use a water-resistant watch. Once 60 seconds is passed, go back to warm for a minute or so, and then do 1 more 60-second blast of cold. Then enjoy your shower as usual, being sure to end with 20 to 30 seconds of cold water right at the end. For maximum results, I suggest doing this in every shower you take, forever. But then again, I am known for being extreme. At the very least, continue this practice for the remainder of your time in Boulder's Training Bootcamp Challenge. Day 9 Endure disapproval. Today you are going to get some disapproval. Ach, that's bad. Fortunately, it will all be in your head. That's good. Find a quiet place to sit where you won't be disturbed for 15 minutes. Then think of someone you know and like. Someone who you want to like you. Close your eyes and imagine them disapproving of you for something you did or failed to do. Preferably pick something you actually want to do, not just some random offensive thing. For example, let's say you get terrified about being late for meetings with your boss. Whenever you're late, you have a mini panic attack and spend your commute freaking out about how bad it will be. In that case, imagine being late for a meeting and your boss disapproving of you for it. Or, let's say you don't want to prepare all the meals in your household. If you were to tell your spouse that you want them to be responsible for half of the meals, you know they would object and get upset, telling you it's unfair because they already do X, Y, and Z. In that case, imagine making your request and them being upset with you. Do you have someone and something in mind? Good. Simply imagine yourself going through with it and let yourself see in your mind's eye their disapproval. Then, bring your attention to your body, right into the part that's most tense, tight, or constricted. It might be your chest, throat, stomach, or forehead. Maybe your shoulders hunch up and your jaw clenches. Wherever you feel tension, let your attention rest there. Then breathe, notice, and feel. Stay out of your mind and in your body. You are simply increasing your capacity to tolerate this kind of discomfort. You don't need to make it go away or solve anything. You are just hanging out for 15 minutes with these sensations. It's just a different kind of ice shower. Day 10 extended order today involves going to a coffee shop or restaurant where you order at the counter. Make time for this in your schedule today. When you get there, you are going to expose yourself to more disapproval by taking too long to order. When you get to the front of the line and it's your turn, take a long, slow look at the menu. Look pained by the number of choices. Wrap your fingers against the counter. Ask lots of questions. Long pause. What's the difference between ginger spice and pumpkin spice? Stay in it way longer than you want to. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, someone might get upset with you. No, you're not hurting anyone. And that's exactly what you're showing yourself by doing this exercise. It might annoy someone, but you can handle it, and no one dies. In fact, a person who's all stressed out because you took an extra 2 minutes of their life could probably benefit from chilling their type of butt out anyway. Day 11 disagreement light. Today you are going to pay close attention in your interactions with others and notice one thing when you disagree. As you listen to someone speaking, ask yourself, do I agree with this? Trust in your perspective and opinion. When you notice when you disagree, simply take note of it. This is disagreement light, so you don't actually have to say anything. We're just building your awareness about what you actually think, feel, and perceive. Day 12 ask for something for free. Today is another fun one. Go somewhere, such as a food cart, sandwich shop, or other establishment and warmly ask for something for free. Excuse me, can I have this bottle of water? Can I get my Supreme bowl for free? Notice your fear about asking before you ask. Notice their response. Notice your internal reactions to their response. Notice how you feel afterwards. Any discomfort along the way? Good. That means you're growing. It means you're alive. Day 13 ask for what you want. Find an opportunity today to specifically ask for something you want. Not, will you pass the salt please? Pick something that is edgy or uncomfortable and ask for it. Something that the nice version of you would never have asked for. Perhaps it's something that you judge as too much, or maybe it inconveniences someone to give it to you. Stretch yourself here and lean into the edge of your comfort zone. If your coworkers are going out to lunch, ask if one of them can bring you takeout from the restaurant when they come back. Better yet, ask if you can join them. Ask your spouse to listen as you share about something you're proud of or excited about. Ask your friend to give you back the item she borrowed. Think about it for a minute and you'll know what the thing is. If it's a little or a lot uncomfortable to ask for, you know you're on the right track. Day 14 share something unsolicited. Today you are going to look for an opportunity to share something without having been explicitly asked. This can be in any conversation with colleagues, friends, or family. You are going to break the habit of only sharing when someone asks you to. Instead of waiting for them to ask, just share something. When you see your colleague, tell them about the improv comedy class you joined. When you see your friend, tell them about the hilarious movie you watched a week ago. When you see your spouse, share something you found interesting from your day without waiting for them to ask. Take a page out of the book of Same, or you're in a 3-year-old, and just assume everyone is interested simply because you're you. And you're awesome. Day 15 disagreement for reals. You know what's coming here. Today you are going to notice when you disagree with something that someone says, just like you did a few days ago. But today you are going to actually say something. If you'd like, you can review the many different ways to disagree, starting on page 277. But trying too hard to get it right and make it perfect are often signs of trying to minimize discomfort. Instead, go for it. Let it be a little awkward or messy. Also, pay close attention to how they react. You might be surprised to see how little they seem to notice. Then, pay close attention to how your mind reacts over the following few minutes and hours. It could go down all kinds of catastrophe scenarios about death and ruin. Just smile at your safety police and love it up. The more you take bold action, the less power its words hold over you. Day 16 Disagreement Next. This one's awesome. Today you are going to disagree again, but this time you are going to casually throw the actual word disagreed in there. You don't need to make a big deal about it, or bend the other person to your will or anything. You are simply using that word on purpose to show the scared, nice part of you that it's no big deal and that you can handle anything. If someone's sharing something and you disagree, you can simply say, "Interesting, I disagree. I think the most important thing to focus on would be blah blah blah." Be sure to throw the actual word disagree in there. It might seem trivial, but it is a powerful liberating force for your subconscious mind. Week 3, Freedom Day 17. I am the owner. Today you are going to see yourself as the owner of your life. Remind yourself throughout the day, I am the owner of my life. I create what happens to me. I always have choice. In addition, let yourself see everyone you meet as the owner of their life as well. Give them that gift and the dignity of seeing them as a powerful creator. They have power, freedom, and choice. Even if they seem stuck or helpless, remind yourself to see them as the owner of their life, the captain of their ship, and the master of their destiny. Date 18 Certainty Round. Sometime today, perhaps on your car ride to work or in the morning, go on a 2-minute certainty round. To review this technique, refer to page 252. Put your heart and soul into it. Rant with gusto, power, and energy. Con fouet. Day 19 Say no today. The title says it all here. Find one opportunity to say no to someone today. Don't wait for the perfect moment or figure out how to say it in the best possible way. Just do it. Remind yourself that the ability to say no is a muscle that grows stronger with frequent use. And that doing so gives you more freedom, power, and choice in your life, which increases your happiness and ability to freely and joyously love others. Day 20 Interrupt someone. Find an opportunity today to casually interrupt someone. You can try using enthusiasm as you do it, as if something really fascinating just popped into your head. Again, it doesn't matter how you do it, or how smooth you are. Let it be clunky, or awkward, or messy. Just do it. Today. Day 21 Approach authority. Actively move towards someone who you view as an authority. Likely targets can be your supervisor, boss, or boss's boss at work. In the past you may have had a bad habit of avoiding these kinds of people and turning the other way. Not today. Today you are going to seek them out and initiate a brief conversation. It can be totally casual as you ride the elevator together. You can knock on their office door and ask them a quick question or two about an upcoming project. It doesn't matter what you say. The important thing is to approach them. As you do so, remind yourself that they are just a person. Think of them using their first name, not their title. Remember, they were a kid once, and they have pains and fears and experience self-doubt too. Also remember that despite their status, you are the source of approval. If you run your own business, are a stay-at-home parent, or don't work today, pick someone else. Who is an authority for you that you tend to avoid out of nervousness? Your dad? An attractive stranger? Someone who's well-dressed? Attorneys? Whoever it might be, find that person, call them, or reach out to them. Find a way to approach them today. Day 20 to say no. Again today you are going to find another opportunity to say no. Repetition is the mother of skill and makes saying no easier and easier. This time, take it a little further and offer no with no explanation at all. Simply smile and say, "No thanks." If the situation warrants an explanation, check your nice person programming. It might not. That just might be a compulsive need to explain out of a fear of upsetting others. But if upon further examination, you still would like to offer an explanation, keep it brief and with minimal details. Day 23 Have the conversation you've been avoiding. Oh yeah. Now we're getting into the really good stuff. You know that conversation you've been avoiding? The one that makes you a little sweaty to even think about. The one that makes your stomach tense and you feel like you have to either throw up, use the bathroom, or run away. That one. Maybe it's not that intense for you. Maybe it's just that tense conversation about parenting styles, or money, or sex that you've been wanting to have with your spouse. Maybe it's that conversation with a friend who's been talking too much about his ex, but you've just let him because he seems so broken up about it. You're tired of hearing about it, and want to have time to talk about other things when you're together. It could be with your mom or your dad. Your brother or your teenage son. It could be someone you work with, or work for Gulp. Do you know who it is now? Most likely you do. It might be the one you initially thought of, and then dismissed because it seemed too awkward or uncomfortable. Fortunately, we both know that discomfort tolerance is the secret superpower for an incredible life of happiness, freedom, and fulfilling relationships. So, let yourself discover who that person is and what the conversation that you need to have is. Then go have that conversation today. You got this, rock star. I love you. Week 4, flight day 24. Commit to take care of yourself. Decide today that you are going to take care of yourself. No, I don't mean relax in bed, binge watch TV shows, and go get a pedicure. I mean make a deep commitment that you are going to start taking care of yourself. This means you are going to ask yourself what you want and need in different situations and really listen to the response. You honor what you desire and value it deeply. If a situation is unpleasant or unhealthy, you take care of yourself by speaking up or getting out of there. One of my clients was a 78-year-old woman who had suffered a stroke. She had mostly recovered, but she had to monitor her blood pressure to make sure she wasn't getting stress in her body, lest she have another stroke. In spite of this potential consequence, she couldn't stop herself from pushing her limits, demanding that she cook all the meals, do all the dishes, manage all the household tasks, and manage the accounting for the family business. As we discussed these patterns, we came up with the name Superwoman for the part of her that demanded she do more regardless of her health. Through our work together, I slowly convinced her to change her top priority from getting more done, looking good to others, or keeping up with her sister, to just one focus. In fact, I suggested she write this down and repeat it multiple times per day. Above all else, my top priority is to take care of myself. She began to say this each day and implement it in her life. She began slowing down when she was driving herself hard and listening to another part of herself, which she called common sense. This part told her to take breaks, to delegate responsibilities she didn't need to personally take care of, and to sometimes just go outside for a walk. This part also encouraged her not to schedule back-to-back meetings as they tended to stress her out. As she began to listen to this part and take care of herself, she changed dozens of things in her life. In that time, her life transformed. Her blood pressure went down, and her multi-decade pattern of frequent panic attacks vanished. What might happen today, and for the rest of your life, if you were to decide to make taking care of yourself a top priority? Day 25. Hold nothing back this morning. Ask yourself this question. If I held nothing back today, what would I say? What would I do? Let yourself reflect for a few minutes on whatever comes to mind. Then proceed with your normal day. Notice how you show up in different situations. Notice where you might be holding back. Ask yourself in those instances, if I wasn't holding back right now, what would I say? What would I do? This evening, before you go to sleep, reflect on these moments. Notice where you were bolder, more expressive, more you. How did it feel? Good? Exciting? Free? Was it a little unpredictable or scary? Also, where did you hold back? What did you not say? What did you not do? How did that feel? Relieving? Predictable? Safe? Notice whatever you notice and draw whatever lessons you need from this day's experiment. Day 26. Ask for what you really want. Today you are going to ask for what you really want. Earlier in this program, you may have asked someone for something you wanted. Maybe you got it, and maybe you didn't. Maybe it felt edgy or vulnerable to ask, and maybe it was simpler. Regardless, it's time to ask for something else. This time pick something that you want even more. Choose someone close to you, a dear friend, a family member, or your partner. Approach them directly. Be authentic and be vulnerable. If you're nervous about asking, reveal that as well. Put yourself out there and ask for what you really want, just as you want it. If any guilt, fear, or other discomfort arises, embrace it. You are becoming a discomfort tolerance master. Day 27. 100% me. This morning you are going to write out this sentence stem and complete it 20 times. Do it as quickly as possible and do not overthink what you write. Do not hesitate to slow down, just keep writing the sentence stem and completing it again and again until you reach 20. The sentence stem is, if I were being 100% me today, I would. Once you've done this, bring it forward into your day. Be that way as much as you can in as many situations as you can. Enjoy. Day 28A. Today you are going to practicing applying one of my favorite techniques. I don't have a catchy name for it, so we'll just call it A, and it goes something like this. During the course of the day, you're going to do something that used to cause discomfort because you would take responsibility for other people's feelings. Maybe it's asking for something, saying no, putting yourself first, or anything else out of the not nice playbook. When you notice the discomfort arising, and the old familiar feeling of guilt, you are simply going to wave your hand through the air as if you're casually swatting at a fly. As you do this, say out loud, they'll be fine. Imagine you are swatting away all the doubt, fear, obligation, and need to take care of others. In one simple wave of your hand, you release all of this, seeing them and yourself as creators and powerful adults. It may take some practice, but once you've done enough of this kind of boldness training and internalized the messages in this book, you will be able to do it more and more. It's an amazing feeling to have something that would have caused you days of agony in the past float by in just several seconds. Day 29, Hell Yes or Hell No challenge. Today you are going to experiment with only doing something if it is a hell yes for you. Anything less than a hell yes is a hell no, so don't do it. Decline an invitation, don't complete some paperwork, or tell your coworker you can't get that task done for him today. You may enjoy doing this, and it may feel liberating. Or you may feel anxious, worried that your entire world will fall apart at the seams. Regardless, stick with it for the entire day. You're just flexing the discomfort muscle and getting it stronger, which will help you in all your relationships, and in all areas of your life. If you enjoy it, you just might choose to do it again tomorrow. Day 30. See with the eyes of love. Today you are going to practice seeing through all nice person messages, evaluations, expectations, and demands you place on yourself and others. Take 20 or 30 minutes and go to a busy place with lots of people, such as a food court, plaza, or mall. Then, just sit on a bench and look around you at all the people walking by. Find someone to focus on and let your attention settle on them. Breathe, relax in your body, and observe this person as they move through the world. Can you get a gut sense of what they're like? Do they seem happy or sad? Excited or tired? Who are they with? Are they alone? Do they seem lonely or at peace? Are they with their parents, partner, friends, or kids? Do they seem open and loving, or closed and constricted? Let yourself wonder what their dreams are. Muse about what things they might fear in life. Are they too nice? Do they want others to like them? How have they criticized and judged themselves? What parts of themselves might they have hidden away or thought of as bad and wrong? Don't answer these questions with your mind through rational analysis. Instead, just feel your breath and focus your attention on your heart. Let yourself feel these answers, sensing the essence of this person. Then, let yourself move on to someone else. Do this for 15 to 20 minutes. Afterwards, stand up and walk back to your car, or house, or office. What did you experience? What did you notice? Is it possible that everyone else is wrapped up in their own fears, dreams, desires, and doubts? Are others terrified of being judged by their family, friends, peers, or even strangers? What was it like to see with the eyes of love? Week 5 plus, forever. As you know by now, this process doesn't end with day 30. By now you have some solid momentum, and I encourage you to use it. Keep going. Each day, look for opportunities to practice being less nice. Ask for what you want, say no, speak up, share freely, disagree, share your perspective or opinion, interrupt, prevent someone from interrupting you, discover what you want, take care of yourself, and give yourself permission to be you. Just like going to the gym, the longer you go, the stronger you get. The more social power and freedom you generate, which allows you to speak more freely, express yourself more boldly, and rise to higher levels of leadership in all areas of your life. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining me on this epic journey, which never really ends. I am your brother on this same path, looking for opportunities each day to be more authentic, expressive, free, and truly living with others on this planet. I hope that we get a chance to meet one day, perhaps at one of my live events. I am amazed at the intelligence, heart, courage, and commitment of the people who attend those. I find that I grow just as much as everyone there, and there is a beautiful process of symbiotic healing for us all. And who knows, perhaps we'll meet in a very different context. I just might happen to be in line at a coffee shop waiting to place my order and hear someone in front of me taking way too long to order, loudly saying, what's the difference between a mint chip latte and a double mocha latte? I wish you all the best, my friend, on your path towards greater authenticity, freedom, happiness, and deeply fulfilling relationships. With love and gratitude, Aziz. Though, there is just one more thing I want to share with you. It's a selection of short stories from my own life of applying the pillars of not nice in my daily life. Enjoy. Epilogue, Not Nice in Action. By now you have a clear plan of exactly what you can do to start building your boldness and authenticity muscles. To further support you on this path, I wanted to share 10 short stories of me being not nice in action. In some instances, I am bold, direct, honest, and clear. In other instances, nice guy conditioning pops up and it is only afterwards that I see the automatic niceness that determine my behavior. As you read these stories, notice your internal reactions. Are you amused, envious, uncomfortable, excited? These responses can give insight into your own level of social power and freedom. I can, but I quote D. rather not. I wrote much of this book between the hours of 4:00 and 6:00 am. Between being a dad to 2 small children, spending time with my wife Candice, working out, and running a business, that was the only time I found I could consistently carve out to make it happen. So I did. Level 5 motivation, baby, whatever it takes. On weekday mornings I would get up at 3:00 am, meditate for an hour, write from about 4:20 am to 5:00 am, then go to the gym. On weekends, I could write from 4:20 am to 5:30 or 6:00 am until the kids woke up. Somewhere in the process, we ended daylight savings time, which meant our clocks rolled back an hour, and for a short period of time, sleeping schedules were wacky, and my son's aim was waking up at 4:30 am. Here's a text exchange between me and Candice on one of those mornings at 4:28 am. Candice, Sane's body is programmed to wake up at this time, it seems. As is Stan. Is he ready to get up? I leave for the gym in about 20, but I can be with him until then. Pause. As is, although I'd rather keep writing if he's still dozy. Candice, think I can get him back to sleep. As is okay. Thanks. To some people, this might seem so minor, so insignificant that they wouldn't even think twice about it. But for a recovered nice person, this is a great sign of progress. My first response is me being authentic by saying dang, then offering to support. In the past, I would have left it just at that. He's up, let me help. As soon as I sent it, however, I noticed a feeling inside of me saying, I don't want to stop writing right now, I'm just getting into it, and I have 20 minutes left. So I sent the next text expressing what I prefer. It wasn't a hard line. If he was up and wanting me, I certainly would have gone to get him. But notice the subtle power of the nice programming to eliminate even stating what you really want or don't want. Notice the subtle pull towards powerlessness, where I do what I think is needed, feeling I have no choice, and then deep down start to feel resentful. Pay attention to those signals. And note how even if you start nice, or pleasing, or accommodating, you can always say more or change your stance. You can always find a way to speak up for what you want. Always. Halloween, our son's aim, is almost 3 years old. He is very excited about trick-or-treaters coming to our house. He has an entire conversation planned out with these imaginary kids that goes something like this. I say, how old are you? They say 10. I say, what? As time passes, no trick-or-treaters arrive. He becomes sad and confused. Where are they? Are they not coming? Apparently not. This is our first Halloween in this house, and apparently our street sucks. So we grab Zame, his little baby brother, and the 4 of us hop into our car to drive to a street nearby that has tons of shops that give out candy to kids. We tell him we're going to find the trick-or-treaters, and he can ask them how old they are. This excites and delights him. It's worth mentioning at this point that Candice and I are pretty solid health nuts and eat a super clean diet with no processed foods or sugars. Candy consumption for kids seems inevitable, but our goal is to postpone Zame's first highly concentrated chemical sugar bomb experience until he's a bit older. So there we are on Alberta Street in Portland, watching as kids and adults in costumes pass every which way. Zame is enthralled and stares wide-eyed as ghosts, ninjas, a yeti, and Batman walk by. He begins carrying out his mission of asking other kids how old they are until he finds a 10-year-old. The rain has stopped for the evening and the cool dusk air is rich with the smell of moisture, leaves, and fall. Our son is adorable as he slightly awkwardly approaches kids, bombarding them with how old are you as they attempted to walk past. It's a sweet, tender moment, and life is good. And then our man shows up. A little boy in costume walks by us next to his mother. In response to Zame's standard question, the little boy stops, turns and says he's 4. Then his mother, who notices that Zame has no bucket of candy and her son has a full bucket of candy, says, "Honey, let's give him some candy." Oh, we weren't prepared for this moment. "No, that's okay," I reply with a smile. It's fairly obvious that little Iron Man was in agreement with me on this point. His long pause conveyed his thoughts. Yeah, what that guy said. No to giving out candy. But his mom took my no thanks as some form of politeness and insisted, "Eric, give him a piece of candy, just one." In that moment, nice guy programming took over, and I stood silently as Iron Man picked out a cherry lollipop to give to Zame. We thanked them as they walked off. Zame promptly unwrapped the sweet treat and marveled at the bright red color. It was 6:20 p.m., just 40 minutes before bedtime, the most suboptimal time to introduce a sugar smash. So we had him smell it, which turned into rubbing it on his lips, which turned into "I want to eat this so bad it hurts." But we didn't let him. And he cried. And I held him as he asked me why he couldn't eat it. It was humorously heart-wrenchingly tragic. Now, regardless of whether you agree with my stance on candy for almost 3-year-olds, this whole experience could have been avoided. What stopped me from more firmly refusing the candy? Being too nice. Because in my mind, if I said in a clear and friendly tone, "No thanks, we're okay, we don't eat candy," then this woman would feel judged for letting her kid eat candy. I didn't want her to feel bad, or to judge me for being weird or uppity. So I said nothing. Forget that. In my fantasy redo, I simply tell her that we don't want it. If she has feelings about it, that's okay. It's quite likely she might not even think twice about it if we'd refused. I'll never know. But I do know that in the future I will be clearer about saying no, even if it's a little uncomfortable. I gotta go. I was standing outside at 11 p.m. in the humid air of Boca Raton, Florida. A man I'd just met earlier that day was telling me an in-depth story about his marriage, and how he was going to end it when he got home. I was tired, weak in my body, mildly feverish, and not engaged. How did I get here? I was at a Tony Robbins seminar called Date with Destiny. We were on day 5 of 6, and I had fallen hard with a cold, or flu, or whichever. I never really knew the difference. All I knew was I felt physically awful. This seminar inspires people to examine their lives and make big decisions about who they want to be in the future they want to create for themselves. It's a powerful experience and helps me grow as a man, a husband and father, and makes me better able to serve my clients. It also stirs up quite a bit in people, especially those who are living lives they know are not right for them, such as being in the wrong career, wrong relationship, or eating the wrong diet. It agitates you and inspires you to take action to make things better, or make drastic changes instead of settling. All good stuff. Except for this conversation with Antonio. We had done some sharing in a small group earlier that day, where I had first heard about his struggles in his relationship. As we were walking out of the seminar room for a quick break at 11 p.m. before we returned for the last shipment that would likely go until 2 a.m., Antonio approached me and said, "So what do you think about my situation? Do you have any advice for me?" If I were being 100% me, completely free to say and do whatever I wanted, able to fully take care of myself in that situation, I would have said, "Hey Antonio, I appreciate you asking me. Man, at the moment I'm actually feeling pretty lousy and my energy is very low. I'm going to take a few minutes just to rest and reflect." Even now as I write, several months later, I feel a sense of retroactive relief. Aw, freedom feels good. But that's not what I did. What? Aren't you the guy writing the book on not being nice? Hot, I appreciate the irony. But we teach what we need to reinforce most, and I am always learning and growing and pushing my own edge, just like you. He had seemed somewhat lost when describing his situation earlier that day. I had also noticed a strong, pleasing, approval-seeking energy coming from him when interacting with me and others in the group, especially the women. So when he asked for my input, I decided to try to help him for several minutes, then take a few minutes to rest. Win-win. What I didn't anticipate, however, was his level of need in that moment. It was less so for input, and more to simply share his experience. He wanted to have someone witness and see his struggle, the pain he was in, how he had been managing it, areas he felt guilty, why he was angry, and all the rest. It was a big deal. He was going to leave a marriage of 7 years, and they had one small child together. Of course, he's going to have lots of feelings he's going to need to explore, feel, share with others, and work through. But I wasn't up for that on that particular night. So after about 10 minutes of conversation, mostly me listening and giving him attention, I made my clear and decisive escape. "Antonio," I said, interrupting him to create a pause in his speaking, "I admire the courage it takes to do what you're doing. You are a thoughtful man and a good person. I know you'll get through this to the other side, but at the moment I need to take a few minutes to rest and take care of myself. I'll see you back in the room." Immediately upon saying that, I initiated a good strong hug and promptly moved away, eliminating the possibility of continuing the conversation. I walked through the warm night air for several minutes, breathing, feeling my body, noticing the wind blowing the palm trees above my head against the jet black sky. I consciously let go of any energy of his I may have taken on. I also checked to see if there was any guilt about ending the conversation, about not doing whatever I could to help someone who was clearly wanting and hoping for my attention, support, and guidance. To my delight, there was none. I knew it was okay for me to do what I wanted and needed. And I knew if he wanted support, there were other people there who would be excited to offer that. This is yet another example of the subtle and simple power of being less nice and more you. As you read this story, you may think it's no big deal. You may have no problems interrupting, directing, or leaving conversations quickly and easily. Or if you found yourself stuck in conversations, giving when you'd rather not, unsure of how to break free, and then feeling impatient and irritable afterwards, this story might be the very thing that gives you permission and sets you free. The keychain, it was late September and I was in Carmel, California, for the wedding of my best friend from childhood. I was outside with several of the groomsmen, who all happened to be guys I went to high school with. I loved each of them and had so many fond memories of being together. My social anxiety was at its peak in high school and college, and the only place I felt relaxed and comfortable during those years was with my brother and these friends. They were like family to me, and I love all of them. As we're waiting around for the rehearsal, my friend Eddie approaches me and the groom's brother, Matt. "Hey," he says enthusiastically. "I have something for you." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small rectangular object and hands it to me. I take it in my fingers, unsure of what it is. Upon a closer look, I instantly recognize it. It's a keychain with an image inside. It was a keepsake from a punk show we went to in high school. There on the small, blown-out image, underneath the scratched plastic of the keychain, you could see me, Eddie, Chris the groom, and his brother JC, all wearing white t-shirts and strikingly similar sunglasses, smiling in the bright sun. "Whoa, haha," I said. I remember this, the Warped Tour in Santa Barbara. We saw Novx there. That was awesome. I paused for a moment, reminiscing about the sweet memory. Then handed the keychain back to Eddie. "That's cool, thanks for showing that to me." "No, it's for you," Eddie said. "You can keep it." "No thanks," I replied without hesitation. My tone was warm and friendly. Eddie took it back, paused for a minute, and then turned towards Matt. "You want this?" he asked. "Sure," Matt said, seemingly excited to get the nostalgic item. I was telling this story a few days later to a client, who happened to have a huge fear of saying no to anyone, for any reason. "Why didn't you just take it?" she asked. "You could always have just gotten rid of it later, that way you wouldn't have offended him." "I'm not sure I actually offended him," I said. He didn't seem too perturbed. Besides, my goal is to be authentic and say yes when I want to say yes, and no when I want to say no. "Yes, but why didn't you want it?" she pressed. We had just moved earlier that year, and I had a goal of getting rid of 50% of our belongings. I feel better owning fewer things and having more open space. I don't really keep drawers of items and keepsakes and such. "So why didn't you tell him that?" she asked. I would have, if he had asked or seemed significantly hurt or upset, but oftentimes saying no can just be a simple exchange of information, and no one's feelings are hurt, hence, no explanation is needed. "You talked too much yesterday morning. I was at the gym, working out with a good friend of mine who's also my personal trainer. He's managing several clients while I'm there, so we get a few short conversations and when he comes to check on me. This particular morning, I was lit up. I was feeling energized and excited about life. My body felt good. I had recently broken through yet another injury in my shoulder, which turned out just to be suppressed emotion. This last breakthrough further strengthened my confidence in my body and in my ability to work out, get strong, and have the energy I wanted without pain or fear of pain. It was awesome. I was also reading some fascinating books, learning and growing a ton, and just feeling on my game. As usual, we chatted a few times. He shared something he learned from a podcast, and I shared some recent insights I'd had. What was different about this morning is I talked more. I shared a couple extra stories. In one moment, when we both were about to say something at the same time, I kept going to share what I wanted. In that very moment, I had the thought, he didn't like that I kept talking. He wants to talk more and wants me to listen. I'm talking too much. This is not a new thought, it's something that I've experienced for a long time. When I was younger, I would sometimes leave a friend's house, having had an amazing night of talking, laughing, drinking, and feeling really connected. But then when I got home that night, or the next morning, that thought about talking too much would creep back into my mind. I'd start to feel self-conscious and bad about myself. I would sometimes convince myself that my friends didn't really like me because they were annoyed by how much I talked that night. The crazy thing is I didn't even talk that much all the time, just on days where I felt particularly jazzed up or excited. And yet the programming to speak less, be quiet, and be nice is strong in me. On this particular instance with Josh, I noticed the thought and simply dismissed it. No, I thought, it's okay for me to be excited and talk more sometimes. He seemed very engaged, so he may have liked it. And if he didn't, that's okay. We have lots of time together and sometimes he may be a little annoyed. How's that for boundaries, huh? Victory. With this claiming of my value and refusing to turn on myself, I let it go and didn't give it any more thought that day. Then I got a text from Josh later that afternoon. "Love seeing you all the time, my man, and I love seeing you step up and play big. Proud of you, and stoked for all the things you are bringing forth." When I read it, I laughed out loud. The message was heartfelt and loving, which felt great. But what made me laugh was seeing how absolutely dead wrong the critic in our minds can be. The day I am the most energized, passionate, and talkative is the day my friend says he loves being around me. This one is so powerful it's worth slowing down to really take in. Is it possible that when your mind tells you that you talk too much, that you're not interesting enough, that others don't like this or that about you, that is completely, 100% the opposite? Is it possible that the more you freely let yourself out with your energy, enthusiasm, passion for whatever lights you up, that others love being around you and want more? Play doctor with me, Zaim. My 3-year-old son loves to play doctor with his daddy. The game has a set script that he wants to follow each time. First, Teddy is the patient. He has been massively wounded by Scodger Digit, a giant pretend purple T-Rex who only hurts stuffed animals, not real animals, obviously, because he's pretend. Teddy is transported to the doctor by another stuffed animal who has a car. Zaim has to ask the animal how many people he can hold in his car. If it's a lot, he exclaims, "Wow, that's a lot." When Teddy arrives to the doctor's office, Zaim says to Dr. T-Rex, "I have something to tell you," pausing for dramatic effect. Then he exclaims, "Scodger did it." Upon hearing the name of his nemesis rival, Dr. T-Rex goes into a rage. He hates how Scodger Digit is giving T-Rex a bad reputation everywhere since he's a doctor trying to help people out see how elaborate this game gets. In any case, it goes on from there, with a very specific sequence of healing the patient, poking him, operating on him while he's awake with no anesthesia, and then doing it again with another patient. Or it can just evolve into Teddy and T-Rex fighting each other with the medical tools. Sounds sweet, doesn't it? It is. It's an adorable little game and a great way to bond with my little boy. And it has happened about 785 times so far. The problem is not the game. It's that I felt that I had to say yes whenever he asked me. This pressure came from my internal desire to be a good dad. I remember how much I longed for my dad to slow down and pay full attention to me when I was a boy. I remember how much I loved playing games with him, including chess and other strategy games. I also read a story in a parenting book by John Kabat-Zinn, the well-known mindfulness teacher, which encouraged parents to be patient with the repetition that children crave. In his book, Everyday Blessings, he shares a story about reading Jack and the Beanstalk to his son over and over again. By shifting his focus and becoming even more present, he was able to keep repeating the story and enjoy being with his son. It was inspiring and sweet. And for me, it wasn't working so well. Instead of feeling everyday blessed, I was feeling everyday trapped. Remember the resentment formula from the Be More Selfish chapter? That's what was happening to me. I didn't want to play doctor, but I would say yes, and then I would feel irritated and unhappy. Then I would force myself to be in the moment and try to enjoy myself. Sometimes I would try to add new elements to change the script, but that was met with fierce resistance. So I went through the same routine again and again. Miserable. And then I had an idea. I could just say no. What? Crazy, I know. But how about that? Instead of agreeing to play doctor when I didn't want to, I could simply say no. And since I still wanted to play with Zaim, they could simply offer to do something else. That evening, when I walked into the house after work and Zaim ran up to me shouting, "Daddy, play doctor with me," I simply said, "No. Hey, let's play the knockdown game instead." "Okay," he said, seemingly unfazed by the rejection of his request. He was into the knockdown game as well. So simple. It may sound stupid obvious from the outside, but all throughout the day there are little things we feel like we have to do for some reason. We don't want to disappoint, or upset, or hurt someone. We think saying no or asking for something makes us pushy, stubborn, unhelpful, or the old vague favorite, bad. Find the places in your life where you can make simple shifts just like this one. Pay attention to the resistance and resentment you feel. It's guiding you towards exactly what would serve you best. Then, you simply have to claim it. Is that a nice way of saying no? As I've practiced being less nice and more real, my emails have become more direct and clear. Here is an example of me communicating with a colleague with whom I have an acquaintance-level relationship. I've interviewed her for my podcast and she provided me some assistance with one of my books. We have not spent time together socially and don't know each other very well. A few weeks back she sent me this email. I shortened it to remove any identifying information. "Hi Aziz. How are ya? I hope all is well. The last time we emailed was about your book. How did it go? I'm not sure if I told you, but my book is finally done. Since you just went through it, I was wondering if you had any insights into the best outlets/tactics for selling books, any words of wisdom. Anyways, I just figured you would have some good ideas, and I don't think I had updated you on everything equals cheers. Captain Awesome is not how she signed her email. That's my own edit." She seemed excited and I wanted to help her out. I know a little about book launches and promotions, but I have a friend who is a wizard at it. So I decided to offer a chance for the three of us to powwow on how to help her book crush it. "Hey Captain Awesome, congrats on completing your book. That must feel awesome checking out the book page on Amazon. I see it's 300 plus pages. Beast. It looks really good and has a great cover. As far as selling books, I have a few ideas. And I happen to know a ninja master who's my Amazon and other outlet book selling guru. His name is Patrick, and do you know him? He writes a ton about social dynamics, relationships, conversations, confidence, etc. Here's my brilliant idea. The three of us get on a conference call or Zoom meeting and talk strategy for your new book. Some of your marketing plan is probably already set because you have a publisher. But I'm guessing there's still a lot on you as far as promotion. I have some ideas, and Patrick will have some better ideas. I already ran it by him and he's into it. If this sounds good to you, let me know and we'll all figure out a time that works in our schedules. You see? Brilliant. That's why they call me Wally, Coyote, Super Genius. Best, as is these last two emails were just set up. This is where it gets really interesting. Here's how she responded to my invitation. Hey Aziz. Oh my goodness, you are far too kind. I do not want to take up that much of your time. I was just pinging for any insight since you had just gone through it. I also feel so bad asking for free advice from consultants. I always then feel beholden to hire them, and I just hired a book PR person. As always, you are so generous. Any little tidbits would be so appreciated. I don't want to make you all get on a call. Cheers, Captain Awesome. When I first read this, I could see that she was declining the invitation, which is fine. But then I started to wonder, does she think there's some obligation in the help I'm offering? Does she want the assistance? But is she being nice and not wanting to be selfish? In the past, I probably leave it and just send a friendly email over with a few tips. In the past, I would have been nice back. But instead, I decided to be real. Hey Captain Awesome, okay. Let me see if I can clarify a little. I am not a marketing consultant and neither is Patrick. He's a full-time author and I do all kinds of things. In any case, my intention is to serve you and build a relationship. No obligation, no expectation. I've found that building strong relationships with other inspiring people in my field is rewarding and makes life more fun. You are one of those people. I know Patrick feels similarly. In fact, we have casually discussed creating a private Facebook group for people who are successfully running businesses in the confidence/communication/personal growth space. A way to learn from each other and continue to reach and serve more people. So, if you'd like to meet via phone, I think you'd get a lot more info than some tips via email, and it could be fun and exciting. I'm not sure if your response is not wanting to impose or perhaps a nice way of saying no. If it's the latter, that's okay too. I respect you being able to say no and decide what's right for you. Let me know either way. Best Aziz PS, if you're doing a promo tour for your book and want to do an interview for my podcast, we could promote it on there. We have about 35,000 downloads per month now. Before sending the email, I reread it to make sure it captured my authentic response. I wanted to clarify that it was a gift offered freely and point out that a phone meeting would provide much more value for her. That paragraph towards the end about her response being a nice way of saying no was something I was genuinely curious about. And it felt edgy for me to ask so directly. I pressed send. There, I thought. That's me being authentic and not being so nice. Great job, Aziz. Practice saying what you preach. So far so good until the creeping dread started to ooze its way under the door into my psyche. Jeez, that was awfully direct. You sound pissed off. She's going to think that you felt rejected and then got all huffy and pissed off about it. She's not going to want to speak with you after this. You totally ruined that connection. Way too direct. I reminded myself that I want to live in a world where I am more bold than nice. Where I express my authentic responses and ask real questions, even if it's uncomfortable. And then I moved on with my life. Several days later I received this email. Thanks, Aziz. I am very grateful. I think really honestly it is because I dread phone conversations. Lol. As a recovering awkward person, I love my email safe. Anyways, I'm about to leave on a 2-week media tour, so I do not want to clog your inbox. If you think of anything, ping it my way. Cheers, Captain Awesome, fair enough. So it was a nice way of saying no. As is almost always the case, my fears about the terrible reactions in the end times that will come from me being more direct do not happen. Instead, she revealed more and there seemed to be no hard feelings. I sent her a few tips via email and that was that. Each and every day we have dozens of opportunities to make a bold move and be more direct, more authentic, and a little less nice. Any time it's outside of your comfort zone, you may experience some internal freak out after doing so, but remember, that's to be expected. It's a sign you are taking risks and being yourself, which only brings about good things in the long run. Man, I'm too nice for my dad, and I finished our meal at a delicious Mexican restaurant called La Bonita in Portland. He was visiting for a few days, and we decided to get some lunch together so we could catch up, since having extended conversations around the dinner table with 2 toddlers is a virtual impossibility. Winter was ending, and it was the first warm, dry day in weeks. I had a fantastic time with my dad. As we were getting up to leave, I brought our dishes over to the self-busing area. It's a Portland thing. He went to go use the bathroom. Right outside the bathroom door, there was a young woman who was hunched over, fiddling with a key. The door was wide open and she was apparently trying to get a key out of the lock. "Are you using the bathroom?" my dad asked as he approached her. "I'm just trying to figure out how to get this key out," she replied. Just as she said that, she apparently succeeded, as a small key attached to an oversized serving spoon came loose. At the same moment she was doing that, my dad walked into the bathroom and closed the door, assuming she was on her way out. It all happened very quickly and I wasn't too focused on the matter. But then I heard someone sitting nearby, who had witnessed the entire exchange, call out to the young woman, "There's another bathroom in the back." To which she replied, "Thanks, man, I'm too nice." Apparently, she had just struggled with the key and held the door wide open for my dad to use the bathroom. Instead of telling him when he asked, "Yes, I'm about to use this bathroom," she gave a vague response instead. Too nice indeed. But he'll be upset. Remember back in the Say No chapter when I gave you 5 tips on how to say no? Well, one of those tips was to say no early. When you know that you don't want to do something, if you stall or delay out of politeness, it just gets worse later on. That's exactly what I did. A man who works as a coach reached out to me to interview me for his podcast. I get a lot of requests for this and sometimes I say yes, sometimes I say no, depending on my project schedule and if I'm drawn to the person and the work they're doing in the world. With this particular request, I didn't really want to do it. I couldn't exactly say why, but I didn't fully trust my instincts, so I told my assistant to give him a nice guy no. Which was to say, "We're all booked up for the next 4 months, let's check back then." Well, sure enough, 4 months later he emailed again. And I still didn't want to do it, but I already brushed him off once, so I had to send him my calendar link. We went back and forth with timing and rescheduling, and then finally he got something booked for a few weeks out. Every time I looked at my calendar and saw that interview, I felt a sense of aversion. I didn't know why. I just didn't want to do it. Meanwhile, I was writing this damn book about saying no, not being nice, and saying no to things that aren't a hell yes for you. Lousy book, making me not be a hypocrite. Actually, it was a beautiful blessing, and writing this only strengthens my commitment to take care of myself and not live life as a frightened nice guy. So I told my assistant in a morning meeting that I was going to cancel his appointment. "What?" she exclaimed. "Oh, he's going to hate us, the possibly," I said. "But I really don't want to do it, and I have to honor that. There are many other people he can interview. I'll send him an email personally, being honest and vulnerable." And so I did. "Hi XXXX. I hope this email finds you well. I know Jenny has been in touch with you regarding scheduling an interview. Part of me growing my business and reaching more people has been to learn about managing my time. I have been realizing this last month that I actually have a tendency to say yes to too many things and overcommit myself, leaving less energy and time for clients, projects, taking care of myself and family. As a result, I'm scaling way back on the commitments I'm making to do interviews and other things. For this reason, I'm going to cancel our upcoming interview. My apologies for the long delay. It's taking me some time to learn how to properly manage my time. I wish you all the best in your work and know you are doing great things to help people. With love, as is there, I done it." I'd said no when I wanted to. Good for me, I felt surprisingly relaxed and calm sending that. In the past, I would have either just done the interview or said no but felt absolutely freaked out and guilty afterwards. I was giving myself a pat on the back later that day when I got this provocative response. "Hi Aziz, thanks for letting me know. I can relate with scaling back as I too have been taking on too much lately. Like you, I am giving more time to myself. Here's the thing though. I am now left with a big hole for this month's interview series. Worse, I have told my readers, my lists, my family, nearly everyone I know I'm interviewing you. They're going to think one of two things: I'm a big fat liar, or you're a complete asshole. Either way, it doesn't look good for both of us. So I'd like to suggest I email you 8 minutes 10 questions and you email me back your responses. I don't need the answers until the 28th of this month, so you have plenty of time to fulfill your commitment. I'll be in touch soon with the questions. Regards XXXX. That's when the feelings came in. My first response wasn't guilt, it was anger. I was responsible for his interview series, but he was the one who bounced it back and rescheduled it most recently. I made a commitment, and he feels entitled that I answer 8 minutes 10 email questions. That will take way longer than the interview, implying that I'm an asshole if I say no? GRRR. So I took a step back and just felt my breath. I tuned into my heart and found the fear and guilt underneath the anger. I should do it. I said I would do it. I should just do it and make it short and get it over with. But then I felt something deeper. A commitment to live life on my terms. To move towards what enlivens me and away from that which doesn't serve me, even if I can't rationally explain it, even if it makes others upset sometimes. Once I reconnected to myself, I was less triggered. I was also clear that I would not participate, since I did not owe him anything. This was a free interview I was given to help him grow his business and audience. So I responded with compassion and brevity. I've often found that less explanation is better. Hi XXXX, I'm flattered that you have shared with so many people. Unfortunately, I will not be able to answer those questions via email. I'm sorry you feel concerned about how people will respond. My sense is that if you tell them the truth and are vulnerable, they will still like, love, and appreciate you. I wish you all the best, as is maybe he'll dislike that response. Maybe he'll think I'm patronizing or condescending to him. Maybe he'll tell all his friends, family, and fans that I'm a complete asshole. That's okay. I feel at peace, and I feel respect and love for him. I want the best for him. And I am not responsible for how he sees me and how he manages his feelings. Dear Orson, a little while back I began working with an amazing tech team that helps people build complex online courses. I was creating my opus of a program, Confidence University, and I wanted it to be the most dynamic, engaging, and effective program it could possibly be. To make this happen, I sought the guidance of a consultant who specialized in creating these kinds of courses. I purchased his online training program and found it very informative. I told him so, and we decided to work together on Confidence University, with his team managing all the back-end technology. We had our first few meetings scheduled and I was buzzing with excitement. This program was going to be so powerful and was going to be able to reach so many people. Until then, I often had to turn people away who couldn't fly out to attend one of my live events or be in my ongoing mastermind program. My other online training programs were not responsive or interactive at all, so it didn't capture the highly effective element of engagement and accountability that made coaching so effective. But Confidence University was going to have all of that and be accessible anywhere in the world. It was going to be a key step in me carrying out my mission to eradicate social anxiety and instill confidence all over the world. Our first meeting went great, and he helped me make some key decisions about how to structure the program. I began laying out the material, eagerly anticipating our next meeting. Then I received this email: Hi Aziz, I'll be back in New York at the beginning of the week. I am currently at Infusion Con and I'm speaking at Member Room on Friday. I do have one favor to ask you. Would you mind shooting a quick testimonial for me? Actually, let's push the limits. Lol, can you shoot 2 short ones? One about the course and one about the value you've gotten from our strategic calls. That would be amazing, and thank you very much sincerely. And my initial reaction was one of surprise. A video testimonial. We had barely started working together. I enjoyed our initial meetings and had benefited from his course, but we had barely gotten started. The main project of Confidence University wasn't even underway, and I had no idea what it would be like to work with this tech team. It was a clear no for me. But then enter the voice of the approval seeker. What if I say no and he gets upset with me? What if it manifests as him not giving me his knowledge, or secretly sabotaging our project together? What if he's mad at me? Faith, I said, waving my hand through the air. Enough of that nonsense. I opened up my computer and sent this email: Hey Mike, I like the bold ask. A bit too soon. I appreciate the beginning of working together here, but don't feel ready to offer official feedback yet. I'll finish putting together the course plan, then we'll get together and figure out the scope of work and discuss moving forward. If all goes well, and I love our work together, I will be more than happy to shoot some testimonials. Thanks, Aziz.